This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents The Walking Dead, Rise of the Governor by Robert Kirkman and Jay Bonansinga. Read for you by Fred Berman.
Chapter 12. Once again, it's the smell that first jabs him sharply in the face as he leans out the south window of apartment 3F. A coppery gumbo of human waste slow-cooked in bacon fat. An odor that is so horrendous it makes Philip flinch. His eyes start watering as he shimmies through the opening. He doesn't think he'll ever get used to that smell. He climbs out onto a rusty ramshackle cast-iron landing. The platform, which is connected to a ladder that zigzags down 3 floors to a side street, wobbles under Philip's weight. His stomach lurches with the sudden shift in gravity, and he braces himself against the rails. The weather has turned dreary and damp, the sky the color of asphalt, with the northeast wind curling through the distant concrete canyons. Luckily, down below, a minimum number of biters are roaming the narrow side street running along the south side of the apartment building. Philip glances at his watch. In roughly 1 minute and 45 seconds, April is going to be risking her life in front of the building, and this urgency gets Philip going. He quickly climbs down the first flight, the rickety ladder groaning with his weight, trembling with each step. As he descends, he senses the silver eyes of dead things noticing him, drawn by the metallic rattle of the ladder, their primitive senses tracking him, smelling him, sensing his vibrations like spiders sensing a fly in their web. Dark silhouettes, glimpsed in his peripheral vision, start lazily shuffling toward him, more and more of them coming around the front of the building to investigate. They ain't seen nothing yet, he thinks as he drops to the ground, then runs across the street. 65 seconds. The plan is to get in and get out quickly, and Philip moves along the boarded storefronts with the stealth of a Delta Force Marine. He reaches the east end of the block and finds an abandoned Chevy Malibu with out-of-state plates. 35 seconds. Philip can hear the shuffling footsteps closing in on him as he crouches behind the Malibu and quickly slips his backpack off. His hands don't shake as he digs out the 16-ounce bottle of Coke filled with gasoline. April had found a spare plastic tank of gas in the apartment building's basement maintenance room. 25 seconds. He twists the cap, stuffs in the gas-soaked rag, and shoves the pointed end in the Malibu's tailpipe, letting a 12-inch length of rag dangle. 20 seconds. He digs out a Bic lighter, sparks it, and sets the rag alight. 15 seconds. He runs away. 10 seconds. He makes it across the street, brushing past a cluster of biters and into a dark alcove, diving behind a row of garbage cans before he hears the whoop of that first eruption, the bottle catching in the tailpipe, followed by a much bigger explosion. Philip ducks and covers as a sonic boom shakes the street and sends up a fireball that turns the shadows into well-lighted places. Right on time, April thinks as she crouches down in the shadows of the foyer, the concussion blast rattling the glass door. The light popping overhead is like an unseen photographer's strobe. She peers out through the bottom half of the barred door and glimpses the sea change in the ocean of dead. Like a moving tide of ragged, livid faces, shifting with the gravitational tug of the moon, they start following the noise and light, heading in a disorganized mass toward the south side of the building. Tinsel shimmering in the sun couldn't attract a flock of sparrows better than this explosion works on these biters. Within a minute or so, the street in front of the building is practically deserted. April girds herself. She takes a deep breath. She secures the straps of her duffel bags. She closes her eyes. She says a quick, silent prayer, and then she springs up, yanks the cross brace, and shoves the door open. She creeps outside. The wind tosses her hair, and the stench strangles her. She stays low as she darts across the street. The sensory overload threatens to distract her. The smells, the proximity of the horde half a block away, the thunderous beating of her heart as she frantically moves from dark storefront to dark storefront. Thankfully, she's familiar enough with the neighborhood to know where the convenience store is located. If measured by the clock, it only takes April Chalmers 11 minutes and 33 seconds to slip through the jagged maw of broken glass and visit the ransacked interior of the convenience store. Only 11.5 minutes to fill 1.5 canvas bags with enough food and water and miscellaneous stuff to keep them going for quite a while. But to April Chalmers, those 11.5 minutes feel suspended in time. She grabs nearly 20 pounds of groceries from the convenience store, including a small canned ham with enough preservatives to keep until Christmas, 2 gallons of filtered water, 3 cartons of Marlboro Reds, lighters, beef jerky, vitamins, cold remedies, antibacterial ointment, and 6 extra-large rolls of blessed toilet paper, throwing it all in her duffel bag with lightning speed. The back of her neck prickles as she works with constant awareness of the ticking clock. The street will fill up again soon, and the army of biters will block her path if she doesn't get back within minutes. Philip goes through another half a clip of .22 caliber rounds, working his way back around the rear of the apartment building. The majority of the biters are now clustered around the flaming debris of the Malibu, a riot of moving corpses like June bugs drawn to the light. Philip clears a path around the back of the courtyard by squeezing off 2 shots. One of them cracks open the cranium of a lumbering cadaver dressed in a running suit, the zombie dropping like a puppet whose strings have been cut. Another blast opens a trough in the top of a skull belonging to what looks like a former homeless woman, her geode eyes flickering out as she falls. Before the other biters have a chance to close in on him, he vaults over the rear fence of the courtyard and charges across the leprous brown grass. He climbs up the back wall of the building, using an awning as a foothold. A second fire escape ladder is folded halfway up the stucco wall of the first story, and Philip gets a grip on it and starts to pull himself the rest of the way up. But all at once he pauses and has second thoughts about the plan. April reaches the critical point in her mission. 12 minutes have elapsed since she emerged, but she risks visiting one more merchant. Half a block south, an Ace hardware store sits empty, its display windows broken, its burglar gates loose enough for a smallish woman to negotiate. She slips through the gap and enters the dark store. She fills the remainder of the second canvas bag with water filters for making the standing water in toilets drinkable, a box of nails to replenish their supply, which they used securing the barricades, markers and rolls of large format paper for making signs to alert any other survivors, light bulbs, batteries, a few cans of Sterno, and 3 small flashlights. On her way back toward the front of the store, now lugging nearly 40 pounds of merchandise and 2 bulging duffels, she passes a figure slumped at the end of a side aisle stacked with fiberglass insulation. April pauses. The dead girl on the floor, slumped and leaning against the far wall, is missing one leg. From the snail trail of gore leading across the floor, it's clear that the thing dragged itself here. The dead girl isn't much older than Penny. April gapes for a moment. She knows she has to get out of there, but she can't tear her gaze from the pathetic, ragged corpse sitting in its own juices, which have obviously leaked out of the blackened stump where its right leg used to be. "Oh, God, I can't," April says under her breath to herself, uncertain what it is she can't do. Put the thing out of its misery, or leave it to suffer for eternity in this deserted hardware store. April pulls the metal bat from her belt and sets down her packs. She approaches cautiously. The dead thing on the floor hardly moves, just slowly gazes up with the trembling stupor of a fish dying on the deck of a boat. "I'm sorry," April whispers, and buries the end of the bat in the girl's skull. The blow makes the wet, snapping noise of green wood breaking. The zombie folds silently to the floor. But April stands there, closing her eyes for a moment, trying to will the image from her mind, an image that will probably haunt her for the rest of her life. Seeing the shank of the bat cleave open a skull is bad enough. But what April just saw in the horrible brief instant before she brought the bat down, as she was drawing it back, winding up, was this. Either through some meaningless flicker of deadened nerves, or through some deeper understanding, the dead girl turned her face away in that moment before the bat arced down. A noise near the front of the store gets her attention, and she hurries back to her duffel bags, throws the straps over her shoulders, and starts toward the exit. But she doesn't get far. She slams on the brakes when she sees a second young girl blocking her path. It stands 15 feet away, just inside the mangled burglar screens, and the identical soiled dress is that of the girl April just dispatched. At first, April thinks her eyes are playing tricks, or maybe it's the ghost of the girl she just put down. Or maybe April is losing her mind. But as the second dead girl starts shuffling down the aisle toward April with black drool falling off its cracked lips, this one has both its legs, April realizes that it's a twin. It's the other girl's identical twin. "Here we go," April says, drawing back the bat, dropping her load, preparing to fight her way out. She takes one step toward the pint-sized monster, raising the bat, when a dry popping blast rings out behind the twin and April blinks. The bullet shatters a corner of the front window and takes off the top of the twin's head. April flinches back at the kick of blood mist as the girl collapses in a heap. April lets out a pained sigh of relief. Philip Blake stands outside the store, out in the middle of the empty street, clicking a new magazine into his .22 caliber Ruger. "You in there?" he calls. "I'm here. I'm okay." "I know it ain't polite to rush a lady, but they're coming back." April grabs her treasures and then leaps over the bloody remains blocking the aisle and slips through the burglar gate and out into the street. Instantly, she sees the problem. The throng of zombies is returning, coming around the corner with the collective fervor of a demented chorus line moving in haphazard formation. Philip grabs one of the bags, and they both make a run for the apartment building. They cross the street in seconds flat, with at least 50 biters on either flank. Brian and Nick are peering out the reinforced glass of the outer vestibule door when they see the situation in the street rapidly changing. They see wolf packs of zombies coming down the street from both directions, returning from wherever the hell they had just gone. In the midst of all this, 2 human beings, one male and one female, like ball carriers in some obscure, surreal, twisted sport, come charging toward the apartment building with duffel bags slung and bouncing against their backs. Nick perks up. "There they are. Thank God," Brian says, lowering the Marlin shotgun until the butt rests on the floor. He's shaking. He shoves his left hand in his pocket and he tries to get a grip on himself. He does not want his brother seeing him shaking. "Let's get the door open," Nick says, leaning his shotgun in the corner. He gets the door open just as Philip and April are roaring up the walk, a multitude of biters on their heels. April roars through the doorway first, shaking and hyperventilating with adrenaline. Philip follows her in, his dark eyes aglow with testosterone-fueled mania. "That's what I'm talking about." Nick slammed the door just in time. 3 biters crash into the outer glass, rattling the steel-impregnated door, their drooling mouths leaving streaks. Several pairs of milky white eyes gaze in through the greasy glass at the people in the foyer. Dead fingers claw at the door. Other biters are staggering up the walk. Brian has his shotgun raised at the figures outside the door. He backs away. "What the hell is going on, man? Where were you guys?" Nick ushers them through the inner door and into the foyer. April drops her bulging duffel. Jesus, that was close. Philip sets down his pack. Girl, you got some cojones, I'll give you that. Nick steps up. What's the idea, Philly? You guys just disappear without telling anybody? Talk to her, Philip says with a grin, shoving his Ruger inside his belt. We were totally freaking out, Nick rants. We're about 1 second away from going outside to look for you. Calm down, Nicky. Calm down! Calm down! We were turning the place upside down looking for you. Tara was about to have a shit fit. It's my fault, April says, wiping the grime from her neck. Look at our take, man. Philip indicates the loot stuffed into the bags. Nick has his fists clenched. Then we hear a fucking explosion? What are we supposed to think? Was that you guys? Did you have something to do with that? Philip and April exchange a glance, and Philip says, That idea was kind of both of ours. April cannot stifle her victorious grin as Philip takes a step toward her, raising his hand. How about a high five, darling? They high-five each other, with Nick and Brian staring in disbelief. Nick is about to say something else when a figure appears on the other side of the foyer, pushing through the inner door. Oh my God! Tara storms into the room and goes to her sister. She pulls April into a bear hug. Oh my God, I was so freaked! Thank God you're okay, thank God, thank God! April pats her sister. I'm sorry, Tara. It was something I had to do. Tara lets go, her face flashing with anger. I ought to beat the shit out of you. Seriously. I'm telling that little girl you're just upstairs, but she's getting as freaked as I am. What am I supposed to do? That was a goddamn stupid, irresponsible thing to do, which is so goddamn typical of you, April. What the hell does that mean? April gets into her sister's face. Why don't you say what you mean for once? You fucking bitch! Tara winds up like she's gonna slap the younger woman when Philip suddenly steps in between them. Whoa there, Tonto. Philip gives Tara a reassuring pat. Hold on a second. Take a deep breath, sis. Philip nods toward the duffel bags. I want to show you something, okay? Just cool your pits for a second. He kneels down and unzips the bags, displaying the contents. The others stare silently at the supplies. Philip straightens back up and looks Tara in the eyes. That fucking bitch there saved our asses today. There's food and water in there. That fucking bitch risked her ass, not knowing if she'd be able to pull it off and not wanting anybody else to get hurt. You ought to be kissing that fucking bitch's feet. Tara looks away from the duffel bags and looks down at the floor. We were worried, that's all, she says in a feeble, low voice. Nick and Brian are now both kneeling by the duffel bags, looking through the treasures. Philly, Nick says, I have to admit, you guys kicked ass. You guys rock, Brian mutters almost under his breath with awe as he rifles through the toilet paper and the beef jerky and the water filters. The emotional atmosphere in the room begins to shift with the slow certainty of clouds parting. Smiles appear on all their faces. Soon, even Tara is throwing grudging glances over their shoulders at the contents of the duffel bags. Any cigarettes in there? Here's 3 cartons of Reds, April says, leaning down and digging out the cigarettes. Enjoy 'em, you fucking bitch. With a good-natured smile, she hurls the cartons at her sister. Everybody laughs. Nobody sees the small figure standing across the room in the inner doorway until Brian glances up. Penny? You okay, kiddo? The little girl pushes the door open and walks into the foyer. She's still dressed in her pajamas, and her little peaches and cream face is chiseled with seriousness. That man in there? Mr. Chalmers? He just fell down. They find David Chalmers on the floor of the master bedroom, amid a litter of tissues and medications. Granules of broken glass from a fallen aftershave bottle sparkle like a halo around his trembling head. "Jesus! Daddy!" Tara kneels by the fallen man, pulling his oxygen tube free. David's grizzled face is the color of nicotine as he involuntarily gasps for air, a fish out of water trying to breathe the poisonous atmosphere. "He's choking!" April hurries around the other side of the bed, checking the oxygen tank, which lies on the floor on its side near the window, tangled in its tubing. The old man must have pulled it off the bedside table when he fell. "Daddy, can you hear me?" Tara gives the man's ashen face a series of quick, light slaps. "Check his tongue. Daddy! Daddy! Check his tongue, Tara!" April rushes back around the bed, the oxygen tank and a coil of tubing in her hands. While she does this, the others, Philip, Nick, Brian, and Penny, watch from the doorway. Philip feels helpless. He doesn't know whether to jump in or just watch. The girls seem to know what they're doing. Tara gently levers open the old man's mouth, looking down his gullet. "It's clear. Dad!" April kneels on the other side of him, positioning the tiny breathing apparatus under his hooked nose. "Daddy, can you hear me?" David Chalmers keeps silently gasping, the back of his throat clucking painfully like a record skipping. His eyelids, as ancient and translucent as a mayfly's wings, begin fluttering. Tara frantically feels under the back of his skull for signs of injury. "I don't see any bleeding," she says. "Daddy?" April feels his forehead. He's ice cold. "Is the oxygen running?" "Full blast." "Daddy!" April gently repositions the old man so he's lying supine with the oxygen tube across his upper lip. Again they give him little slaps. "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy, can you hear us? Daddy!" The old man coughs, eyes fluttering. He blinks. He tries to get a good lungful of air, but his shallow breaths keep hitching in his throat. His eyes are rolled back in his head, and he appears to be only semi-conscious. "Daddy, look at me," April says, her hand gently turning his face toward hers. "Can you see me?" "Let's get him on the bed," Tara suggests. "Fellas, you mind giving us a hand?" Philip, Nick, and Brian step into the room. Philip and Nick take one side of the old man and Tara and Brian the other, and on the count of 3, they carefully lift the old man off the floor and lay him on the bed, making the spring squeak and tangling the tube on one side. Moments later, they have the tube clear and the old man covered in blankets. Only his pale, sunken face is visible above the linens, his eyes shut, his mouth lolled open, and his breathing coming in fits and starts. He sounds like a combustion engine that refuses to turn over. Every few moments his eyelids flutter and something flickers behind them, lips stretched into a grimace. But then his face goes slack. He's still breathing. Barely. Tara and April sit on either side of the bed, stroking the lanky form under the blankets. For a long while, nobody says anything. But chances are, they're all thinking the same thing. "You think it's a stroke?" Brian asks softly, minutes later, sitting out by the sliding glass doors. I don't know. April paces the living room, chewing her fingernails while the others sit around the room watching her. Tara is in the bedroom at her father's bedside. "Without medical attention, what chance does he have? Has anything like this ever happened before? He's had trouble breathing before, but nothing like this." April stops pacing. "God, I knew this day was going to come." She wipes her eyes, which are moist with tears. "We're on the last tank of oxygen." Philip asks about medication. "We got his medicine, sure, but that ain't going to do him much good now. He needs a doctor. Stubborn old coot blew off his last appointment a month ago." "What do we have in the way of medical supplies?" Philip asks her. I don't know, we got some shit from upstairs, antihistamines and shit. April paces some more. We got first aid kits, big deal. This is serious. I don't know what we're gonna do. All right, let's stay calm and think this thing through. Philip wipes his mouth. He's resting peacefully now, right? His airways are clear. You never know, something like this, he could bounce back. But what if he doesn't? She stops moving and looks at him. What if he doesn't bounce back? Philip gets up and goes over to her. Listen, we gotta keep our heads clear. He pats her shoulder. We'll keep a close watch on him. We'll figure something out. He's a tough old bird. He's a tough old bird who's dying, April says, a single tear tracking down her face. You don't know that, Philip says, wiping the tear from her cheek. She looks at him. Good try, Philip. Come on. Good try. She looks away. Her crestfallen expression is desolate as a death mask. Good try. That night, the Chalmers girls sit watch at their father's bedside, their chairs drawn up on either side of the bed, a battery-powered lantern painting the old man's pallid face in pale light. The apartment is as cold as a meat locker. April can see Tara's breath across the room. The old man lies there for most of the night in stony repose, his hollow cheeks contracting periodically with his labored breathing. The grizzled whiskers of his chin look like metal fillings, shifting in a magnetic field, moving occasionally with the ticks of his stricken nervous system. Every once in a while, his dry, cracked lips will begin to work impotently, trying to form a word. But other than little dry puffs of air, nothing comes out. At some point in the wee hours, April notices that Tara has dozed off, her head down on the edge of the bed. April grabs a spare blanket and carefully drapes it over her sister. She hears a voice. Lil? It's coming from the old man. His eyes are still closed, but his mouth is working furiously, his expression furrowed with anger. Lil is short for Lillian, David's late wife. April hasn't heard the nickname in years. Daddy, it's April, she whispers, touching his cheek. He recoils, his eyes still closed. His mouth is contorted, his voice slurred and drunken with nerve damage on one side of his face. Lil, get the dogs in. There's a storm coming. A big one. A nor'easter. Daddy, wake up, April whispers softly. Emotion wells up inside her. Lil, where are you? Daddy? Silence. Daddy? At this point, Tara is sitting up, blinking, startled at the sound of her father's strangled voice. What's going on? She says, rubbing her eyes. Daddy. The silence continues, the old man's breaths coming hard and fast now. The word sticks in April's throat as she sees something horrible crossing the old man's face. His eyelids flick open to half-mast, the whites of his eyes showing, and he begins to speak in an alarmingly clear voice. The devil has plans for us. In the gloomy half-light of the lantern, the two sisters exchange mortified glances. The voice that comes out of David Chalmers is low and gravelly, an engine dieseling. The day of reckoning is drawing near. The deceiver walks among us. He falls silent, his head lolling to one side of the pillow, as if the wires to his brain had been abruptly cut. Tara checks his pulse. She looks at her sister. April looks at her father's face. His expression now slackened and relaxed into a sanguine, tranquil mask of deep and endless sleep. With the morning's light, Philip stirs in his sleeping bag on the living room floor. He sits up and rubs his sore neck, his joints stiff from the cold. For a moment, he lets his eyes adjust to the gloomy light, and he orients himself to his surroundings. He sees Penny on the sofa, cocooned in blankets, sound asleep. He sees Nick and Brian across the room, also encased in blankets, also asleep. The memory of the previous evening's death watch returns to Philip in stages. The agonizing, hopeless struggle to help the old man and to assuage April's fears. He glances across the room. In the shadows of the adjacent hallway, the door to the master bedroom is visible in the gloom, still closed. Climbing out of his sleeping bag, Philip hurriedly and silently gets dressed. He pulls on his pants and pushes on his boots. He runs fingers through his hair and goes into the kitchen to rinse his mouth out. He hears the murmur of voices behind the walls. He goes over to the bedroom door and listens. He hears Tara's voice. She's praying. Philip knocks softly. A moment later, the door clicks open and April is standing there, looking as though someone threw acid in her eyes. They're so bloodshot and wet that they look scourged. "Morning," she says in a low whisper. "How's he doing?" Her lips tremble. "He ain't." "What?" "He's gone, Philip." Philip stares at her. "Oh, God." He swallows hard. "I'm real sorry, April." "Yeah, well." She starts to cry. After an awkward moment, a wave of contrary emotions punching through Philip's gut, he pulls her into an embrace. He holds her and he strokes the back of her head. She trembles in his arms like a lost child. Philip doesn't know what to say. Over April's shoulder, he can see into the room. Tara Chalmers is kneeling by the deathbed, praying silently, her head down on the tangled linen. One of her hands is lying on the cold, gnarled hand of her late father. For some reason that Philip can't figure out, he finds it difficult to take his eyes off the sight of the girl's hand caressing the bloodless fingers of the dead. "I can't get her to come out of there." April is sitting at the kitchen table, sipping a cup of weak, tepid tea brewed on a sterno can. Her eyes are clear for the first time since she came out of the death room that morning. Poor thing. I think she's trying to pray him back to life. "No shame in that," Philip says. He sits across the table from her, a half-eaten bowl of rice in front of him. He has no appetite. "Have you thought about what you want to do?" Brian asked from across the kitchen. He stands at the sink where he's pouring water, which was collected from some of the toilets upstairs, into filter canisters. The sounds of Nick and Penny playing cards in the other room drift in. April looks up at Brian. "Do about what?" "Your father. Like burial-wise?" April sighs. "You've been through this before, haven't you?" she says to Philip. Philip looks at his uneaten rice. He has no idea if she's talking about Bobby Marsh or Sarah Blake, both of whose deaths Philip recounted to April the other night. "Yes, ma'am, that's true." He looks at her. "Whatever you want to do, we'll help you do it." "Of course we'll bury him." Her voice breaks a little bit. She looks down. "I just never pictured myself doing it in a place like this." "We'll do it together," Philip says. "We'll do it right and proper." April looks down, a tear falling into her tea. "I hate this. We gotta stick together." Philip says without much conviction. He says it because he doesn't know what else to say. April wipes her eyes. There's a patch of ground out back under the... A sharp noise from the hallway interrupts, and all heads turn. A muffled thump is followed by a crash, the sound of furniture overturning. Philip is out of his chair before the others even realize that the noise is coming from behind the closed door of the master bedroom. Chapter 13. Philip kicks the door open. Advent candles on the floor. The carpet burning in places. The smoky air vibrating with screams. A blur of movement smears across the darkness, and it takes breathless nanoseconds for Philip to realize what he's looking at in the flickering shadows. The overturned dresser, the source of the crashing noise, has landed inches away from Tara, who's on the floor, crawling with animal instinct, trying desperately to pull herself free of the vice grip of dead fingers on her legs. Dead fingers. At first, just for an instant, Philip figures something got in through a window. But then he sees the withered form of David Chalmers, completely turned now, on the floor, on top of Tara's legs, digging yellowed fingernails into her flesh. The old man's sunken face is livid now, the color of mold, his eyes frosted with glassy white cataracts. He snarls with a ravenous, guttural groan. Tara manages to extricate herself and struggles to her feet, and then slams sideways into the wall. Right then, many things happen at once. Philip realizes what's going on, and that he left his gun in the kitchen, and that he has a limited amount of time to eradicate this threat. That is the key. The fact that this kindly old mandolin player is long gone, and what this is, this hulking mass of dead tissue rising up and growling a garbled, drooling cry, is a threat. More than the flames licking across the carpet, more than the smoke already forming a nightmarish haze in the room, this thing that has materialized inside their sanctuary is the biggest threat. A threat to all of them. At this same moment, before Philip has a chance to even move, the others arrive, filling the open doorway. April lets out an anguished yelp, not really a scream, more like a shriek of pain, like an animal getting gut shot. She pushes her way into the room, but Brian grabs her and holds her back. April writhes in his arms. All this happens in the space of an instant, as Philip sees the bat. In all the excitement on the previous night, April had left her Hank Aaron autographed metal baseball bat in the corner by the barred window. Now it sits gleaming in the flickering flames, maybe 15 feet away from Philip. There's no time to consider the distance or even map out a maneuver in his mind. All he has time to do is make a lunge across the room. By this point, Nick is whirled around and is racing across the apartment for his gun. Brian tries to pull April out of the room, but she's strong and she's frantic, and she's screaming now. It takes Philip mere seconds to cover the distance between the door and the bat, but in that brief span of time, the thing that was once David Chalmers goes for Tara. Before the large woman can get her bearings and flee the room, the dead man is upon her. Cold gray fingers ply themselves awkwardly toward her throat. She slams back against the wall, flailing at it, trying to push it away. Rotting jaws part, rancid breath wafting up in her face. Blackened teeth gape open. The thing goes for the pale, fleshy curve of her jugular. Tara shrieks, but before the teeth have a chance to make contact, the bat comes down. Up until this moment, especially for Philip, the act of vanquishing a moving corpse had become an almost perfunctory deed, as mechanical and obligatory as stunning a pig for the slaughter. But this feels different. It takes only 3 sharp blows. The first one, a hard crack to the back temporal region of David Chalmers' skull, stiffens the zombie and arrests its progress toward Tara's neck. She slips to the floor in a paroxysm of tears and snot. The second blow strikes the side of the skull as the thing is involuntarily turning toward its attacker, the tempered steel of the bat caving in the parietal bone and part of the nasal cavity, sending threads of pink matter into the air. The third and final whack totals the entire left hemisphere of its skull as the thing is falling, the sound like a head of cabbage smashed in a drill press. The monster that was David Chalmers lands in a wet heap on one of the spilled candles, the ribbons of drool, blood, and gluey gray tissue hitting the flames and sizzling across the floor. Philip stands over the body, out of breath, his hands still welded to the bat. Almost as punctuation to the horror, a high-pitched beeping noise begins to shrill. Battery-operated fire alarms across the first floor are loudly chirping, and it takes Philip a second to identify the sounds in his ringing ears. He drops the bloody bat. And that is when he notices the difference. This time, after this extermination, nobody moves. April stares from the doorway. Brian releases his grip on her, and he too gapes. Even Tara, sitting up against the wall across the room, gripped in tears and revulsion and agony, settles into an almost catatonic stare. The strangest thing is, rather than staring at the bloody heap on the floor, they are all staring at Philip. In due course, they put out all the fires and they clean the place up. They wrap the body and move it out into the corridor where it'll be safe until burial. Luckily, Penny witnessed very little of the debacle in the room. She heard enough of it, though, to make her withdraw back into her mute, invisible shell. In fact, for quite a long time, nobody else has much to say either. And the edgy silence continues throughout the rest of the day. The sisters seem to be in some kind of shocked stupor, just going through the motions of the cleanup, not even talking to each other. They have each cried their eyes dry, but they keep staring at Philip. He can feel it like cold fingers on the back of his neck. What the hell did they expect? What do they want him to do? Let the monster feed on Tara? Do they want Philip to try and negotiate with the thing? At noon the following day, they hold a makeshift memorial service in a section of the courtyard surrounded by a security fence. Philip insists on digging the grave himself, refusing assistance from even Nick. It takes hours. The Georgia clay is stubborn in this portion of the state. But by mid-afternoon, Philip is drenched in sweat and ready. The sisters sing David's favorite song, Will the Circle Be Unbroken, at his graveside. This reduces both Nick and Brian to tears. The sound of it is heartrending, especially as it carries up into the high blue sky and mingles with the omnipresent choir of groaning noises coming from outside the fence. Later, they all sit around the living room, sharing the liquor that they had recovered from one of the apartments and were saving for God knows what. The Chalmers sisters tell stories of their old man, his childhood, his early days in the Barstow Bluegrass Boys Band, and his time as a DJ on WBLR out of Macon. They speak of his temper, and his generosity, and his womanizing, and his devotion to Jesus. Philip lets them talk and just listens. It's good to finally hear their voices again, and the tension of the past day seems to be easing a little bit. Maybe it's all part of their process of letting go, or maybe they just need to let it set in. Later that night, Philip is in the kitchen, alone, refilling his glass with the last couple of fingers of sour mash whiskey, when April comes in. Look, I wanted to talk to you about what happened and stuff. Forget it, Philip says, looking down into the caramel liquid in his glass. No, I should have said something sooner. I guess I was in shock. He looks at her. I'm sorry it went down like it did. I truly am. I'm sorry you had to see that. You did what you had to do. And I thank you for saying that. Philip pats her shoulder. I took an instant liking to your daddy. He was a great piece of work. lived a long, good life. She chews the inside of her cheek, and Philip can tell she's fighting the urge to cry. I thought I was prepared for losing him. Nobody's ever prepared. Yeah, but like this. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it. Philip nods. Hell of a thing. I mean, a person doesn't... You just don't have any reference point for this kind of shit. I know what you mean. She looks at her hands, which are shaking. Maybe the memory of Philip bashing her father's skull in is still lingering. I guess all I wanted to say is, I ain't blaming you for what you done. Appreciate that. She looks at his drink. We got any more of that cheap wine left? He finds a little bit left in one of the bottles and pours it for her. They drink in silence for a long while. Philip finally says, What about your sis? What about her? She doesn't seem to be... His voice trails off, the proper words escaping him. April nods. In a forgiving kind of mood? Something like that. April gives him a bitter smile. She still blames me for stealing her lunch money back at Clark's Hill Elementary. Over the next few days, the new blended family solidifies as the Chalmers sisters go through their grieving process, sometimes arguing over nothing, sometimes giving everybody else the silent treatment, sometimes holing up in their rooms for extended periods of crying or brooding. April seems to be handling the transition better than her sister. She clears out her father's things and moves into the master bedroom, giving Philip the room she originally occupied. Philip sets up a nice area for Penny with shelves and some coloring books he found upstairs. The child is becoming attached to April. They spend hours together, exploring the upper floors, playing games, and experimenting with ways to stretch their meager provisions into nominal yet creative dinners cooked on sterno flames, such as crumbled jerky stir-fry, peach and raisin casserole, and canned vegetable surprise. The surprise, sadly, turning out to be more shredded pieces of beef jerky. Gradually, the hordes of undead drift away from the immediate area, leaving behind only a few stragglers, giving the Blakes and Nick a chance to test the limits of their reconnaissance missions to neighboring buildings. Philip notices that Brian is getting bolder, willing to venture out of the building now and again on quick trips. But it's Nick Parsons who truly seems to be taken to this place. Nick sets up a room for himself in a studio apartment on the second floor, number 2F, at the east end of the corridor. He finds books and magazines in other apartments and drags spare furniture into the studio. He spends time hanging out on the balcony, sketching pictures of the neighboring streets, mapping out the immediate area, reading his Bible, starting a garden for winter vegetables, and thinking a lot about what has happened to the human race. He also completes his ramshackle catwalk between the two adjacent buildings. The narrow walkway is hewn out of plywood and paint ladders lashed together with rope and duct tape, and more than a little praying. The footbridge extends off the back of the roof, spanning a 25-foot gap over an alley and connecting up with the top rail of a fire escape on the adjacent roof. The completion of the catwalk marks a turning point for Nick. Getting up his courage one day, he shimmies across the rickety structure and, just as he had predicted, he makes it all the way to the southeast corner of the block without walking outside. From there, he figures out how to get into the pedestrian bridge to the department store. When he comes back that night with armfuls of goodies from Dillard's, he's greeted like a returning war hero. He brings them fancy gourmet candy and nuts, warm clothing, new shoes and embossed stationery, expensive pens, a collapsible camp stove, satin sheets and luxurious 300 thread count linens, and even stuffed animals for Penny. Even Tara lightens up at the sight of the European cigarettes with the pastel wrappers. And Nick is doing something else on these solo runs. Something that he keeps to himself at first. On the 1-week anniversary of David Chalmers' death, Nick talks Philip into tagging along on a little reconnaissance mission, so Nick can reveal what he's been doing. Philip's not crazy about crossing the ladder bridge. He claims he's worried about it breaking under his weight, but the thing that truly bothers Philip is his secret fear of heights. Nick persuades him by piquing his curiosity. "You gotta see this, Philly," Nick enthuses on the roof. "This whole area is a gold mine, man. I'm telling you, it's perfect." With great reluctance, Philip goes ahead and drags himself across the catwalk on his hands and knees behind Nick, grumbling all the way and secretly petrified. Philip doesn't dare look down. They reach the other side, hop down, descend a fire escape ladder, and then slip into the adjacent building through an open window. Nick leads Philip through the deserted hallways of an accounting firm, the floors littered with forgotten forms and documents like so many fallen leaves. "Not much farther now," Nick says, ushering Philip down a staircase and across a desolate lobby strewn with overturned furniture. Philip is hyper-aware of their echoing footsteps, crunching over cinders of debris. He feels the blind spots and empty spaces in his solar plexus. He hears every snap and every tick, as though something might lumber out at them at any moment. He keeps his hand on the stock of the .22 thrust into his jeans. "Over here, right off the parking garage," Nick says, pointing to an alcove at the end of the lobby. Around a corner, past an overturned vending machine, up a short flight of steps, through an unmarked metal door, and suddenly, almost without warning, the entire world opens up for Philip. "Holy mother of pearl," Philip marvels as he follows Nick across the pedestrian bridge. The enclosed walkway is filthy, scattered with trash and reeking of urine, the thick reinforced plexiglass walls so filmed with grime they distort the surrounding cityscape. But the view is spectacular. The passageway is flooded with light, and it feels like you can see for miles. Nick pauses. "Pretty cool, huh?" "Pretty fucking outstanding." 30 feet above the street, the wind buffeting the structure, Philip can look down and see scattered zombies wandering underneath them like exotic fish drifting below a glass-bottom boat. "If it wasn't for those ugly motherfuckers, I'd show this to Penny." "That's what I wanted to show you." Nick walks over to the south side of the walkway. "You see that bus, about half a block down there?" Philip sees it. A hulking silver MARTA bus sitting at the curb. Nick says, "Look above the bus's front door, by the mirror on the right side. You see that mark?" Sure enough, Philip sees a hand-drawn symbol above the passenger entrance. A hastily scrawled 5-point star done in red spray paint. "What am I looking at?" "It's a safe zone." "A what?" "Been working my way down that street and up this one back here," Nick tells him, with the innocent pride of a kid showing a soapbox derby model to his dad. "There's a barber shop over there, clean as a whistle, secure as a bank, the door unlocked." He points farther up the street. "There's an empty semi-trailer up there a ways, in good shape, just sitting there with the good strong, what do you call 'em, accordion door, on the back end." "What's the point here, Nicky?" "Safe zones, place you can duck into. If you're on a supply run and you get in trouble or whatever, I'm finding them farther and farther down the street, putting marks on them so we don't miss them. There's all sorts of cubby holes out there, you wouldn't believe it." Philip looks at him. "You been going all the way down to the end of that street by yourself?" "Yeah. God damn it, Nick. You shouldn't be going all the way out there without any backup." "Philip, no. Don't just fill me on this, man. I'm serious. I want you to be more careful, you understand? I'm serious about this." Okay, you're right." Nick gives Philip a good-natured punch in the arm. "I hear you." "Good. You gotta admit, though, this place rocks, considering the situation we're in." Philip shrugs, looking down through the grimy glass at the cannibal fish circling. "Yeah, I guess." Could be a lot worse, Philly. We're not in the tall buildings. It's flat enough around here for you to see your way around. We got plenty of room to spread out of the apartment building. We got stores with supplies within walking distance. I'm even thinking we could find a generator somewhere. Maybe hot wire a car to get it back. I could see us staying here, Philly. I don't know, for a long time. He thinks about it some more. Indefinitely, you know? Philip gazes through the filthy glass at the necropolis of empty buildings and the ragged monsters meandering in and out of view. Everything's indefinite nowadays, Nicky. That night, Brian's cough returns. The weather is getting colder and damper by the day, and it's taking a toll on Brian's immune system. After dark, the apartment is freezing. By morning, it's an icebox, the floor like a skating rink on the soles of Brian's stocking feet. He's taken to wearing 3 layers of sweaters and a knit scarf that Nick procured from Dillard's. With his fingerless gloves and his thatch of unruly black hair, and his hollow Edgar Allan Poe eyes, Brian is starting to look like a waif from a Charles Dickens novel. I think this place is really good for Penny, Brian says to Philip that night on a second-floor balcony. The Blake brothers are having an after-dinner drink, more of the cheap wine, and gazing out at the desolate skyline. The cool evening air rustles their hair, and the zombie stink wafts just under the smell of rain. Brian stares out at the distant silhouettes of dark buildings as if in a trance. For a person in 21st century America, it's almost incomprehensible to see a great metropolis completely dark. But that's exactly what the Blakes are looking at. A skyline so dead and black it looks like a mountain range on a moonless night. Every few moments, Brian thinks he sees the faint glint of a fire or a light twinkling in the black void, but it could very easily be his imagination. I think that gal April is the thing that's doing the most good for Penny, Philip says. Yeah, she's really good with her. Brian is also growing fond of April, and has been noticing that Philip may very well have a bit of a crush on her as well. Nothing would make Brian happier than to have Philip find a little peace right now, a little stability with a girlfriend. That other one's a slice, though, ain't she? Philip says. Tara? Yeah, not a happy camper. For the past few days, Brian has been generally avoiding Tara Chalmers. She's a walking ulcer, always irritable, paranoid, still in the throes of grief over her dad. But Brian figures she'll eventually work her way through it. She seems like a decent person. The girl does not realize I saved her fucking life, Philip says. Brian lets out a series of dry coughs. Then he says, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. Philip looks at him. What? The old man turning like that? Brian measures his words. He knows he's not the only one worrying about this. Ever since David Chalmers came back from the dead and tried to devour his oldest daughter, Brian has been ruminating about the phenomenon, and the implications of what happened, and the rules of this savage new world, and maybe even the prognosis for the entire human race. Think about it, Philip. He didn't get bit, right? No, he didn't. So why did he turn? For a moment, Philip just stares at Brian, and the darkness seems to expand around them. The city seems to stretch into infinity like the landscape of a dream. Brian feels gooseflesh on his arms, as though the very act of putting it into words, saying it out loud, has unleashed a malevolent genie from a bottle. And they will never, ever be able to put that genie back. Philip sips his wine. In the darkness, his face is grim and set. Hell of a lot we don't know. Maybe he got infected with something earlier, maybe came into contact with just enough of it to start working on a system. The old man was on his way out anyway. If that's true, then we all... Hey, Professor! Give her a rest. We're all healthy, and we're going to stay that way. I know, I'm just saying, maybe we ought to think about taking more precautions. What precautions? I got your precautions right here. He touches the stock of his .22 caliber Ruger stuffed behind his belt. I'm talking about washing up better, sterilizing stuff. With what? Brian lets out a sigh and looks up at the overcast night sky, a low canopy of haze as dark as black wool. Autumn rains are brewing. We got the water upstairs in the toilets, he says. We got the filters and the propane, and we got access to cleaning products down the street, soaps and cleansers and shit. We're already filtering the water sport. Yeah, and we're washing up with that contraption Nicky found. The so-called contraption is an outdoor camp shower that Nick found in Dillard's sporting goods department. About the size of a small cooler, it has a collapsible 5-gallon tank and a shower hose that operates off a battery-powered pump. For 5 days now, they've each been enjoying the periodic luxury of a brief shower, recycling the water as much as possible. I know, I'm just saying maybe it's better to go overboard right now with the cleanliness, that's all, until we know more. Philip gives him a hard look. And what if there ain't nothing more to learn? Brian has no answer for that one. The only response comes from the city, humming darkly back at them with a blast of foul-smelling wind and a big silent fuck you. Maybe it's the alarming conglomeration of unappetizing ingredients concocted that night by April and Penny for dinner, a mixture of canned asparagus, spam, and crumbled potato chips cooked over a propane flame, sitting like a dropped anchor in the pit of Philip's stomach. Or perhaps it's the cumulative effect of all the stress and rage and sleeplessness that does it. Or maybe it's the conversation he had on the balcony with his brother. But regardless of the cause, after he turns in for the night and drifts off into an uneasy sleep, Philip Blake experiences an elaborate and lurid dream. He has the dream in his newly established private quarters. April's former bedroom was apparently once somebody's home office. While clearing out the owner's things, Philip and April found stacks of Mary Kay Cosmetics order forms and makeup samples. But now, lying on the queen-sized bed shoved against the wall, Philip writhes in semi-consciousness, drifting in and out of a feverish horror show. It's the kind of dream that has no shape. It has no beginning, middle, or end. It just keeps spinning in its rut of circular terror. He finds himself back in his childhood home in Waynesboro, the shabby little bungalow on Farrell Street, in the back bedroom he used to share with Brian. Philip is not a child in the dream. He's an adult. And somehow the plague has time-traveled back to the 1970s. The dream is almost three-dimensionally vivid. There's the Lily of the Valley wallpaper and the Iron Maiden posters and the scarred school desk, and Brian is somewhere in the house, unseen, screaming. And Penny is also there in some adjacent room crying for her daddy. Philip runs through the hallways which form an endless labyrinth. Plaster is cracking. The zombie horde is outside, clamoring to get in. The boarded windows are trembling. Philip has a hammer and tries to secure the windows with nails, but the head of the hammer falls off. Crashing noises. Philip sees a door cracking open and he rushes over to it, and the doorknob comes off in his hand. He searches drawers and cabinets for weapons, and the facings fall off the cabinets, and plaster sifts down from the ceiling, and his boot breaks through a hole in the floor. The walls are collapsing, and the linoleum is buckling, and the windows are falling from their frames, and Philip keeps hearing Penny's desperate, shrieking voice calling for him. "Daddy!" Skeletal arms thrust through crumbling window casements, blackened, curled fingers groping. "Daddy!" Bone-white skulls burst up through the floor like gruesome periscopes. "Daddy!" Philip lets out a silent scream as the dream shatters apart like spun glass. Chapter 14. Philip gasps awake with the start. He jerks forward on the bed, blinking and squinting at the pale morning light. Someone stands at the foot of his bed. No. 2 people. He sees them now. One tall and one short. "Good morning, sunshine," April says with her hand around Penny's shoulder. "Jesus." Philip sits up against the headboard in his wife-beater and sweatpants. "What the hell time is it?" "It's like almost noon." "Holy Christ," Philip utters, getting his bearings. His entire sinewy form is filmed with cold sweat. His neck aches and his mouth tastes like a litter box. "I can't believe it." "We gotta show you something, Daddy," the little girl tells him, her big eyes ablaze with excitement. The sight of his daughter looking so happy sends a soothing wave of relief through Philip, driving the last remnants of the dream from his feverish brain. He gets up and gets dressed, telling the 2 ladies to calm down. "Give me a second to put my face on," he says in a hoarse, whiskey-cured grunt, running fingers through his greasy hair. They take him up to the roof. When they emerge from the fire door and plunge into the cool air and light, Philip balks at the glare. Despite the fact that the day is overcast and dark, Philip is hungover, and the light makes his eyeballs throb. He squints up at the sky and sees the foreboding storm clouds churning and roiling into the area from the north. "Looks like rain," he says. "That's good," April says, giving Penny a wink. "Show him why, honey." The little girl grasps her father's hand and drags him across the roof. "Look, Daddy, me and April made a garden to grow stuff in." She shows him a small makeshift planter in the center of the roof. It takes a moment for Philip to realize that the garden is constructed out of 4 wheelbarrows, their wheels removed, their housings taped together. A 6-inch layer of soil fills each of the 4 cavities, a few unidentified shoots of green already transplanted into each barrow. "This is pretty damn fine," he says, giving the child a squeeze. He looks at April. "Pretty damn fine." "It was Penny's idea," April says with a little gleam of pride in her eyes. She points at a row of buckets. "We're going to collect the rain, too." Philip drinks in April Chalmers' beautiful, slightly bruised face, her seafoam blue eyes, her ashy blonde hair undone and hanging over the collar of her scroungy cable-knit sweater. He can't take his eyes off her. And even as Penny starts jabbering happily about all the things she wants to grow, cotton candy plants, bubblegum bushes, Philip cannot help but extrapolate. The way April kneels down next to the child, listening intently with her hand on Penny's back, the look of affection on the woman's face, the easy rapport between the 2, the sense of connection. All of it suggests something deeper than mere survival. Philip can barely allow himself to think the word, and yet it comes to him right then, on that windy precipice in a rush. Family. "Excuse me!" The gruff voice comes from the fire door behind them, on the other side of the roof. Philip whirls. He sees Tara in one of her stained muumuus in one of her patented moods in the open doorway. She holds a bucket. Her heavily jowled face and Maybelline eyes look even more lined and surly than usual. "Would it be too much to ask for a little help?" April rises and turns. "I told you I'd help you in a minute." Philip can see that Tara has been collecting water from toilet basins. He considers getting in the middle of this, but decides against it. "That was half an hour ago," Tara says. "Meantime, I've been lugging water while you've been lollygagging up here in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood." "Tara, just calm down," April sighs. "Give me a second. I'll be right there." "Fine. Whatever." Tara turns in a huff and swishes angrily back down the inner stairs, leaving the sour vibration of contempt in her slipstream. April looks down. "I'm sorry about that." She's still dealing with, stuff. By the downtrodden expression on April's face, it's clear that it would take too much energy for her to run down the litany of what's needling at her sister. Philip's no dummy. He knows it's complicated, and it has something to do with jealousy and sibling rivalry, maybe even the fact that April seems to be going through her grieving period with someone other than Tara. No need to apologize, Philip tells her. There is something I want you to know, though. What's that? Just want you to know how grateful I am. The way you've been treating my daughter. April smiles. She's a great kid. Yes, ma'am, she is. You ain't so bad yourself. Well, thank you. She leans over and gives Philip a peck on the cheek. Nothing fancy, just a quick little kiss. But it makes an impression. Now I gotta get back before my sister shoots me. April walks off, leaving Philip thunderstruck and reeling in the wind. As kisses go, it wasn't anything special. Philip's late wife Sarah had been a blue ribbon kisser. Hell, Philip had encountered prostitutes over the years since Sarah's death who had given up more in the kissing department. Even hookers of feelings. And Philip would usually ask at the beginning of the session if they would mind terribly if he slipped in a few kisses, just for good measure, just to pretend that there was love involved. But this little smooch of April's is more like hors d'oeuvres, a hint of things to come. Philip wouldn't call it a tease, nor would he call it the platonic kind of kiss a sister might give a brother. It exists in that irresistible limbo between two extremes. It is, from Philip's perspective, a knock on the door, an attempt to see if anyone's home. That afternoon, Philip expects the rain to come, but it doesn't. It's already mid-October, he has no idea what day it is, and everybody keeps expecting the gully washers that traditionally sweep through central Georgia this time of year to roll in, but something keeps them at bay. The temperature is dropping and the air buzzes with latent moisture, but still the rain doesn't come. Maybe the drought has something to do with the plague. But for whatever reason, the unsettled sky with its dark underbelly of storm clouds seems to reflect the strange, inexplicable tension building in Philip. Late in the day, he asks April to go with him on a quick trip down the street. It takes some convincing, despite the fact that the zombie quotient has thinned dramatically since the last time they went out. Philip tells April he needs help scouting the vicinity for a Home Depot or a Lowe's that might have generators lying around. It's getting colder and colder, especially at night, and they're going to need power soon in order to survive. He says he needs somebody who knows the area. He also tells her that he wants to show her the safe routes Nick has been carving out. Nick offers to go along, but Philip says it would be better if he stuck around and kept watch on the place with Brian. April is up to the task and is willing to go, but she's a little dubious about the rickety homemade catwalk. What if it starts raining when they're on the ladders? Philip assures her it's a piece of cake, especially for a little drink of water her size. They get their coats on and get their weapons ready. April brings along one of the Marlins this time, and they prepare to embark. Tara is seething with anger at them, disgusted by what she calls a stupid, dangerous, immature, retarded waste of time. Philip and April politely ignore her. Don't look down. Philip is halfway across the makeshift ladder bridge over the back alley. April is 10 feet behind him, holding on for dear life. Gazing over his shoulder at her, he smiles to himself. Major cojones on this girl. I'm cool, she says, crabbing along with white knuckles and clenched jaw. The wind tousles her hair. 30 feet beneath her, a pair of moving cadavers dumbly gaze around the air for the source of the voices. Almost home free, Philip urges as he reaches the other side. She crabs the remaining 20 feet. He helps her down onto the fire escape landing. The cast iron grating squeaks under their weight. They find the open window and slip inside the former home of Stevenson and Sons Accounting and Estate Planning. The office corridors are darker and colder than they were the last time Philip traversed their length. The storm front has brought dusk to the area earlier than usual tonight. They cross the empty hallways. "Don't worry," Philip assures her as they crunch across debris and crumpled tax returns. "This place is as safe as you can get, this day and age." "That's not very reassuring," she says, cradling the shotgun, thumbing the hammer nervously. Dressed in tattered fleece and jeans, April has her arms and lower legs wrapped with gaffer's tape. Nobody else does this. Philip asked her about it once, and she told him she saw an animal trainer do it on TV, a last resort defense against a bite breaking the skin. They cross the lobby and find the access stairs just past the ruined vending machines. "Get a load of this," Philip says as he leads her up the single flight to the unmarked door. He pauses before opening the door. "You remember Captain Nemo?" "Who?" "That old flick, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That old loony captain, playing his organ in that submarine while the giant squids swim across them big picture windows." "Never saw it." Philip smiles at her. "Well, you're about to." The last thing April Chalmers expects is for something other than horrific violence to take her breath away. But that's pretty much what happens when she follows Philip through the unmarked door and onto the pedestrian bridge. She pauses on the threshold and just stares. She's been in these urban breezeways before, maybe even this very bridge. But somehow, tonight, the gauzy light and space of the thing, as it stretches across the intersection 30 feet above the streets, connecting up with the second floor of Dillard's, seems almost miraculous. Through the glass roof, veins of lightning flicker and thread across the storm clouds. Through the transparent walls, the darkening shadows of the city teem with wandering zombies. Atlanta looks like a vast game board in chaotic disarray. "I see what you mean," she says. Her voice comes out in a murmur as she takes it all in, feeling a weird mixture of emotions: giddiness, fear, excitement. Philip strolls down the center of the bridge, pausing by one wall and shrugging off the straps of his duffel bag. He nods to the south. "Want you to see something?" he says. "Come here." She joins him, putting down her shotgun and backpack against the glass wall. Philip points out the marks on the abandoned vehicles and doorways left by Nick Parsons. Philip explains the theory of safe zones, and he talks about how cunning Nick has become. "I think he's got something really good going here," Philip concludes. April agrees. "We could use those hiding places when we find that generator everybody's talking about." "You got that right, sister." Nick's a good guy. "That he is." The encroaching darkness is drawing down over the city, and in the bluish shadows of the bridgeway, Philip's rugged face looks even craggier to April than usual. With his inky black Fu Manchu whiskers and dark eyes nested in laugh lines, he reminds April of a cross between a young Clint Eastwood and... who? Her dad is a young man? Is that why she's feeling these twinges of attraction toward the big, lanky redneck? Is April so retarded that she's attracted to a man just because he's the doppelganger of her father? Or does this pathetic puppy love have something to do with the stress of fighting to survive in a world suddenly doomed with extinction? This is the guy who cracked open her daddy's skull, for God's sake. But maybe that's unfair. That was not David Chalmers back there. Her daddy's spirit, as the song goes, had flown away. His soul had departed long before he climbed out of his bed and tried to make a meal out of his eldest daughter. "I got to tell you," Philip is saying, gazing out at the ragged figures like stray dogs roaming the streets for scraps. "We get a few things in place. We could stay for a long time in that apartment building." I think you're right. All we gotta do is figure out a way to slip some Valium into Tara's oatmeal. Philip laughs. A good, clean laugh, which shows a side of him that April has not yet seen. He looks at her. We got an opportunity here. We can make this work. We can do more than just survive. I'm not just talking about getting a generator. April looks up into his eyes. What do you mean? He turns toward her. Met a lot of girls in my day. I'd never run across one quite like you. Tough as nails, but the tenderness you show toward my kid, never seen Penny take to somebody like she's taken to you. Hell, you saved our asses, pulling us off the streets. You're a very special lady, you know that? All at once, April feels her skin flush hot with chills and her midsection weaken. And she realizes Philip is looking at her in a new way. His eyes shimmer with emotion. She knows now that he's been thinking the same thing that she has. She looks down, embarrassed. Your standards must be low, she mutters. He reaches out and gently puts one of his big calloused workman's hands on the curve of her jaw. I got the highest standards of anybody I know. A clap of thunder booms outside the glass, rattling the bridge and making April jump. Philip kisses her on the lips. She pulls back. I don't know, Philip. I mean, I don't know if this is, Second thoughts and third thoughts and fourth thoughts flow through April in the space of an instant. If she takes this to the next level, what'll happen with Tara? How will it fuck up the dynamics of the apartment? How will it complicate things? How will it affect their safety, their chances of survival, their future, if they even have one? Philip's expression brings her back. The way he's looking at her. His gaze almost glassy with emotion. His mouth slack with desire. He leans in and kisses her again. And this time she finds herself putting her arms around him and returning the kiss. And she doesn't even notice the droplets of rain beginning to ping off the glass over her head. She feels her body go limp in Philip's forceful embrace. Their lips part, and electricity flows through April as they explore each other with their tongues. The taste of coffee and spearmint gum and Philip's musky odor filling her senses. Her nipples harden under her sweater. A flash of blue lightning turns the dusk to brilliant silver daylight. April loses track of herself. She loses track of everything. Her head is spinning. She doesn't even notice the rain slapping against the glass roof. She doesn't even notice the fact that Philip is gently lowering both of them to the floor of the walkway. Their lips locked and working sensually. Philip's big hands caressing April's breasts. He carefully lays her back against the glass wall. Before April knows what is happening, he's on top of her. The storm unleashes its fury. The rain comes down now in sheets against the roof. Thunder rolls and lightning crackles and sparks like static electricity in the anxious air as Philip fumbles April's sweater up across her bare midriff, exposing her bra in the blue light. Gnarled fingers wrestle open belt buckles. Thunder booms. April feels the urgent nudge of Philip's loins burrowing between her legs. Lightning flickers. Her jeans are halfway down her legs. Her breasts free now. The edge of a fingernail brushes her belly, and all at once, like a switch flipping inside her, accompanied by a single volley of thunder, she thinks, wait. Boom! Wait! A tidal wave of desire carries Philip Blake off on its roaring currents. He can barely hear April's voice coming from somewhere far away, telling him to stop. Wait, hold on. Listen, this is too much. I'm not ready for this, please, stop right now, stop! None of it registers in Philip's brain as it swims with lust and passion and pain and loneliness and a desperate need to feel something, because now his entire being is wired to his groin, all his pent-up emotion coursing through him. God, I'm begging you to stop! The faraway voice pleads, April's body stiffening. Philip rides the writhing woman beneath him as if surfing a pipeline of white noise, knowing that she secretly wants him, loves him despite what she's saying. So he keeps shoving himself into her again and again in great magnesium bright flashes of lightning and raw energy, filling her, taking her, nourishing her, transforming her, until she goes limp beneath him. Limp and silent now. The soft white explosion of pleasure erupts like a skyrocket launching inside Philip. He slides off her, landing on the floor next to her, staring straight up at the rain, momentarily oblivious to the shadowy, desecrated souls 30 feet below them, captured in the flicker show of lightning, like monstrous figures in a silent movie. Philip takes April's silence as a sign that maybe, just maybe, everything's going to be okay. As the storm settles into a steady deluge, its muffled jet engine roar filling the walkway, the two of them pull their clothes back on and lie there side by side for a long time, not saying a word, staring up at the strafing sheets of rain crashing off the glass roof. Philip is in a state of shock, his heart racing, his skin clammy and cold. He feels like a broken mirror, as if a shard of his own soul is fractured off and reflected back the face of a monster. What did he just do? He knows he did something wrong, but it almost feels like somebody else did it. Got a little carried away there, he says at last, after many minutes of terrible silence. She doesn't say a word. He glances over at her and sees her face in the darkness, reflecting the liquid shadows of rain streaming down the sides of the glass walkway. She looks semi-conscious, like she's having a waking dream. "Sorry about that," he says, the words sounding tinny and hollow in his own ears. He shoots another glance at her, trying to gauge her mood. "You okay?" "Yes." "You sure?" "Yes." Her voice has a mechanical quality to it, completely colorless, barely audible above the noise of the rain. Philip is about to say something else when a volley of thunder interrupts his thoughts. The rumbling reverberates through the iron framework of the walkway, a teeth-rattling vibration that makes Philip cringe. "April." "Yes." "We ought to get back." The return trip is shrouded in silence. Philip walks a few paces behind April through the deserted lobby, up a staircase and down the empty, litter-strewn corridors. Every now and then, Philip considers saying something, but he doesn't. He figures it's probably best to let it ride right now. Let her work through it. Anything Philip says might make it worse. April walks ahead of him with the shotgun on her shoulder, looking like a tired soldier returning from a rough patrol. They reach the top floor of the accounting firm and find the gaping window, the rain blowing in past jagged, broken glass. Only a few words are spoken. "You go first, and watch your step," as Philip helps her climb out and cross the rain-swept fire escape. The pounding wind and rain that lashes down on them as they shimmy across the treacherous makeshift catwalk almost feels good to Philip. It braces him and wakes him up, and gives him hope that maybe he can repair whatever damage has been done here tonight with this woman. By the time they get back to the apartment, both of them soaked to the bone, exhausted and dazed, Philip is confident he can fix this. Brian is in the office bedroom with Penny, putting her to sleep on her cot. Nick is in the living room working on his map of safe zones. "Hey, how'd it go?" he asks, looking up from his papers. "You guys look like drowned rats. You found any Home Depots out there?" "Not this time," Philip replies, heading for the bedroom, not even pausing to take off his shoes. April says nothing, doesn't even meet Nick's gaze as she heads toward the hallway. "Look at you two," Tara says, coming out of the kitchen with a surly expression and a lit cigarette dangling out of the corner of her mouth. "Just like I thought. A wild fucking goose chase." She stands there with her hands on her hips as her sister vanishes without a word into her room at the end of the hall. Tara gives Philip a look, and then storms away following her sister. "I'm going to bed," Philip says flatly to Nick, and then adjourns to his room. The next morning, Philip stirs awake just before dawn. The rain still pounds the streets outside. He can hear it drumming off the window. The room is dark and cold and dank and smells of mold. He sits on the edge of the bed for the longest time, looking at Penny, who slumbers across the room on her cot, her tiny body all balled up in a fetal position. The half-formed memories of a dream cling to Philip's woozy brain, as well as the sickening sensation that he doesn't know where the nightmares end and the episode with April the previous evening begins. If only he had dreamed those events in the pedestrian walkway instead of actually acting them out. But the hard, sharp edge of reality comes back to him in that dark room in a series of flash frames in his mind, as though he's watching someone else perpetrate the crime. Philip hangs his head, trying to push the feelings of dread and guilt from his mind. Running fingers through his hair, he talks himself into being hopeful. He can work through this with April, figure out a way to move forward, put it behind them, apologize to her, make it up to her. He watches Penny sleep. In the 2.5 weeks since Philip's little cadre joined up with the Chalmers, Philip has noticed his daughter coming out of her shell. At first he detected little things, the way Penny had begun to look forward to concocting their god-awful dinners, and the way she lit up every time April walked into her room. With each passing day, though, the child has become more and more talkative, remembering things from before the turn, commenting on the strange weather patterns, asking questions about the sickness. Can animals get the disease? Does it wear off? Is God mad at them? Philip's chest hitches with emotion as he gazes at the slumbering child. There has to be a way to make a life for his daughter, make a family, make a home, even in the midst of this waking nightmare. There has to be a way. For a brief instant, Philip imagines a desert island and a little cottage nestled in a grove of coconut trees. The plague is 1,000,000 light years away. He imagines April and Penny on a swing set, playing together out by a vegetable garden. He imagines himself sitting on a back porch, healthy, brown from the sun, happily watching the two ladies in his life sharing contented moments. He imagines all this while he watches his daughter sleep. He gets up and pads over to her, kneeling and lightly putting a hand on the downy softness of her hair. She needs to bathe. Her hair is matted and greasy, and she has a faint body odor. That smell somehow reaches out to Philip and pinches his gut. His eyes well up. He has never loved anyone other than this child. Even Sarah, whom he adored, came in second. His love for Sarah was like that of all married people, complicated, conditional, and fluid. But when he first laid eyes on his baby girl as a blotchy little newborn 7.5 years ago, he learned what it means to love. It means to be afraid, to be vulnerable for the rest of your life. Something catches Philip's attention across the room. The door is half ajar. He remembers shutting it before turning in. He remembers that very clearly. Now it's cracked open about 6 inches. At first, this doesn't really make much of an impression or worry him all that much. Maybe he accidentally neglected to latch the door and the thing drifted open on its own. Or maybe he got up to piss in the middle of the night and forgot to close it. Or maybe Penny had to pee and left it open. Hell, maybe he's a sleepwalker and doesn't even know it. But then, just as he's turning back to continue gazing down at his daughter, he notices something else. things are missing from the room. Philip's heart starts thumping. He left his backpack, the one he was wearing when he arrived here over 2 weeks ago, leaning against the wall in the corner, but now it's gone. His gun is missing as well. He left the .22 pistol on top of the dresser with the last magazine of bullets beside it. The ammo is gone too. Philip springs to his feet. He looks around. The gloomy dawn is just beginning to lighten the room, the window shade projecting tears of rain, the ghostly reflections of water sluicing down the glass outside it. His boots are not where he left them. He left them on the floor by the window, but now they're gone. Who the hell would take his boots? He tells himself to calm down. There has to be a simple explanation. No reason to get all jacked up. But the absence of the gun is what troubles him the most. He decides to take this one step at a time. Silently, careful not to awaken Penny, he crosses the room and slips out the open door. The apartment is silent and still. Brian dozes in the living room on the pull-out bed. Philip pads into the kitchen, lights up the propane stove, and makes himself a cup of instant coffee with some rainwater left in a bucket. He splashes some of the cold water on his face. He tells himself to stay calm, take some deep breaths. When the coffee is hot, he takes the cup and walks down the hallway to April's room. Her door is also ajar. He looks in and sees that the room is empty. His pulse quickens. A voice says, "She ain't here." He whirls and comes face to face with Tara Chalmers, who holds the Ruger pistol, the muzzle raised and aimed directly at Philip. Chapter 15. All right. Go easy, sis. Philip makes no move. He just stands there, frozen in the hallway with his free hand raised, and the coffee in his other hand jutting out to the side like he's interested in offering it to her. Whatever it is, we can work it out. Really? Tara Chalmers glowers at him with her painted eyes flaring. You think? Look, I don't know what's going on. What's going on? She says without a trace of nerves or fear. Is how we're changing the lineup around here. Tara, whatever you're thinking, let's get something straight. Her voice is steady and flatlined of emotion. I need you to shut the fuck up and do what I say, or I will blow you the fuck away, and don't think I won't. This ain't put the cup down. Philip obliges, slowly setting the cup on the floor. Okay, sis, whatever you say. Stop calling me that. Yes, ma'am. Now we're gonna go get your brother, your friend, and your kid. Philip buzzes with adrenaline. He doesn't think Tara has the balls to do any real harm, and he considers making a move for the weapon. A distance of 6 to 8 feet lies between him and the barrel of the Ruger, but he resists the temptation. Better to comply at this point and try and get her talking. May I say something? Move! Her sudden cry shatters the stillness, loud enough to not only awaken Penny and Brian, but probably be heard up on the second floor where Nick, an early riser, is likely already up and about. Philip takes a step toward her. If you just give me a chance to... The Ruger barks. The blast goes wide, maybe on purpose, maybe not, chewing a divot in the wall 18 inches from Philip's left shoulder. The roar of the gun is enormous in the enclosed space of the hallway, and Philip's ears are ringing as he realizes a particle of the plaster wall is stuck to his cheek. He can barely see Tara through the blue smoke of cordite. She's either grinning or grimacing. It's hard to tell at this point. The next one goes in your face, she tells him. Now, you gonna be a good boy, or what? Nick Parsons hears the gunfire just after opening his Concordance Bible for his morning read. Sitting in bed, with his back against the headboard, he jumps at the noise, the Bible flying out of his hands. It was opened to the Revelation to John, chapter 1, verse 9, the part where John says to the church, I am John, your brother, who shares with you in Jesus the tribulation and the kingdom and patient endurance. Leaping out of bed, he goes to the closet where his Marlin shotgun is supposed to be resting against the wall in the corner, except it's not there. Panic vibrates down through Nick's spine, and he spins and he looks around his room at all the missing gear. His knapsack, gone. His boxes of shotgun shells, gone. His tools, his pickaxe, his boots, his maps, all gone. At least his jeans are still there, neatly folded over the back of a chair. He yanks them on and charges out of the room. Through the studio apartment, out the door, down the corridor, down a flight of steps and out into the first floor. He thinks he hears the sound of a voice raised in anger, but he's not sure. He rushes toward the Chalmers apartment. The door is unlocked and he pushes his way inside. "What's going on? What's going on?" Nick keeps repeating as he slams to a stop in the living room. He sees something that doesn't make any sense. He sees Tara Chalmers with the Ruger pointed at Philip, and Philip with this weird look on his face, and Brian standing a few feet away with Penny drawn close to him, his arms around the little girl in a protective posture. And weirder still, Nick sees their belongings piled on the floor in front of the sofa. "Move over there," Tara says, brandishing the gun and directing Nick toward Philip, Brian, and Penny. "What's wrong?" "Never mind, just do what I say." Nick slowly complies, but his mind is swimming with confusion. What in God's name happened here? Almost involuntarily, Nick looks at Philip, looks into the big man's eyes for answers. But for the first time since Nick has known Philip Blake, the big guy looks almost sheepish, almost blank with indecision and frustration. Nick looks at Tara. "Where's April? What happened?" "Never mind." "What are you doing? What's the idea of putting all our stuff at Nicky?" Philip chimes in. "Let it go. Tara's going to tell us what she wants us to do. And we're going to do it, and everything's going to be okay." Philip says this to Nick, but as he's saying it, he's looking at Tara. "Listen to your pal here, Nick," Tara says. And she too says this to Nick, but doesn't take her gaze off Philip. Her eyes practically glow with contempt and anger and vengeance and something else. Something incomprehensible to Nick. Something that feels disturbingly intimate. Now it's Brian's turn to pipe in. "What is it you want us to do exactly?" Tara still doesn't take her eyes off Philip as she says, "Get out." At first, this simple imperative sentence sounds to Nick Parsons like a rhetorical statement. To his stunned ears, it sounds as though she's not exactly telling them to do something, as much as she's making some kind of point. But this initial reaction, and maybe hopeful thinking, is immediately short-circuited by the look on Tara Chalmers' face. Hit the road. Philip keeps staring at her. "Where I come from, that's called murder. Call it whatever you want. Just take your shit and go. You're going to send us out there without weapons. I'm going to do more than that," she says. "I'm going to climb up on that roof with one of them high-powered pigeon guns, and I'm going to make sure you leave." After a long, horrible moment of silence, Nick looks at Philip. And finally, Philip tears his gaze away from the stout, buxom girl with the pistol. "Get your stuff," he says to Nick. And then to Brian he says, "There's a rain poncho in my pack. Put it on Penny." The amount of time it takes them to get dressed and ready to leave is nominal, mere minutes, with Tara Chalmers standing guard like a stone sentry. But it gives Brian Blake plenty of time to wildly ruminate to himself about what could have happened. Tying his boots and putting the slicker on Penny, he realizes that all indications point to some kind of sick triangle going on. April's absence speaks volumes, as does Tara's unmitigated righteous anger. But what caused it? It couldn't be something Philip said or did. What could offend the girls this deeply? For a crazy instant, Brian's mind casts back to his insane ex-wife. Compulsive, volatile, flaky Jocelyn had done stuff like this. She would vanish without a trace for weeks. One time, while Brian was at night school, she actually put all his shit out on the stairs of their tenement building, as though she were removing a stain from her life. But this is different. The Chalmers girls have shown no previous signs of being irrational or nuts. The thing that bothers Brian the most is the way his brother is behaving. Beneath the surface of his simmering anger and frustration, Philip Blake almost seems resolved, maybe even hopeless. This is a clue. This is important. But the problem is there's no time to figure it out. Come on, let's roll, Philip says, his backpack slung over his shoulder. He has his denim jacket on now, the black, oily grime and gore from their earlier journey still visible all over it, and he's heading toward the door. Wait, Brian says. He turns to Tara. At least let us take some food, for Penny's sake. She just levels her gaze at him and says, I'm letting you walk out here alive. Come on, Brian. Philip pauses in the doorway. It's over. Brian looks at his brother. Something about that deeply lined, weathered face is galvanizing to Brian. Philip is family, he's blood, and they've come a long way. They've survived too many jams to die now like homeless pets abandoned on the side of the road. Brian feels a strange sensation building in the base of his spine, filling him with an unexpected strength. Fine, he says. If this is the way it has to be. He doesn't finish the sentence. There's nothing more to say. He simply puts an arm around Penny and ushers her out behind her father. The rain is both a blessing and a curse. It bullwhips across their faces as they emerge from the building's front entrance, but as they crouch under spindly trees along the parkway to get their bearings, they see that the storm has apparently driven the biters off the streets. The sewers are flooding, the roads streaming with overflow, and the gray sky hangs low. Nick squints into the distance to the south, the streets relatively clear. That way's best. Most of the safe zones are down there. Okay, we'll head south, Philip says and turns to Brian. Can you piggyback her again? I'm counting on you, sport. Watch your back. Brian wipes moisture from his face and gives his brother a thumbs up. Turning to the child, Brian starts to go about the business of gently lifting her onto his back, but he abruptly stops. For the briefest instant, he just stares in amazement at the little girl. She is also giving a thumbs-up sign. Brian glances at his brother, and the two men acknowledge something beyond words. Penny Blake just stands there, waiting, chin jutting defiantly. Her soft little eyes are blinking away the rain, and the look on her face is reminiscent of the expression her late mother would often display when impatient with male nonsense. Finally, the child says, I'm not a baby. Can we go now? They make their way to the corner, staying low, slipping on the slimy walk, the rain a constant drag on their progress. It gets in their faces and in their clothes and into their joints almost immediately. It's an icy, needling autumn rain with no signs of slowing down. Up ahead, a few shabby, cadaverous zombies cluster near an abandoned bus stop, their greasy heads of hair like moss matted across their dead faces. They look like they're waiting for a bus that will never come. Philip leads his group across the corner and under an awning. Nick points the way to the first safe zone, the city bus sitting in mothballs half a block south of the pedestrian bridge. A quick hand gesture from Philip, and now they hurry along the storefronts toward the bus. I say we go back, Nick Parsons is grumbling as he crouches down on the floor of the bus and fishes through his backpack. The rain makes a muffled Tommy gun noise on the bus's roof. Nick finds a t-shirt, pulls it out, and wipes the moisture from his face. We're talking about a single girl here. We can take the place back from her. I say we go back and kick her the hell out. Think we can take it from her, huh? Philip is up in the pilot area, searching the compartments for things left behind by the driver. You got a bulletproof vest in that backpack of yours? The bus, a 30-foot fuselage of molded seats facing inward along either side, reeks with the ghostly secretions of former passengers, a sort of wet dog fur smell. In the rear of the bus, resting on the second-to-last seat, with Penny in the seat next to him, Brian shivers in his wet sweatshirt and jeans. He has a bad feeling. And it's not only because of their exposure to the stormy urban wilderness of Atlanta. Brian's sense of doom has more to do with the mystery of what happened back at the apartment building last night. He can't stop wondering just exactly what transpired between the hours of 5 p.m. when Philip and April embarked on their mission, and 5 a.m. the following morning, when everything suddenly blew up in their faces. From the gravelly tension in his brother's voice and the cold determination on his face, it's becoming clear to Brian that it may already be a moot point. Their immediate priority is now survival. But Brian can't stop thinking about it. The mystery speaks to something deeper, something gnawing at Brian to which he can't quite put words. Lightning flashes outside the bus, as brilliant as a photographer's strobe. We had a good thing going at that place, Nick goes on, his voice whiny and unsteady. He stands up, grabbing a hand strap for purchase. Those are our guns, man. All the work we did, that's our stuff as much as theirs. Stay down, Nick, Philip says flatly. I don't want any of them puss bags seeing us in here. Nick ducks down. Philip sits down in the driver's seat, the spring squeaking. He checks a map case on the dash and finds nothing useful. The keys are in the ignition. Philip turns it over and gets nothing but a clicking noise. I'm not going to say it again. That place is over for us. Why, though? Why can't we take it back, Philly? We can take that fat bitch, the three of us. Let it go, Nick, Philip says. And even Brian, all the way in the back of the bus, hears the icy warning tone in Philip's voice. I just don't get it, Nick complains under his breath. How something like this could happen? Bingo! At last, Philip has found something useful. The 4-foot-long steel rod, about the width and heft of a short length of iron rebar, is attached to clips under the driver's side window. Hooked on one end, the tool is likely used to reach across the cab to the accordion door in order to manually pull it shut. Now, as Philip wields the thing in the gloomy light, it looks like an excellent makeshift weapon. This'll do, he murmurs. How did this happen, Philly? Nick persists, crouching down in the flickering stutter of lightning. God damn it! Philip suddenly slams the iron rod against the dash, sending shards of plastic flying and making everybody jump. He smacks it again, cracking the two-way radio. He strikes it again and again with all his might, caving in the controls and shattering the fare box, sending coins flying. He keeps striking the console until the dashboard is totaled. Finally, with the veins in his neck bulging, his face livid with rage, he turns and burns his gaze into Nick Parsons. Would you please shut the fuck up? Nick stares. In the rear of the bus, sitting next to Brian, Penny Blake turns away and gazes out the window, the dirty rain tracking down in rivulets. Her expression hardens as though she's working out a complicated mathematical problem that's far too complex for her grade level. Meanwhile, up front, Nick is frozen with shock. Take it easy, Philly. I'm just babbling, you know. Didn't mean anything. The place just kind of grew on me. Philip licks his lips. The fire in his eyes dwindles. He takes a deep breath and lets out a pained exhalation. He puts the rod down on the driver's seat. Look, I'm sorry. I understand how you feel, but it's better this way. Without electricity, that place is going to be a walk-in freezer by mid-November. Nick keeps looking down. Yeah. I guess I see your point. It's better this way, Nicky. Sure. At this point, Brian tells Penny he'll be right back, and he pushes himself off his seat. He moves up the aisle, staying low, moving just beneath the level of the sliding windows, until he joins Nick and his brother. What's the plan, Philip? We'll find some place we can build fires. Can't build fires in an apartment building. Nick, how many more of these safe zones have you got mapped out? Enough to get out of this part of town if we catch a break or two. Sooner or later, we're going to have to find a car, though, Brian says. Philip grunts. No shit. You think there's gas in this bus? Diesel, probably. Guess it doesn't matter what it is. We got no way to siphon it. And no way to store it, Philip reminds him. And no way to move it, Nick adds. That metal thing over there. Brian points at the metal reacher on the driver's seat. You think that thing's sharp enough to puncture the gas tank? On the bus? Philip glances at the steel rod. I suppose. What good's that gonna do? Brian swallows hard. He has an idea. One by one, they each quickly slip through the accordion door and into the rain, which is now settled into a low, cold drizzle. The daylight is muddy. Philip carries the steel rod, Nick the 3 brown Miller Lite bottles that Brian found wedged under the rear seats. Brian keeps Penny close. There are dark figures visible in all directions. The closest ones may be a block away, and the clock is ticking. Every few moments, the lightning turns the city magnesium bright, illuminating the dead coming from either end of the street. Some of the biters have noticed humans scurrying around the back of the bus, and those zombies approach now with a more defined purpose in their lumbering gait. Philip knows the location of the gas tank from his days as a truck driver. He crouches down near the massive front tire, and he quickly feels under the chassis for the bottom edge of the tank as the rain drips off his chin. This bus has 2 separate reservoirs, each one containing 100 gallons of fuel. Hurry, man, they're coming! Nick kneels behind Philip with the bottles. Philip slams the pointed end of the steel rod into the bottom of the forward tank, but it only dents the iron enclosure. He cries out a garbled howl of white-hot anger and drives the point again into the reservoir. This time, the point punctures the skin of the tank, and a thin stream of yellow, oily liquid suddenly shoots out all over Philip's arms and hands. Nick leans in and quickly fills the first 12-ounce bottle. Thunder pounds the sky, followed by another salvo of lightning. Brian glances over his shoulder and sees an entire regiment of walking corpses. Closer now in the flash of heavenly daylight, only 25 yards away. Many of their faces clearly discernible in the photostrobe radiance. One of them is missing a jaw. Another one walking along with a streamer of intestines lolling out of a gaping hole in its stomach. Hurry, Nick, hurry! Brian has pieces of a torn shirt ready to go in one hand, the lighter in the other. He fidgets restlessly next to Penny, who is trying her best to be brave, clenching her little fists, chewing her lip as she keeps tabs on the advancing army of upright cadavers. There's one. Go, go! Nick hands the first bottle of fuel to Brian. Brian stuffs the rag into it, then quickly turns the bottle upside down until the cloth is soaked. This procedure only encompasses a few seconds, but Brian can feel the time running out, the presence of hundreds of biters closing in. A flick of the lighter produces a flame that is instantly extinguished by the wind. Come on, sport. Come on, come on! Philip is turning to the oncoming horde, raising his steel implement. Behind him, Brian cups his hands around the wick and finally gets it lit. The rag flares, the flames curling down the side of the bottle, feeding off the fumes and spill. Brian hurls the Molotov cocktail at the leading edge of the crowd. The bottle shatters 5 feet away from the closest zombies and blooms in a yellow sunburst of fire, making a crackling sound in the mist. Several corpses stagger backward at the unexpected light and heat, some of them bumping into their counterparts, knocking them over like dominoes. The sight of these monsters tumbling would ordinarily be almost funny, but not now. Now Philip grabs the second full bottle and stuffs the rag in. "Give me the ladder." Brian hands over the bic. "Now get moving," Philip commands, lighting the rag and hurling the flaming bottle at the army of monsters coming from the opposite direction. This time, the bottle lands in their midst, erupting in their ranks, setting ablaze at least a dozen biters with the ferocity of napalm. Brian doesn't look back as he scoops Penny off the ground and follows Nick in a desperate run for the barber shop. Brian, Penny, and Nick get halfway to the next safe zone when they realize that Philip is lagging behind them. "What the hell's he doing?" Nick's voice is shrill and frantic as he ducks into the doorway of another boarded storefront. "Hell if I know," Brian says, ducking into the doorway with Penny gazing back at his brother. 100 yards away, Philip is yelling something obscene and inarticulate at the monsters, swinging his iron weapon at an attacker. The flaming zombie comes at him in a wreath of smoke and sparks. "Oh my God." Brian shields Penny's face. "Get down. Get down!" In the distance, Philip Blake is backing away from the mob with the lighter raised in one hand and the bloody iron raised in the other. Some kind of Viking brazenness taking over now. All his pent-up rage coming out in a series of big, portentous gestures. He pauses and lights a spreading pool of fuel seeping out from underneath the bus, and then turns and flees the scene with the full tilt abandon of a ball carrier charging toward open field. Behind him, the puddle of fuel catches and spreads, the blue flames billowing toward the massive steel girth of the bus. Philip traverses about 50 yards of wet pavement, cracking the skulls of half a dozen biters along the way, while the fire crawls up the side of the bus. A low, subsonic thump rises above the rain and moaning noises. Philip can't see Brian and the others in the mist ahead of him. "Philip! In here!" Brian's howl is a beacon, and Philip dives toward the sound of it as the explosion rocks the ground and turns a dark gray afternoon into the surface of the sun. None of them gets a good look at it. They're all slammed against a door inside the boarded alcove, shielding their faces from the flaming shrapnel, pieces of the bus, jagged shards of metal bulwark, and fountains of glass flying past the doorway. Brian manages to glimpse a reflection off the glass of a store window across the street. The explosion, half a block away, has launched 20 tons of bus straight up, a mushroom cloud of dazzling, horrifying fire. The force of the blast bursting open the cabin, the molten hot shockwave punching through multitudes of dead with the violent brilliance of a supernova. Countless bodies swept away on the wave, incinerated in the furnace, some of them torn to pieces by the flying debris, the mortified body parts flying up into the storm-lashed sky like a flock of birds attempting to escape. A flaming piece of fender lands 15 feet from the doorway. Everybody jumps at the clanging noise, their eyes wide with shock. "Fuck! Fuck!" Nick exclaims, hand shielding his face. Brian holds Penny in a locked embrace, speechless, momentarily paralyzed. Philip wipes his face with the back of his hand and gazes around the doorway with the stupor of a sleepwalker just coming awake. "All right, then." He glances over his shoulder, and then back at Nick. "Where's this barber shop?" Chapter 16. Half a block south, in the darkness of a festering, airless tile room, among scattered remnants of True Detective magazines, plastic combs, dust bunnies of human hair, and tubes of Brill cream, they dry their faces with towels and barber smocks, and then find more ingredients for homemade Molotov cocktails. Bottles of hair tonic get emptied and then filled with alcohol and plugged with wads of cotton. They also find an old, scarred Louisville Slugger hidden under the cash register. The baseball bat probably once warded off unruly customers or neighborhood punks looking to boost the day's receipts. Now Philip gives the nascent weapon to Nick and tells him to use it wisely. They scavenge for any other supplies they might be able to use. An old vending machine in back yields a handful of candy bars, a couple of Twinkies, and an ancient sausage stick. As they stuff their knapsacks, Philip tells them not to get too comfortable. He can hear noises outside, more dead encroaching on the area, drawn to the explosion. The rain is slowing down. Noises are carrying. They have to keep moving if they're going to get out of the city before dark. Come on, Philip says. Let's get our asses in gear and get to that next zone. Nicky, you take the lead. Reluctantly, Nick leads them out of the barber shop into the drizzle and down another row of storefronts. Philip brings up the rear with the iron bar ready to rock, keeping a watchful eye on Penny, who clings with simian instinct to Brian's back. Halfway to the next safe zone, a stray corpse lurches out from behind a wreck, shuffling menacingly toward Brian and Penny. Philip lashes out at the back of its head with the hooked end of the iron prod, hitting it just above the 6 cervical vertebrae, so hard that the cranium detaches and hangs down across its chest as it collapses to the wet paving stones. Penny averts her gaze. More cadavers are materializing in the mouths of alleys and the shadows of doorways. Nick finds the next painted symbol near the corner of 2 cross streets. The star is scrawled above the glass door of a small shop of some sort. The store's facade is draped in iron burglar screens, and other than a few frayed wires, broken neon tubes, and wads of gaffer's tape, the display windows are empty. The door is shut but unlocked, just as Nick had left it 3 days earlier. Yanking the door open, Nick waves everybody inside, and they enter in a hurry. In fact, they slip inside so quickly that nobody notices the shop's sign over the door's lintel, the letters formed by dark, cold neon script. Tom Thumb's Tiny Toy Shop. The front of the store, barely 500 square feet, is littered with brightly colored debris. Overturned shelves have spilled their inventory of dolls and race cars and trains across the soiled tiles. A tornado of destruction has swirled through the shop. Wires dangle where mobiles once hung, the shattered plastic remains of Lego sets and planes piled here and there. The feathery stuffing of ripped plush toys stirs like dead leaves in the slipstream of the visitors slamming the door behind them. For a moment, they stand in the vestibule, dripping, catching their collective breaths, gaping at the startling ruins strewn before them. Nobody moves for the longest time. Something about the wreckage mesmerizes them and keeps them glued to the threshold. "Everybody stay put," Philip finally says, pulling a handkerchief and wiping moisture from his neck. He sidesteps a mangled, stuffed bear, and then he cautiously moves deeper into the shop. He sees an unmarked rear exit, maybe a stockroom, maybe a way out. Brian gently puts Penny down and checks her for any signs of injury. Penny stares at the sad rubble of decapitated Barbies and disemboweled stuffed animals. "When I ran across this place," Nick is saying from across the room, looking for something, "I was thinking they might have stuff we could use. Gadgets, walkie-talkies, flashlights, something." He moves around the end of the cashier's counter, up a few steps, and over to a perch behind the register. "Place like this in this part of town? Hell, they might even have a gun. What's back there, Nicky?" Philip shoots a thumb at a curtained doorway in the rear of the store. The black privacy drape hangs down to the floor. "You get a chance to check it out?" "Stockroom is my guess. Be careful, Philly, it's dark back there." Philip pauses by the curtain, shrugs off his backpack, and fishes in it for the small penlight he keeps in the side pocket. He flips it on, and he pushes his way through the drape, vanishing into the gloom. Across the store, Penny is transfixed by the broken dolls and eviscerated teddy bears. Brian watches her closely. He aches to help her, aches to get everybody back on track. But all he can do right now is kneel next to the child and try to keep her distracted. "You want one of those candy bars?" "Nope." It comes out of her like the crackle of a pull-string doll, her eyes fixed on all the busted toys. "You sure?" "Yep." "We got Twinkies," Brian tells her, trying to fill the silence, trying to keep her talking, trying to keep her occupied. But right now, all Brian can think about is the look on Philip's face and the violence in his eyes. And the whole world, their world, falling apart. "No, I'm okay," Penny says. She sees a little Hello Kitty backpack lying in a pile of trash, and she goes over to it. She picks it up, inspects it. "You think anybody would get mad if I took some of these things?" "What things, kiddo?" Brian looks at her. "You mean the toys?" She nods. A stab of sorrow and shame cleaves Brian's midsection. "Go for it," he says. She starts gathering up pieces of trampled dolls and tattered stuffed animals. It looks almost like a ritual to Brian. Like a rite of passage for the little girl, as she selects Barbies with missing limbs and teddy bears with torn seams. She slips the injured toys into the knapsack with the care of someone performing triage at a clinic. Brian lets out a sigh. Right then, Philip's voice calls out from somewhere deep in the gut of the back hallway, cutting off Brian's thoughts. He was about to fecklessly offer Penny the sausage stick, and now Brian springs to his feet. "What did he say?" Across the shop behind the cash register, Nick perks up. "I don't know, I didn't hear." "Philip?" Brian starts toward the back curtain, his flesh crawling with nervous tension. "You okay?" Hasty footsteps shuffle inside the draped doorway, and all at once the curtain flaps open, and Philip is peering out at them with a wild expression contorting his face, somewhere between excitement and mania. "Grab your shit. We just won the Irish fucking sweepstakes." Philip takes them down a narrow, dark corridor, past shelves of unopened toys and games, around a corner, and through a security door apparently left unlocked amid the previous occupants' hurried exodus. Down another narrow hallway, guided by the thin beam of Philip's penlight, and they come to a fire escape. The metal door is slightly ajar, the shadows of a passageway visible on the other side. "Get a load of what's on the other side of our little toy store." Philip pushes the fire door open with his boot. "Our ticket out of this hellhole." The metal door swings wide, and Brian finds himself staring across another narrow hallway at the mirror image of the first fire door. The metal door across the hall is also ajar, and through the gap, Brian sees, cloaked in shadows, rows of gleaming, spoked wheels. "Oh my God," he utters. "Is that what I think it is?" The space is huge, encompassing the entire corner of the adjacent building's first floor, lined with reinforced window glass on three sides. Visible through the windows is the street corner outside, where shadowy forms wander aimlessly, drifting through the rain like doomed souls. But inside, in the shiny, happy world of Champion Cycle Center, Atlanta's premier motorcycle dealership, all is warm and tidy and polished to a high sheen. The showroom appears to be untouched by the plague. In the wan, overcast light filtering in through the massive display windows, motorcycles of all makes and models are lined up in 4 neat rows extending from one end of the dealership to the other. The air smells of new rubber and oiled leather and finely honed steel. The edges of the showroom are carpeted with logo-embroidered pile as lush and new as a fancy hotel lobby. Powerless neon signs hang down at junctures with product legends. Kawasaki, Ducati, Yamaha, Honda, Triumph, Harley-Davidson, and Suzuki. "You think any of them have gas in them?" Brian turns in a slow 360, taking in the whole of the showroom. "We got our pick of the litter, sport." Philip nods toward the rear of the room, past the sales counter and desks and shelves brimming with parts. "They got a workspace back there with the garage out back. We can siphon fuel into any one of them things easy enough." Penny stares emotionlessly at the banquet of chrome and rubber. She has the Hello Kitty pack strapped securely to her tiny shoulders. Brian's head is swimming. Contrary emotions crash up against each other like whitecaps: excitement, anxiety, hope, fear. Only one problem, he utters under his breath, the weight of his anguish and uncertainty pressing down on his shoulders. Philip looks at his brother. What the hell's the problem now? Brian wipes his mouth. I have no idea how to work one of those things. They all have a much-needed laugh. Nervous, brittle laughter, perhaps, but laughter nonetheless, at the expense of Brian. Philip assures his brother that it doesn't make one lick of a difference that Brian has never ridden a motorcycle. A retard could learn it in 2 minutes. More importantly, both Philip and Nick have owned hogs over the years, and the last time Philip checked, there was only 4 of them, so the 2 non-operators can ride along on the saddles. Faster we get out of ATL, the better chances we got with no guns, Philip says, minutes later, rifling through a rack of leathers in the rear corner of the store, jackets, trousers, vests, and accessories. He chooses a bomber brown Harley jacket and a pair of heavy-duty black boots. I want everybody changed out of their wet clothes and ready to go in 5 minutes. Brian, you help Penny. They get changed as the rain eases up outside the big windows. The street corner crawls with shambling figures now, scores of frayed, tattered souls, some of them scorched from the explosion, others in advanced stages of decomposition. Faces are starting to cave in, some of them dripping with parasites and blackening into moldy masks of putrefied flesh. None of them, however, notices the movement inside the dark showroom. You see them biters gathering out there? Nick says to Philip under his breath. Nick already has dry clothes on and is zipping up a black leather jacket. He gives a little nod toward the gray light of the storefront. Some of them things are pretty ripe. So? Some of them got what? 3-4 weeks on them? At least. Philip thinks about it for a moment, changing out of his wet denims. His underwear is stuck to him and he has to practically peel it off. He turns away so that Penny doesn't see his package. The whole thing broke out over a month ago, so what? They're rotten. Huh? Nick lowers his voice so that he doesn't catch Penny's ear. The little girl is busying herself across the showroom with the size-small winter coat, which Brian is trying to figure out how to snap. Think about it, Philly. The normal course of affairs, a dead body is dust in a year or so. He lowers his voice further. Especially one that's exposed to the elements. What are you saying, Nick? All we gotta do is wait out the clock? Let the maggots do the work? Nick shrugs. Well, yeah. I guess I just thought, listen to me. Philip jabs a finger in Nick's face. Keep your theories to yourself. I didn't mean to. They ain't going away, Nicky. Get that through your thick fucking skull. I don't want my daughter hearing any of this shit. They eat the living and they reproduce, and when they rot away, there's gonna be more of them to take their place. And judging from the fact that old man Chalmers turned without even getting bit, the whole goddamn world's days are numbered, so drink up, Bubba. It's later than y'all think. Nick looks down. All right, man, I get it. Cool down, Philly. At this point, Brian has Penny bundled up and the 2 of them come over. We're as ready as we'll ever be. What time you got? Philip asks Brian, who looks semi-ridiculous in a Harley leather jacket that's a size and a half too big for him. He looks at his watch. Almost noon? Good. Gives us a good 6-7 hours of daylight to get the hell out of Dodge. You guys pick out your bikes? Brian asks. Philip gives him a cold smile. They choose 2 of the biggest metal masterpieces in the place, a couple of Harley-Davidson Electra glides, one in pearl blue and the other in midnight black. They choose them for the size of the engines, the roominess of the seats, the cubic inches of storage space, and also because, hey, they're fucking Harleys. Philip decides that Penny will ride with him and Brian will ride with Nick. The gas tanks are empty, but several bikes in the repair garage in the rear have fuel in them, so they siphon as much as they can into the Harleys. Over the course of the 15 minutes it takes them to get the bikes ready and find helmets that fit and transfer all their belongings into the luggage carriers, the street outside the front of the place grows hectic with dead. Hundreds of biters crowd the intersection now, wandering aimlessly in the gray drizzle, brushing against the glass, groaning their rusty groans, drooling their black bile, fixing their powder-colored eyes on the moving shadows inside the windows of Champion Cycle Center. "It's busy out there," Nick mumbles to no one in particular as he rolls the massive two-wheeler toward the side exit, where a small vertical garage door faces the parking lot along the side of the dealership. He straps on his helmet. "Element of surprise," Philip says, pushing his black Harley over to the door. His stomach growls with hunger and nerves as he puts on his helmet. He hasn't eaten in nearly 24 hours. None of them has. He shoves the iron rod from the bus into a seam between the handlebars and windscreen for quick and easy access. "Come on, Pumpkin, hop on," he says to Penny, who stands sheepishly nearby with a kitty helmet on. "You want to take a little spin? Get out of this place." Brian helps the child climb up onto the rear seat, a padded perch above the black lacquer luggage compartment. There's a safety belt in one of the side compartments, and Brian snaps it around the little girl's waist. "Don't worry, kiddo," he says softly to her. "Gonna head south and then west, y'all," Philip says as he mounts the iron beast. "Nicky, you follow me." "Copy that." "Everybody ready?" Brian goes over to the door and gives a nervous nod. "Ready." Philip kicks the Harley to life, the engine howling and filling the dark showroom with noise and fumes. Nick kicks his bike on. The second engine sings a noisy aria in dissonant unison with the first. Philip revs the throttle and gives Brian the high sign. Brian jacks the manual lock on the door and then throws it open, letting in the wet wind. Philip kicks the gear and takes off. Brian leaps onto the back of Nick's bike, and they blast off after Philip. "Oh shit! Oh God! Philip! Philip, look down! Look down, man! Philip, look down!" Brian's frantic wail is muffled by his helmet and drowned by the noise of the cycles. It happens mere moments after they slam through a mass of biters choking the intersection, the ragged bodies bouncing off their fenders. After making a hard left turn and zooming south on Water Street, leaving the throngs in their dust and fumes, Brian sees the mangled corpse dragging along the pavement behind Philip's bike. The bottom half of the thing is torn away, its intestines like electrical wiring flagging in the wind, but the torso still has fight left in it, its moldering head still intact. With its two dead arms, it clings to the rear fenders and it starts pulling itself up the side of the Harley. The worst part is, neither Philip nor Penny seem to be aware of it. "Pull alongside him! Nick, pull up!" Brian screams, his arms clutched around Nick's midsection. "I'm trying!" At this point, roaring down the deserted, wet side street, the bike hydroplaning on slick pavement, Penny notices the creature stuck to the bike, clawing its way toward her, and she starts screaming. From Brian's vantage point, 30 feet behind her, the child's scream is inaudible, like an exaggerated gesture of a silent movie actress. Nick opens up the throttle. His Harley closes the distance. "Grab the bat!" he screams over the din, and Brian tries to root the baseball bat out from beneath the luggage carrier behind him. Up ahead, almost without warning, Philip Blake notices the thing attached to the back of his bike. Philip's helmet cocks around quickly as he gropes for his weapon. By this point, Nick is within 5 or 6 feet of the black Harley's taillights, but before Brian can intercede with the bat, he sees Philip drawing the iron rod from its makeshift scabbard on the front of his bike. With a quick and violent motion, which causes the black Harley to veer slightly off course, Philip twists around in his seat, one-handing the handlebars, and thrusts the hooked end of the metal rod into the zombie's mouth. The skewered head of the monster gets stuck inches below Penny, the rod wedged between the gleaming exhaust pipes. Philip draws his right leg up and, with the force of a battering ram, he kicks the corpse, rod and all, off the bike. The thing tumbles and rolls, and Nick has to swerve suddenly to avoid it. Philip increases his speed, staying on course, heading south, not even bothering to look back. They continue on, zigzagging through the south side of town, avoiding the congested areas. A mile down the road, Philip manages to find another main artery that's relatively clear of wreckage and roaming dead, and he leads them down it. They are now 3 miles from the Atlanta city limits. The horizon line is clear, the sky lightening slightly to the west. They have enough gas to get 400 miles without refueling. Whatever awaits them out there in the gray rural countryside has to be better than what they suffered through in Atlanta. It has to be. Part 3. Chaos Theory. No man chooses evil because it is evil. He only mistakes it for happiness, the good he seeks. Mary Wollstonecraft. Chapter 17. Around Hartsfield Airport, the rain lets up, leaving behind a scoured, metallic sky of low clouds and dismal cold. It feels terrific, however, to get this far in less than an hour. Highway 85 has far less wreckage blocking its lanes than Interstate 20, and the population of dead has thinned considerably. Most roadside buildings are still intact, their windows and doors battened and secured. The stray dead walking about here and there almost seem like part of the landscape now, blending into the skeletal trees like a ghastly fungus infecting the woods. The land itself seems to have turned. The towns themselves are dead. Riding through this area leaves one with more of an impression of desolation than the end of the world. The only immediate problem is the fact that every abandoned filling station or truck stop is infested with biters, and Brian is getting very concerned about Penny. At every pit stop, either to take a leak or to forage for food or water, her face seems more drawn, her tiny little tulip lips more cracked. Brian's worried she's getting dehydrated. Hell, he's worried they're all getting dehydrated. Empty stomachs are one thing. They can go without food for extended lengths of time. But the lack of water is becoming a serious issue. 10 miles southwest of Hartsfield, as the landscape begins to transition into patchworks of pine forests and soybean farms, Brian is wondering if they could drink the water from the motorcycle's radiators when he sees a green directional sign looming up ahead with the blessed message, "Rest area, 1 mile." Philip gives them a signal to pull off, and they take the next exit ramp. As they roar uphill and into the lot, which is bordered by a small wood-framed tourist center, the relief spreads through Brian like a salve. The place is mercifully deserted, free of any signs of the living or the dead. What really happened back there, Philip? Brian sits on a picnic table situated on a small promontory of grass behind the rest area shack. Philip paces, sucking down a bottle of Evian that he wrested from a broken vending machine. Nick and Penny are 50 yards away, still within view. Nick is gently spinning Penny on a ramshackle old merry-go-round under a diseased live oak. The girl just sits on the thing, joylessly, like a gargoyle, staring straight out as she turns and turns and turns. "I've told you once already to give that a rest," Philip grumbles. "I think you owe me an answer." "I don't owe you shit." "Something happened that night," Brian persists. He isn't afraid of his brother anymore. He knows Philip could beat the shit out of him at any moment. The potential for violence between the Blakes seems more imminent now than ever. But Brian doesn't care anymore. Something deep within Brian Blake is shifted like a seismic plate changing with the landscape. If Philip wants to wring Brian's throat, so be it. "Something between you and April?" Philip gets very still and looks down. "What the fuck difference does it make?" "It makes a big difference. It does to me. Our lives are on the line here. We had a pretty fair chance of surviving back there at that place, and then just like that, poof!" Philip looks up. His eyes fix themselves on his brother, and something very dark passes between the two men. "Drop it, Brian. Just tell me one thing. You seem so hell-bent to get out of there. Do you have a plan?" What do you mean? Do you have, a strategy? Any idea where the hell we're headed? What are you, a fucking tour guide? What if the biters get thick again? We basically got a piece of wood to fight 'em with. We'll find something else. Where are we going, Philip? Philip turns away and lifts the collar of his leather bomber, staring out at the ribbon of pavement snaking off into the western horizon. Another month or so, winter's gonna set in. I'm thinking we stay moving, heading southwest, toward the Mississippi. Where's that gonna get us? It's the easiest way to go south. And? Philip turns and looks at Brian, a mixture of purpose and anguish crossing Philip's steeply lined face, as though he doesn't really believe what he's saying. We'll find a place to live. Long term. In the sun. Someplace like Mobile or Biloxi. New Orleans, maybe. I don't know. Someplace warm. And we'll live there. Brian lets out an exhausted sigh. Sounds so easy. Just head south. You got a better plan, I'm all ears. Long-term plans are like a luxury I haven't even thought about. We'll make it. We gotta find some food, Philip. I'm really worried about Penny getting some nourishment. You let me do the worrying about my daughter. She won't even eat a Twinkie. Can you believe that? A kid who doesn't want a Twinkie. Cockroach food. Philip grunts. Can't say I blame her. We'll find something. She's gonna be okay. She's a tough little thing. Like her mother. Brian can't argue with that. Lately, the little girl has shown miraculous spirit. In fact, Brian has started wondering whether Penny might actually be the glue that's holding them all together, keeping them from self-destructing. He glances across the rest area and sees Penny Blake dreamily spinning on that rusty merry-go-round in the little scabrous playground area. Nick has lost his enthusiasm for turning it, and now just gives it little incremental nudges with his boot. Beyond the playground, the land rises up to an overgrown wooded knoll, where a small, wind-swept cemetery sits in the pale sun. Brian notices that Penny is talking to Nick, grilling him about something. Brian wonders what the two of them are talking about, that is the girl looking so worried. Uncle Nick? Penny's little face is tight with concern as she slowly turns on the merry-go-round. She's called Nick Uncle for years, even though she knows very well he's not her real uncle. The affectation has always given Nick a secret twinge of longing, the desire to be somebody's real uncle. Yeah, honey? A leaden feeling of doom presses down on Nick Parsons as he absently pushes Penny on the merry-go-round. He can see the Blake brothers in his peripheral vision arguing about something. Is my dad mad at me? The little girl asks. Nick does a double take. Penny looks down as she slowly spins. Nick measures his words. Of course not. He's not mad at you. What do you mean? Why would you even think that? He doesn't talk to me as much as he used to. Nick gently pulls the merry-go-round to a stop. The little girl jerks slightly back against the bar. Nick tenderly pats her on the shoulder. Listen, I promise you, your daddy loves you more than anything else in the world. I know. He's under a lot of pressure, that's all. You don't think he's mad at me? No way. He loves you something fierce, Penny, believe me. He's just under a lot of pressure. Yeah, I guess so. We all are. Yeah. I'm sure none of us have been talking all that much lately. Uncle Nick? Yeah, sweetie? Do you think Uncle Brian's mad at me? God, no. Why would Uncle Brian be mad at you? Maybe because he's got to carry me all the time? Nick smiles sadly. He studies the look on the girl's face, her little brow all furrowed with seriousness. He strokes her cheek. Listen to me. You are the bravest little girl I ever met. I mean that. You are a Blake girl. And that's something to be proud of. She thinks about this and smiles. You know what I'm gonna do? Now, honey, tell me. I'm gonna fix all them broken dolls. You'll see. I'm gonna fix them. Nick grins at her. That sounds like a plan. The little girl's smile is something that Nick Parsons wondered if he would ever see again. A moment later, on the other side of the rest area, among the picnic tables, Brian Blake sees something out of the corner of his eye. 100 yards away, beyond the playground, amid the crumbling headstones, long faded markers, and tattered plastic flowers, something moves. Brian locks his gaze on 3 distant figures emerging from the shadows of the trees. Shuffling along in haphazard formation, they approach like lazy bloodhounds smelling the kill. It's hard to tell at this distance, but they look as though their clothes have been fed through a reaper, their mouths hanging open in perpetual torment. Time to get our asses in gear, Philip says with very little urgency, and he starts toward the playground with a kind of heavy, mechanical stride. As he hurries after him, it occurs to Brian, just for an instant, that the way his brother is walking, his muscular arms limp at his sides, the weight of the world on his shoulders, he could very easily, from a distance, be mistaken for a zombie himself. They put more miles behind them. They skirt small towns as empty and still as dioramas in a vast museum. The blue light of dusk starts pulling its shade down on the overcast sky, the wind turning bitter against their visors as they weave around wrecks and deserted trailers, working their way west on 85. Brian starts thinking that they need to find a place to spend the night. Perched on the saddle behind Nick, his eyes watering, his ears deafened by the wind and the roar of the Harley's twin-cam engine, Brian has plenty of time to imagine the perfect place for the weary traveler in the land of the dead. He imagines an enormous, sprawling fortress with gardens and walks and impenetrable moats and security fences and guard towers. He would give his left nut for a steak and French fries, or a bottle of Coke, or even some of the Chalmers' mystery meat. A reflection off the inside of his helmet visor interrupts the flow of his thoughts. He glances over his shoulder. Strange. For the briefest instant there, at the precise same moment he saw a dark blot blur across the inside of his visor, he thought he felt something on the back of his neck. A faint sensation like the kiss of cold lips. It might just be his imagination, but he also thought he saw something flicker across the side mirror, just for an instant, right before they began banking to the south. He gazes over his shoulder and sees nothing behind them but empty lanes tumbling away, receding into the distance and then vanishing around the curve. He shrugs and turns back to his rambling, chaotic thoughts. They venture deeper into the rural hinterlands until they see nothing but miles and miles of broken-down farms and unincorporated boonies. The rolling hills of bean fields plunge down steep moraines on either side of the highway. This is old land, prehistoric, tired, worked to death by generations. Carcasses of old machinery lie dormant everywhere, buried in kudzu and mud. Dusk starts settling into night, the sky fading from pale gray to a deep indigo. It's after 7 o'clock now, and Brian has completely forgotten about the peculiar flash of movement reflecting off the inside of his visor. They need to find cover. Philip's headlamp comes on, flinging a shaft of silver light into the gathering shadows. Brian is about to shout something about finding a hideout when he sees Philip signaling up ahead, a stiff wave and then a gloved finger jabbing to the right. Brian glances off to the north and sees what his brother is pointing at. Way off in the distant rolling farmland, rising above a prominence of trees, the silhouette of a house is visible. So far away it looks like a delicate cutout of black construction paper. If Philip hadn't pointed it out, Brian never would have noticed it. But now he sees why it has sunk a hook into Philip. It looks like a grand old relic of the 19th century, maybe even the 18th century. Probably once a plantation house. Brian sees another flicker of dark movement out of the corner of his eye, flashing across the side mirror, something behind them, passing just for a fraction of a second through the outer edges of his vision. Then it's gone, vanishing as Brian twists around in his seat to gaze over his shoulder. They take the next exit and boom down a dusty dirt road. As they close in on the house, which sits all by its lonesome at the crest of a vast foothill at least half a mile off the highway, Brian shivers in the cold. He has a terrible feeling all of a sudden, despite the fact that the closer they get to the farmhouse, the more inviting it looks. This area of Georgia is known for its orchards, peaches, figs, and plums, and as they roar up a winding drive that leads to the house, they see that it's an aging beauty. Surrounded by peach trees, which spread off into the distance like the spokes of a wheel, the central building is a massive 2-story brick pile with ornate garrets and dormers rising off the roof. It has the flavor of an old, decrepit Italian villa. The porch is a 50-foot-long portico with columns, balustrades, and mullioned windows choking with vines of brown ivy and bougainvillea. In the fading light, it looks almost like a ghost ship from some pre-Civil War armada. The noise and fumes of the Harleys swirl in the dusty air as Philip leads them across the front lot, which is bordered by a massive, decorative fountain made of marble and masonry. Apparently fallen into disrepair, the fountain has a film of scum across its basin. Several outbuildings, stables perhaps, lie off to the right. A tractor lies half buried in crabgrass. To the left of the front facade sits a massive carriage house, big enough for 6 cars. None of this antique opulence registers with Brian as they cautiously pull up to a side door between the garage and the main house. Philip brings his Harley to a stop in a thunderhead of dust, revving the motor for a moment. He kills the engine and sits there, staring up at the salmon-colored brick monstrosity. Nick pulls next to him and snaps down his kickstand. They don't say a word for the longest time. Finally, Philip lowers his stand, dismounts, and says to Penny, "Stay here for a second, Pumpkin." Nick and Brian dismount. "You got that baseball bat handy?" Philip says without even looking at them. "You think there's anybody in there?" Nick asks. "Only one way to find out." Philip waits for Nick to go around the back of his electric glide and fetch the bat, which is sheathed down one side of his luggage carrier. He brings it back and hands it over. "You two stay with Penny," Philip says, and starts toward the portico. Brian stops him, grabbing his arm. "Philip." Brian is about to say something about dark shapes flashing across his side mirror back on the highway, but he stops himself. He's not sure he wants Penny to hear this. "The hell's the matter with you?" Philip says. Brian swallows air. "I think there's somebody following us." The former occupants of the villa are long gone. In fact, the inside of the place looks as though it's been sitting empty since long before the plague broke out. Yellowed sheets cover the antique furniture. The many rooms are empty, dusty chambers frozen in time. A grandfather clock still ticks stubbornly in a parlor. Niceties of a bygone era festoon the house. Ornate moldings and French doors and circular staircases and 2 separate and massive fireplaces with hearths the size of walk-in closets. Under one sheet sits a grand piano, under another a Victrola, under another a wood-burning stove. Philip and Nick sweep the upper floors for biters and find nothing other than more dusty relics of the Old South. A library, a corridor of oil paintings of Confederate generals in gilded frames, a nursery with a dusty old cradle dating back to colonial times. The kitchen is surprisingly small, another holdover from the 19th century when only servants dirtied their hands with cooking, but the enormous pantry has shelves brimming with dusty canned goods. The dry grains and cereals are all mealy and crawling with worms, but the array of fruits and vegetables is staggering. "You're seeing things, sport," Philip says under his breath that night in front of a crackling fire in the front parlor. They found piles of cordwood in the backyard by the barn, and now they've managed to warm their bones for the first time since leaving Atlanta. The warmth and shelter of the villa, as well as the nourishment of canned peaches and okra, caused Penny to instantly doze off. She now slumbers on a luxurious down comforter in the nursery on the second floor. Nick sleeps in the room next to her. But the two brothers have insomnia. "Who the hell would bother following us anyway?" Philip adds, taking another sip of the expensive cooking sherry he found in the pantry. "I'm telling you, I saw what I saw," Brian says, nervously rocking on a bentwood chair on the other side of the fire. He's got a dry shirt on and a pair of sweatpants, and he feels almost human again. He looks over at his brother and sees that Philip is staring intensely at the fire, as though it holds a secret coded message. For some reason, the sight of Philip's gaunt, troubled face reflecting the flicker of firelight breaks Brian's heart. He flashes back to epic childhood journeys into the woods, overnight stays in pup tents and cabins. He remembers having his first beer with his brother, back when Philip was only 10 and Brian was 13. And he remembers Philip being able to drink him under the table even then. "It might have been a car," Brian goes on. "Or maybe a van, I'm not sure, but I swear to God I saw it back there just for a second. And it sure as hell seemed like it was tailing us. So what if there is somebody following us? Who gives a rat's ass?" Brian thinks about it for a second. "The only thing is, if they were friendly, wouldn't they, catch up with us, signal to us? Who knows?" Philip stares at the fire, his thoughts elsewhere. "Whoever they are, if they're out there, chances are they're as fucked up as us." "That's true, I guess." Brian thinks about it some more. Maybe they're just scared. Maybe they're checking us out. Ain't nobody gonna be able to sneak up on us up here, I'll tell you that. Yeah, I guess. Brian knows exactly what his brother is talking about. The location and position of the villa is ideal. Situated on a rise that overlooks miles of thinning trees, the house has sight lines that would give them plenty of warning. Even on a moonless night, the orchards are so still and quiet that nobody would be able to creep up on them without being heard or seen. And Philip was already talking about setting booby-trap wires around the periphery to alert them to intruders. On top of that, the place offers them all sorts of benefits that could sustain them for quite a while, maybe even into the winter. There's a well out back, gas in the tractor, a place to hide the Harleys, miles of fruit trees still bearing edible, albeit frost-shriveled fruit, and enough wood to keep the stoves and fireplaces going for months. The only problem is their lack of weapons. They scoured the villa and only found a few implements in the barn, a rusty old scythe, a pitchfork, but no firearms. "You okay?" Brian says after a long stretch of silence. "Fit as a fucking fiddle." "You sure?" "Yes, Grandma." Philip stares into the fire. "We're all gonna be fit as fucking fiddles after a few days in this place." "Philip." "What is it now?" "Can I say something?" "Here it comes." Philip doesn't take his eyes off the fire. He wears his wife-beater and a dry pair of jeans. His socks have holes in them, his big toe showing through one of them. The sight of this in the firelight, Philip's gnarled toenail sticking out, is heart-rending for Brian. It makes his brother seem, maybe for the first time ever, almost vulnerable. It's highly unlikely that any of them would be alive right now if it weren't for Philip. Brian swallows back his emotion. I'm your brother, Philip. I'm aware of that, Brian. No, what I'm saying is, I don't judge you. I never will. What's your point? Point is, I appreciate what you've been doing. Risking your ass protecting us. I want you to know this. I appreciate it. Philip doesn't say anything, but the way he's staring at that fire begins to change a little bit. He starts gazing beyond it, the flames making his eyes glimmer with emotion. I know you're a good person, Brian goes on. I know this. A brief pause here. I can tell something is eating at you. Brian, wait a minute, just hear me out. The conversation has crossed a Rubicon, now beyond the point of no return. If you don't want to tell me what happened back there with you in April, that's fine. I'll never ask you again. There's a long pause. But you can tell me, Philip. You can tell me because I'm your brother. Philip turns and looks at Brian. A single tear tracks down Philip's chiseled, leathery face. It makes Brian's stomach clench. He can't remember ever having seen his brother cry, even as a child. One time their daddy whipped 12-year-old Philip unmercifully with a hickory switch, raising so many welts on Philip's backside that he had to spend nights sleeping on his stomach. But he never cried. Almost out of spite, he refused to cry. But now as he meets Brian's gaze in the flickering shadows, Philip's voice is drained as he says, I fucked up, sport. Brian nods, says nothing, just waits. Fire crackles and sizzles. Philip looks down. I think I sort of fell for her. The tear drips on him, but his voice never breaks, it just remains flat and weak. Ain't gonna say it was love, but what the fuck is love anyway? Love is a fucking disease. He cringes at some demon twisting in him. I fucked up, Brian. Could have had something with her. Could have had something solid for Penny, something good. He grimaces, as though holding off a tide of sorrow, tears welling up in his eyes until every time he blinks they run down his face. I couldn't stop myself. She said stop, but I couldn't do it. Couldn't stop. See, the thing is, it felt so goddamn good. Tears dripping. Even when she was pushing me away, it felt good. Silence. What the fuck is wrong with me? More silence. I know there ain't no excuse for it. Pause. I'm not stupid. I just didn't think I would ever. I didn't think I could. I didn't think. His voice crumbles until there's nothing but the crackle of the fire and the huge dark silence outside the villa. At length, after an interminable period of time, Philip looks up at his brother. In the dancing light, Brian sees that the tears are spent. Nothing but barren anguish remains on Philip Blake's face. Brian doesn't say a word. He simply nods. The next few days take them into November, and they decide to stay put and see what the weather does. A freezing sleet sweeps across the orchards one morning. On another day, a killer frost grips the fields and takes down much of the fruit. But for all the signs of winter rolling in, they feel no compulsion to leave just yet. The villa might be their best bet to wait out the harsh days on the horizon. They've got enough canned goods and fruit, if they're careful, to keep them going for months, and enough wood to keep them warm. And the orchards seem relatively free of biters, at least in the immediate vicinity. In some ways, Philip seems to be doing better now that the burden of his guilt has been offloaded, Brian keeps the secret to himself, thinking about it often but never broaching the subject again. The two brothers are less edgy with each other, and even Penny seems to be settling in nicely to this new routine that they're carving out for themselves. She finds an antique dollhouse in an upper parlor and stakes out a little place for herself and all her broken misfit toys at the end of the second-floor hallway. Brian comes up there one day and finds all the dolls lying in neat little rows on the floor, all the severed appendages lying next to their corresponding bodies. He stares for quite a long while at the strange, miniature morgue before Penny snaps him out of his daze. "Come on, Uncle Brian," she says. "You can be a doctor. Help me put 'em back together." "Yeah, that's a good idea," he says with a nod. "Let's put 'em back together." On another occasion, early in the morning, Brian hears a sound coming from the first floor. He goes down to the kitchen and finds Penny standing on a chair covered in flour and gunk, fiddling with pots and pans, her hair matted with makeshift pancake batter. The kitchen is a disaster area. The others arrive, and the three men just stand there in the doorway of the kitchen staring. "Don't be mad," Penny says, glancing over her shoulder. "I promise I'll clean up the mess." The men look at each other. Philip, grinning now for the first time in weeks, says, "Who's mad?" "We ain't mad. We're just hungry. When's breakfast gonna be ready?" As the days pass, they take precautions. They decide to burn firewood only at night when the smoke can't be seen from the highway. Philip and Nick construct a perimeter of baling wire stretched between small wooden stakes at each corner of the property, placing tin cans at key junctures to alarm them of possible intruders, biters and human alike. They even find an old antique double-barrel 12-gauge in the villa's attic. The shotgun is filmed in dust and engraved with cherubs, and looks as if it might blow up in their faces if they tried to fire the thing. They don't even have any shells for it. The gun looks like the kind of thing somebody would hang in their study on the wall next to old photographs of Ernest Hemingway. But Philip sees some value in having it around. It looks threatening enough. On a galloping horse, as his dad used to say. "You never know," Philip says one night, leaning the shotgun against the hearth and settling back to numb himself with more cooking sherry. The days continue to slip away with shapeless regularity. They catch up on their sleep, and they explore the orchards, and they harvest fruit. They set box traps for stray critters, and one day they even catch a scrawny jackrabbit. Nick volunteers to clean the thing, and he ends up making a fairly decent braised rabbit on the wood stove that night. They have only a few encounters with biters during this time. One day, Nick is halfway up a tree, reaching for some withered plums, when he sees a walking corpse in farmer's overalls way off in the shadows of a neighboring grove. He calmly climbs down and sneaks up on the thing with his pitchfork, skewering the back of its head as though popping a balloon. On another occasion, Philip is siphoning gas from a tractor when he notices a mangled corpse in a nearby drainage ditch. Legs smashed and contorted underneath it. The woman thing looks like it dragged itself miles to get here. Philip chops off its head with a scythe and burns the remains with a squirt of gas and a spark of a Bic. Piece of cake. All the while, the villa seems to be adopting them as much as they are adopting it. With all the sheets removed from the opulent old furniture, it seems almost like a place they could call home. They each have their own room now, and although they're each still plagued by nightmares, there's nothing more soothing than coming down to an old, elegant kitchen with the November sun streaming through French windows and the fragrance of a coffee pot that's been simmering all night. In fact, if it weren't for the periodic feelings of being watched, things would be pretty close to perfect. The feelings began to intensify for Brian as early as the second night they were there. Brian had just moved into his own bedroom on the second floor, an austere sewing parlor with a quaint little four-poster bed and an 18th-century armoire, when he sprang awake in the middle of the night. He'd been dreaming that he was a castaway, adrift on a makeshift raft on a sea of blood, when he saw a flash of light. In the dream, he thought it might be a distant lighthouse on some distant shore summoning him, rescuing him from this endless plague of blood. But when he awakened, he realized he had just seen actual light in the waking world, just for a second, a rectangular slice of light sliding across the ceiling. In a blink, it was gone. He wasn't even sure he had actually seen it, but every fiber of his being told him to get up and go to the window. He did, and gazing out of the black void of the night, he could have sworn he caught a glimpse of a car, a quarter-mile away, turning around at the point where the highway met the farm road. Then the thing vanished, sliding into nothingness. Brian found it exceedingly difficult to get any more sleep that night. When he told Philip and Nick about it the next morning, they simply wrote it off as a dream. Who the hell would pull off the highway and then turn around and take off? But the suspicion grew in Brian over that next week and a half. At night, he kept catching glimpses of slowly moving lights out on the highway or on the far side of the orchard. Some nights, in the wee hours, he could swear that he was hearing the crunch of tires on gravel. The furtive, fleeting quality of these sounds was the worst part. It gave Brian the feeling that somehow the villa was being cased. But he got so tired of having his paranoid suspicion dismissed by the others that he simply stopped reporting it. Maybe he was imagining all of it. He didn't say another word on the matter until the 2-week anniversary of their stay in the villa, when, at a point just before dawn, the sound of tin cans rattling stirred him from a deep sleep. Chapter 18. What the hell? Brian snaps awake in the darkness of his room. He fumbles for one of the kerosene lanterns on his bedside table, knocking over the hurricane glass and spilling fluid. He gets up and goes to the window, the floor icy on the soles of his bare feet. Moonlight shines down from a crystalline, cold autumn night sky, lining every shape outside with a luminous halo of silver. Brian can still hear the tin cans on the tripwires rattling out there somewhere. He can also hear the others stirring in their bedrooms behind him down the hall. Everybody is up now, awakened by the jangling cans. The strangest part is, and Brian wonders if he's imagining this, the rattling sounds are coming from all directions. Tin cans are clattering in the groves behind the villa as well as in front of it. Brian is craning his neck to see better when his bedroom door bursts open. "Sport, you up?" Philip is shirtless, wearing jeans and logger boots that he hasn't had a chance to tie yet. He holds the old shotgun with one hand, his eyes wide open with alarm. "I'm going to need you to go get that pitchfork in the back hallway. Pronto! Is it biters? Just get moving!" Brian gives a nod and hurries out of the room, his brain swimming with panic. He wears only his sweatpants and a sleeveless t-shirt. As he pants through the darkness of the house, down the stairs, across the parlor, and into the back hall, he senses movement outside the windows, the presence of others closing in on them from outside. Grabbing the pitchfork, which leans against the back door, Brian whirls and heads back to the front room. By this point, Philip, Nick, and even Penny have reached the bottom of the steps. They go to the front bay window, which offers a wide-angle view of the surrounding yards, the sloping drive down to the adjacent road, and even the edge of the closest orchard. Immediately they see dark shapes, low to the ground, sliding across the property from 3 different directions. "Are those cars?" Nick utters in barely a whisper. As their eyes adjust to the moonlit night, they each realize that yes, indeed, those are cars moving slowly across the property toward the villa. One comes up the winding drive, another one from the north end of the orchard, a third just visible to the south, crunching slowly over the gravel path leading out of the trees. Almost with perfect synchronous timing, each vehicle suddenly stops at an equidistant point from the house. They sit there for a second, each one maybe 50 feet away, their windows too dark to reveal their occupants. "This ain't no welcome wagon," Philip murmurs. the understatement of the evening. Again, almost in perfect concurrence, each pair of headlights suddenly snaps on. The effect is fairly dramatic, almost theatrical in fact, as the beams strike the windows of the villa, filling the dark interior with cold chromium light. Philip is about to go outside and make a stand with the defunct shotgun when the sound of a crash is heard coming from the rear of the villa. "Pumpkin, you stay with Brian," Philip says to Penny. Then he shoots a glance at Nick. "Nicky, I want you to see if you can slip out a side window. Take the machete. Double back on him if you can. You follow me?" Nick understands exactly what he's saying, and he takes off down the side hallway. "Stay behind me, but stay close." Philip raises the shotgun, the butt against his shoulder. Carefully and focused with cobra-like calm, Philip shuffles commando style toward the sound of footsteps on broken glass, now coming from the kitchen. "Nice and easy does it, hoss," the home invader says in a cheerful Tennessee twang, raising the barrel of a 9mm Glock as Philip enters the kitchen with the shotgun also raised. Before being so rudely interrupted, the intruder had been calmly looking around the kitchen as though he had just climbed out of bed for a midnight snack. Headlamps, coming from outside, pierced the room with harsh radiance. The pane of glass above the doorknob behind the man is busted in, and the faint light of dawn is just beginning to glow. Well over 6 feet tall, dressed in shop-worn camo pants, muddy jack boots, and a blood-soaked Kevlar flak vest, the home invader is completely bald, with a scarred, missile-shaped head and eyes like craters cut by tiny meteors. On closer scrutiny, he looks sick, like he's been exposed to radiation, his jaundiced skin mottled with sores. Philip points the worthless antique shotgun at the bald man's cranium, about 8 feet between the two men, and Philip concentrates on pretending, maybe even believing, that the shotgun is loaded. "I'll give you all the benefit of the doubt," Philip says. "I'll assume you thought the place was empty." "That's exactly right, hoss," the bald man says, his voice calm, maybe medicated, like that of a dreamy disc jockey. His teeth are capped in gold, and they shimmer dully as he smiles a reptilian smile. "So we'll thank you all just to leave us be. No harm, no foul." The man with the Glock apes a hurt frown. "Now, that ain't too neighborly of you." The man has a slight tremor, a tick, percolating with latent violence. "I see y'all got a cute little thing back there." "Never mind that." Philip stands his ground. He can hear the front door squeak, footsteps crossing the parlor. His brain crashes with panic and warring impulses. He knows the next few seconds are critical, maybe even mortally so. But all he can think of doing is to stall. "We don't want any bloodshed. And brother, I guarantee you, no matter what happens, yours and mine's gonna be the first blood that's shed." "Smooth talker." The bald man calls out suddenly to one of his comrades in the dark. "Shorty?" A voice answers from outside the back door. "Got him, Tommy." Almost on cue, Nick appears outside the jagged window of the back door, a large Bowie knife held against his windpipe. His captor, a skinny kid with pimples and a marine jarhead haircut, pushes open the door and shoves Nick into the kitchen. "I'm sorry, Philly," Nick says as he's shoved against the cabinets, hard enough to steal his breath. The slender young man with the crew cut holds the knife against Nick's Adam's apple, a machete thrust down the young man's belt. A jittery, bony specimen with fingerless Carnaby gloves on his hands, the skinny kid looks like an escapee from a marine brig. His fatigue jacket has the sleeves torn off, and his long, bare arms are riddled with jailhouse hieroglyph. "Hold on now," Philip says to the bald man. "There's no reason to—" "Sonny!" The bald man calls out to another accomplice at the precise same moment Philip hears the footsteps creaking across the 100-year-old hardwood floor out in the front parlor. Philip keeps the shotgun raised and aimed, but shoots a quick side glance back over his shoulder. Brian and Penny huddle in the shadows directly behind Philip, maybe 5 feet off his heels. 2 more figures have suddenly appeared behind Brian and Penny, making the little girl jump. "Got it covered, Tommy," says one of the figures as the steel-plated barrel of a large-caliber revolver, maybe a .357 Magnum, maybe an Army .45, becomes visible for all to see, pressing against the back of Brian Blake's skull. Brian stiffens like a cornered animal. "Hold on now," Philip says. In his peripheral vision, he can see that the 2 figures holding guns on Brian and Penny are a man and a woman, although he would use the word woman loosely in this case. The gal clutching a piece of Penny's collar is an androgynous marionette of skin and bones, clad in leather pants and layers of mesh, with lamp-black eyeliner, spiky hair, and the slightly greenish pallor of a junkie. She nervously taps the barrel of a .38 police special against the shank of her beanpole thigh. The man next to her, the one apparently named Sonny, also looks as though he's no stranger to the needle. His sunken eyes stare out from a pockmarked mask of ignorance and meanness, his emaciated form clad in army surplus rags. "I want to thank you, brother," the bald man says, shoving his 9mm back into its belt sheath, acting like the showdown has now officially ended. "You dug up quite a spot here, I'll give you that." He goes over to the sink and calmly helps himself to the jug of well water sitting on the counter, quaffing down an entire glassful. "This'll do nicely as a home base." "That's all well and good," Philip says, not making any move to lower his faux weapon. "Only problem is we can't take on any more people." "That's okay, brother." "Then what exactly are you planning to... What are your intentions?" "Our intentions?" The bald man enunciates the word with mock profundity. "Our intentions are to take this place from y'all." Somebody that Philip can't see snickers with great amusement. Philip's brain is a fractured chessboard, pieces moving now in herky-jerky motion. He knows that it's likely these hardened road rats mean to kill him and everybody else in the house. He knows they're parasites, and they've most likely been circling the place like buzzards for weeks. Brian wasn't hearing things, it turns out. Even now, Philip can hear others outside, low voices, twigs snapping, and he does the quick mental arithmetic. There are at least 6 of them, maybe more, and at least 4 vehicles, and each one seems to be heavily armed with plenty of ammo. Philip can see mags and speed loaders clipped to some of the belts. But the one thing they seem to lack that maybe, just maybe, Philip can work with is the appearance of intelligence. Even the big bald guy, who seems to be the honcho, has the look of a dull stoner in his eyes. There won't be any appeals to mercy, no appeals to the better angels here. Philip has only one chance at survival. "You mind if I say something?" he asks, "before you all do anything rash." The bald man raises his glass as though giving a toast. "You got the floor, friend." "We got 2 ways this can go down, is all I'm trying to say." This seems to pique the bald man's curiosity. He sets down his glass and turns to Philip. "Only 2 ways?" "One way is, we start blazing, and I can tell you how that's going to play out." "Do tell." "You folks will overpower us, and that'll be that. But the only thing is, I promise you one thing, and I'll be honest with you, I've never been so sure of anything in my life." "And what's that?" "No matter what, I know that I'll be able to get off a single shot. And I say this with no disrespect, but I will make damn sure that the overwhelming majority of these steel beads going to the top half of your body. Now, sir, do you want to hear option 2? The bald man has lost his sense of humor. Keep talking. Option 2 is you let us walk out of here alive, and you take our place with our compliments, and nobody has to clean up no messes, and you get to keep the top half of your body. For quite a while, things proceed in a very orderly fashion, on the bald man's orders. The junkie couple, in his stricken brain, Philip is coming to think of them as Sonny and Cher, simply back away slowly from Brian and Penny, allowing Brian to lift the child off the floor and carry her across the front parlor to the door. The agreement, if you can call it that, is for Philip and his group to simply walk away from the villa, leaving all their things, and that's that. Brian watches Philip backing out of the house with the shotgun still raised. Thank God for that piece of shit antique. Nick follows. The two of them join Brian and Penny in the doorway, and Brian nudges the door open with Penny in his arms. They shuffle outside, the shotgun still aimed at the intruders inside. A number of things flood Brian's senses. The cool wind, the pale light of dawn rising behind the orchards, the silhouettes of 2 additional gunmen on either flank of the house, the cars angled with their high beams still on like theatrical spotlights heralding the next act of a nightmarish play. The bald man's voice calls out from inside. "Boys, let 'em pass." The 2 accomplices outside, dressed in ragged military fatigues and wielding heavy artillery, each man cradles a sawed-off pistol-grip shotgun, watch with the baleful interest of predatory birds as Brian carefully transfers Penny onto his shoulders, piggyback style. Philip whispers low, "Stay close and follow me. They still mean to kill us, just do what I say." Brian follows Philip, who is still bare-chested and still has that ridiculous gun raised commando style, across the yard, past one of the watchful gunmen, and toward the neighboring grove of peach trees. It takes an excruciating amount of time for Philip to get everybody across the property and into the shadows of the closest orchard, mere seconds by the clock, but an eternity for Brian Blake. Because now the methodical transfer of ownership has begun to fall apart. Brian can hear troubling things behind him as he hurriedly carries Penny toward the tree line. Brian is still barefoot, and the soles of his feet sting from the brambles and stones. Voices raised in anger drift out of the villa. Footsteps, movement across the front porch. The first shot rings out just as Philip and his group are plunging into the trees. The blast shatters the air and chews through a branch 6 inches from Brian's right shoulder, spitting bark at the side of his face and making Penny yelp. Philip shoves Brian, still with Penny on his back, forward into the deeper shadows. "Run!" he orders them. "Run, Brian! Now!" For Brian Blake, the next 5 minutes pass with the chaotic blur of a dream. He hears more gunfire behind him, bullets sizzling through the foliage as he hurtles through the woods, the watery light of dawn not yet driving away the deeper shadows of the orchards. Brian's bare feet, getting more and more chewed up by the second, dig into the soft undercarpet of leaves and fruit slime, his brain sparking with Roman candles of panic. Penny bounces along on his back, hyperventilating with terror. Brian has no idea how far to go, where to go, or when he can stop. He just keeps churning deeper into the shadows of the orchard. He crosses about 200 yards of wooded shadows before reaching a huge deadfall of rotting timber, and he ducks behind it. Gasping to get air into his lungs, his breath visible in the chilled atmosphere, his heart thumping in his ears, he gently shrugs Penny off his back. He sits her down next to him in the weeds. "Stay down low, kiddo," he whispers, "and be very, very, very quiet. Quiet as a mouse." The orchard vibrates with movement in all directions, the gunfire momentarily ceasing, and Brian risks peering over the top of the deadfall to get a better view. Through thick columns of peach trees, Brian can see a figure about 100 yards away coming toward him. Brian's eyes have adjusted to the wan shadows well enough to see that it's one of the dudes from outside the house, the pistol-grip shotgun jutting up and ready to rock. Others are threading through the trees behind him, a shadowy figure coming toward the dude at a right angle. Ducking back behind the rotted timbers, Brian frantically weighs his options. If he runs, they'll hear him. If he stays put, they'll stumble upon him for sure. Where the hell is Philip? Where is Nick? Right then, Brian hears the rhythmic snapping of twigs in another part of the grove speeding up. Somebody moving quickly toward the gunman. Peering over the top of the deadfall, Brian sees the silhouette of his brother, 50 yards away, creeping low through the undergrowth, coming at a right angle toward the shooter. Brian's spine goes cold with dread, his stomach clenching. Nick Parsons appears in the shadows on the other side of the gunman with a rock in his hand. He pauses and then hurls the stone, which is the size of a grapefruit, 100 feet across the orchard. It bangs off a tree, making an enormous clapping sound which startles the gunman. The dude whirls and squeezes off a wild shot at the noise, the sonic boom waking up the orchard and making Penny jump. Brian ducks down, but not before witnessing, almost simultaneously, a blur of movement streaking toward the gunman before the dude even has a chance to pump another shell into the breech. Philip Blake bursts out of the foliage with the old double barrel already in mid-swing. The petrified wooden stock strikes the gunman square on the back of his skull, hitting him so hard that he nearly flies out of his jackboots. The pistol-grip shotgun flies. The gunman lurches and sprawls to the mossy earth. Brian looks away, covering Penny's eyes as Philip quickly, savagely, finishes the job with 4 more tremendous blows to the fallen gunman's skull. Now the balance of power subtly shifts. Philip finds a thrown-down pistol, a snub-nosed .38, behind the fallen gunman's belt. A pocket full of shells and a speed loader give Philip and Nick another boost. Brian watches all this from the deadfall 50 yards away. A surge of relief courses through Brian, a glimmer of hope. They can get away now. They can start over. They can survive another day. But when Brian signals to his brother from behind the deadfall, and Philip and Nick come over to the hiding place, the look on Philip's face in the pale light sends a sharp dagger of panic through Brian's gut. "We're gonna take these motherfuckers out," he says. "Each and every last one of them." "But Philip, what if we're gonna get this place back? It's ours, and they're going down." "But listen to me." Something about the way Philip locks his eyes onto Brian's make Brian's skin crawl. "I need you to keep my daughter out of harm's way no matter what. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "Yeah, but that's all I need you to do." "Okay, just keep her safe. Look at me. Can you do that for me?" Brian nods. "Yeah, absolutely, Philip. I will. Just don't go and get yourself killed." Philip doesn't say anything, doesn't react, just stares as he pumps a shell into the pistol-grip 20 gauge, then gives Nick a look. In a matter of moments, the 2 men have sprung back into action, vanishing into the grove of trees, leaving Brian to sit in the weeds, weaponless, petrified with fear, frantic with indecision, his bare feet bleeding. Did Philip want him to stay put? Was that the plan? A gunshot thunders. Brian jumps. Another one answers, the echo boomeranging across the cold heavens above the treetops. Brian clenches his fist hard enough to draw blood. Is he supposed to sit here? He pulls Penny close as another gunshot rings out, closer, the muffled, strangled sound of a watery death gasp reverberating after it. Brian's thoughts begin to race again, the tremors rocking through him. Footsteps crunch toward the hiding place. Brian ventures another quick peek over the top of the timbers, and he sees the creepy bald dude with the 9mm Glock weaving quickly through the trees, coming this way, his scarred face burning with killing rage. The crumpled body of the skinny kid named Shorty lies in the mud 100 feet to the north, half his head blown away. Another blast makes Brian duck down, his heart in his throat. He's not sure if the bald man is down or if the blast just came from the bald man's weapon. "Come on, kiddo," Brian says to a nearly catatonic Penny, who's curled up in the undergrowth covering her head. We gotta get out of here. He pries her out of the weeds and takes her hand. It's too dangerous to carry her anymore, and he drags her away from the firefight. They creep along behind the shadow of peach trees, staying under the cover of thickets, avoiding the footpaths radiating through the orchards. The bottoms of his feet almost numb now by pain and the cold. Brian can still hear voices behind him, scattered gunfire, and then nothing. For a long time, Brian hears nothing but wind in the branches, and maybe a series of frantic footsteps now and again. He's not sure. His heart is beating too loudly in his ears, but he keeps going. He gets another 100 yards or so before ducking down behind an old broken-down hay wagon. Catching his breath, he holds Penny close. "You okay, kiddo?" Penny manages to give him a thumbs up, but her expression is crumbling with terror. He inspects her clothes, her face, her body, and she seems physically unharmed. He pats her and tries to comfort her, but the adrenaline and fatigue are making Brian shake so badly he can barely function. He hears a sound and freezes. He hunches down and peers through the slats of the rotted wagon. About 50 yards away, a figure skulks through the shadows of a gully. The figure is tall and rangy, and is carrying a pistol-grip shotgun, but is too far away to identify. "Daddy?" Penny's voice startles Brian, coming out of her barely on a whisper, but loud enough to give them away. Brian grabs the child. He puts his hand over her mouth. Then Brian cranes his neck to see over the wagon. He catches a glimpse of the figure coming up the slope of the gully. Unfortunately, the figure coming toward them is not the little girl's daddy. The blast practically vaporizes half the wagon, as Brian is thrown to the ground in a whirlwind of dust and debris. He eats dirt, and he claws for Penny, and he gets a hold of a piece of her shirt, and he drags her toward the deeper woods. He crawls several yards, yanking Penny along, and then he manages to finally struggle to his feet, and now he's dragging Penny toward the deeper shadows. But something's wrong. The little girl has gone limp in his grasp, as though she has passed out. Brian can hear the crunch of bootsteps behind him, the clang of the pump as the gunman closes in on them for the kill shot. Frantically lifting Penny onto his shoulder, Brian hobbles as quickly as possible toward the cover of trees, but he doesn't get far before he realizes he's covered in blood. The blood is streaming down the front of his shirt, soaking him, pulsing in rivulets. Oh God, no. God, no. God, no. No, no. Brian lowers Penny to the soft earth, laying her on her back. Her bloodless face is the color of a bedsheet. Her eyes are glassy and fixed on the sky as she makes hiccup noises, a tiny rivulet of blood leaking from the corner of her mouth. Brian hardly hears the gunman now, pounding toward him, the snap of the pump injecting another shell. Penny's little shirt, a cotton t-shirt, is soaked with deep scarlet, the ragged exit tear at least 6 inches in diameter. Grains of deer shot propelled by a 20-gauge shell are powerful enough to penetrate steel, and it looks like the child took at least half the expanding cloud of shot through her back and out the side of her tummy. The gunman closes in. Brian lifts the child's shirt and lets out an almost primal moan of anguish. His hand can't stanch the profuse bleeding, the gaping wound a crescent-shaped mess. Brian presses his hand down on the wound. The blood bubbles. He rips a piece of his shirt tail and tries to plug the jagged hole in her midsection, but the blood is everywhere now. Brian stammers and cries and tries to talk to her as the oily blood seeps through his fingers, and the gunman draws near. "It's okay. You're gonna be okay. We're gonna get you fixed up. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna be all better." Brian's arms and waist are baptized in the warmth of her life force draining out of her. Penny utters a single, feeble whisper. "Away." "No, Penny, no, no, don't do that. Don't go away yet, not now. Don't go away." At this point, Brian hears the twig snap directly behind him. A shadow falls across Penny. "Goddamn shame," a gravelly voice murmurs behind Brian, the cold end of a shotgun muzzle pressing down on the back of Brian's neck. "Take a good look at her." Brian twists around and glances up at the gunman, a tattooed, bearded man with a beer belly aiming the shotgun directly at Brian's face. Almost as an afterthought, the man growls, "Look at her. She's the last thing you're gonna ever see." Brian never takes his hand off Penny's wound, but he knows it's too late. She's not gonna make it. Brian is ready now. Ready to die. The boom has a dreamlike quality, as though Brian has suddenly flown out of his body and is now high above the orchard, witnessing things from the perspective of a disembodied spirit. But almost instantly, Brian, who instinctively jerked forward at the boom, jerks back in shock. Blood mists across his arms and across Penny. Was the impact of the point-blank blast so catastrophic that it was painless? Is Brian already dead and not even aware of it? The shadow of the gunman begins falling, almost in slow motion, like an old redwood giving up the ghost. Brian whirls around in time to see that the bearded man has been shot from behind, the top of his skull a mass of red pulp, his beard matted in blood. Eyes rolling back in his head, he collapses. Brian stares. Like a curtain dropping, the falling man reveals two figures behind him, charging toward Brian and Penny. "God damn it, no!" Philip throws the pistol-grip shotgun, still smoking hot, to the ground and races through the trees. Nick follows on his heels. Philip roars up to Brian and shoves him aside. "No! No!" Philip drops to his knees by the dying child, who's now asphyxiating, drowning in her own blood. He scoops her up and tenderly touches the gaping wound as though it's just a boo-boo, just a scrape, just a little bump. He draws her into an embrace, her blood soaking him. Brian lies on the ground a few feet away, breathing the musty earth, a curtain of shock pulling down over his eyes. Nick stands nearby. "We can stop the bleeding, right? We can fix her up, right?" Philip cradles the bloody child. Penny expires in his arms in a breathy little death rattle, which leaves her face as white and cold as porcelain. Philip shakes her. "Come on, pumpkin, stay with us. Stay with us now. Come on. Stay with us. Please stay with us. Pumpkin? Pumpkin? Pumpkin?" The terrible silence hangs in the air. "Sweet Jesus," Nick utters to himself, his gaze going down to the ground. For the longest time, Philip holds the child while Nick stares into the dirt, silently praying. For most of that time, Brian lies prone on the ground, 5 feet away, crying into the moist earth, babbling softly, more to himself than to anyone else. "I tried. It happened so fast I couldn't. I can't believe it. I can't. Penny was..." All at once, a big gnarled hand wrenches down on the back of Brian's shirt. "What did I say?" Philip snarls, a guttural growl as he yanks his brother off the ground and then slams Brian against the trunk of a nearby tree. Brian goes limp. He sees stars. "Philip, no!" Nick tries to step in between the two brothers, but Philip shoves Nick away hard enough to send the smaller man sprawling to the ground. Philip still has his right hand locked around his brother's throat. "What did I say?" Philip slams Brian against the trunk. The back of Brian's skull bounces off the bark, sending veins of light and pain through his field of vision, but he makes no effort to fight back or escape. He wants to die. He wants to die at the hands of his brother. "What did I say?" Philip heaves Brian away from the tree. The ground flies up at Brian like a battering ram, smashing one shoulder and the side of his face, and then a fusillade of kicks descends upon Brian as he rolls involuntarily across the ground. One kick from the steel-toed logger boot strikes him in the jaw hard enough to crack his mandible. Another one fractures 3 ribs, sending white-hot pain up his side. Yet another strikes the small of his back, dislocating vertebra and nearly puncturing his kidney. Shiny, bright pain splinters his tailbone. After a while, Brian can hardly feel the pain anymore. He can only watch it all unfold from way up above his mangled body, as he surrenders to the beating, as a supplicant surrenders to a high priest. Chapter 19. The next day, Philip spends an hour in the tool shed out behind the villa, going through the collection of weapons taken from the intruders, as well as all the bladed tools and farm implements left by the former inhabitants. He knows what he has to do, but choosing the mode of execution is agonizing for him. At first he decides on the 9mm semi-auto. It'll be the fastest and the cleanest. But then he has second thoughts about using a gun. It just seems unfair somehow. Too cold and impersonal. Nor can he bring himself to use an axe or a machete. Too messy and uncertain. What if his aim is off by half an inch and he botches the job? At last he decides on the 9mm Glock, shoving a fresh mag of rounds into the hilt and snapping back the cocking slide. He takes a deep breath and then goes over to the shed's door. He pauses and braces himself. Scratching noises sporadically travel across the exterior walls of the shed. The villa's property buzzes with biter activity. Scores of the things drawn to the commotion of the previous day's firefight. Philip kicks the door open. The door bangs into a middle-aged female zombie in a stained pinafore dress who is sniffing around the shed. The force of the impact sends her skeletal form stumbling backward, arms pinwheeling, a ghastly moan rising out of her decomposed face. Philip walks past her, casually raising the Glock, hardly even breaking his stride as he quickly squeezes off a single shot into the side of her skull. The roar of the Glock echoes as the female corpse whiplashes sideways in a cloud of scarlet mist, then falls to the ground. Philip marches across the rear of the villa, raising the Glock and taking out another pair of errant biters. One of them is an old man dressed only in yellowed underwear, maybe an escapee from a nursing home. Another one is most likely a former fruit grower, his bloated, blackened body still clad in its original sappy dungarees. Philip puts them down with a minimum of fuss, a single shot each, and he makes a mental note to clear the remains later that day with one of the snow shovel attachments on the riding mower. Almost a full day has passed since Penny died in his arms, and now the new dawn is rising clear and blue, the crisp autumn sky high and clean over the acres of peach trees. It's taken Philip nearly 24 hours to work up the nerve to do what he has to do. Now he grips the gun with a sweaty palm as he enters the orchard. He has 5 rounds left in the magazine. In the shadows of the woods, a figure writhes and moans against an ancient tree trunk. Bound with rope and duct tape, the prisoner strains with futile desperation to escape. Philip approaches and raises the gun. He points the barrel between the figure's eyes, and for just an instant, Philip tells himself to get it over with quickly. Lance the wound. Remove the tumor. Get it done. The muzzle wavers, Philip's finger freezing up on the trigger pad, and he lets out a tormented sigh. I can't do it, he utters under his breath. He lowers the gun and stares at his daughter. 6 feet from him, tied to the tree, Penny growls with the feral hunger of a rabid dog. Her china doll face is narrowed and sunken into a rotted white gourd. Her soft eyes hardened into tiny silver coins. Her once innocent tulip-shaped lips are now blackened and curled away from slimy teeth. She doesn't recognize her father. This is the part that tears the biggest chunk out of Philip's soul. He can't stop remembering the look in Penny's eyes each time he would pick her up at the daycare center, or at her Aunt Nina's house at the end of a long, hard workday. The spark of recognition and excitement, and hell yes, unadulterated love in those big brown doe-like eyes each time Philip returned was enough to keep Philip going no matter what. Now that spark is gone forever, cemented over with the gray film of the undead. Philip knows what he has to do. Penny snarls. Philip's eyes burn with agony. I can't do it, he murmurs again, looking down, not really addressing Penny or even himself. Seeing her like this sends a bolt of electric rage down through his system, arcing like the pilot of a welding torch, touching off a secret flame deep within him. He hears the voice. Tear the world open. Tear it apart. Rip open its fucking heart. Do it now. He backs away from the horror in the orchard, his brain roiling with fury. The villa's property, now basking in a mild autumn morning, is a half-moon-shaped plot of land, the main house at its center. Several outbuildings rise along the gentle curve behind the house. The carriage house, a small storage shed for the riding mower and tractor, a second shed for tools, a coach house on elevated pilings for guests, and a large wood-sided barn with a huge weather vane and cupola on top. This last structure, the worm-eaten wood siding faded to a sun-bleached pink, is where Philip now heads. He needs to drain off this poisonous current coursing through him. He needs to vent. The main entrance of the barn is a double door at one end, latched with a giant timber across its center. Philip walks up and throws open the plank, the doors squeaking apart, revealing the dust motes floating in shadows inside. Philip enters, closing the double doors behind him. The air smells of horse piss and moldy hay. Two more figures wriggle and squirm in the corner, gripped in their own brand of hellish torment, bound and gagged with duct tape. Sonny and Cher. The twosome tremble against each other on the floor of the barn, their mouths taped, their backs pressed against the door of an empty horse stall, their bodies in the throes of some kind of withdrawal, either heroin or crack or something else. Doesn't really matter to Philip. The only thing that matters now is that these two have no idea how much worse life is about to get for them. Philip walks over to the dynamic duo. The skinny gal is trembling with spasms, her painted eyes caked with dry tears. The man is breathing hard through his nostrils. Standing in a narrow beam of sunlight teeming with dust and hay dander, Philip stares down at them like an angry god. You, he says to Sonny. I'm gonna ask you a question. And I know it's hard to nod with your head taped up and shit, so just blink once for yes, twice for no. The man looks up through raw, watery, sunken eyes. He blinks once. Philip looks at him. You like to watch? Two blinks. Philip reaches down to his belt buckle and starts to unfasten it. That's a shame, 'cause I'm gonna give one hell of a show. Two blinks. Again. Two blinks. Two blinks. Two blinks. Two blinks. Easy, Brian, not so fast, Nick says to Brian the next night, up in the second-floor sewing room. In the light of kerosene lanterns, Nick is helping Brian drink water through a straw. Brian's mouth is still swollen and clumsy, and he dribbles on himself. Nick has been doing everything he can to help Brian recover, and keeping food down him is paramount. Try some more of the vegetable soup, Nick suggests. Brian has a few spoonfuls. Thanks, Nick. Brian's voice is choked, thick with pain. Thanks for everything. His words are slightly slurred, his soft palate still inflamed. He speaks tentatively, haltingly. Lying in bed, he has rags wrapped snugly around his broken ribs, band-aids on his face and neck, his left eye puffy with a purplish bruise. Something might be wrong with his hip. Neither of them can tell for sure. He You're gonna be fine, man, Nick says. Your brother is another story. What do you mean? He's lost it, man. He's been through a lot, Nick. How can you say that? Nick sits back, lets out a pained sigh. Look what he did to you. And don't say it's because he lost Penny. We've all lost people we love. He came very close to taking you out. Brian looks at his own mangled feet sticking out of the bottom of the blankets. With great effort, he says, I deserve everything I got. Don't say that. It wasn't your fault what happened. Your brother's turned a corner with this thing. I'm really worried about him. He'll be okay. Brian looks at Nick. What's wrong? Something else is bothering you. Nick takes a deep breath and wonders whether he should confide in Brian. The Blake brothers have always had a complex relationship, and over the years Nick Parsons has often felt that he was more of a brother to Philip Blake than his biological sibling. But there's always been an X factor with the Blakes, a bond of blood that runs deep within the two men. Nick finally says, I know you aren't exactly the religious type. I know you think I'm a holy roller. That's not true, Nick. Nick waves it off. Doesn't matter. My faith is strong, and I don't judge a man by his religion. Where are you going with this? Nick looks at Brian. He's keeping her alive, Brian. Or maybe alive is not the right word. Penny? He's out there with her now. Where? Nick explains what's been going on over these last 2 days since the firefight. While Brian has been recovering from the beating, Philip's been busy. He's keeping 2 of the intruders, the only ones who survived the firefight, locked up in the barn. Philip claims he's questioning them about possible human settlements. Nick is worried he's torturing them. But that's the least of their worries. The fate of Penny Blake is what's eating at Nick. He's got her chained to a tree like a pet, Nick says. Brian frowns. Where? Out in the orchard. He goes out there at night, spends time with her. Oh, God. Listen, I know you think this is bullshit, but the way I was brought up, there's a force in the universe called good and a force called evil. Nick, I don't think this is... Wait, let me finish. I believe that all this, the plague or whatever you want to call it, is the work of what you would call the devil or Satan. Nick, just let me say my piece. I've been thinking about it a lot. Go ahead. I'm listening. What's the thing Satan hates the most? The power of love? Maybe. Somebody being born again? Yeah, probably. But I kind of think it's when a person passes, and their spirit flies up to paradise. I'm not following you. Nick looks into Brian's hollow gaze. That's what's going on here, Brian. The devil's figured out a way to keep people's souls trapped here on Earth. A moment passes as Brian absorbs this. Nick doesn't expect Brian to believe any of this, but maybe, just maybe, Nick can get him to understand. In that brief silence, the north wind whistles in the shutters. The weather is turning. The villa creaks and moans. Nick lifts the collar of his mothball-scented sweater. Days ago they found some warm clothes in the villa's attic, and now he shivers in the frigid air of the second floor. What your brother's doing is wrong. It's against God, Nick says then, and the statement hangs in the gloom. At that moment, out in the darkness of the orchard, a small campfire crackles and flickers on the ground. Philip sits on the cold earth in front of the fire, his shotgun next to him, a musty little book he found in the villa's nursery open on his lap. Let me in, "Let me in, little pig," Philip reads aloud in a stiff, labored, sing-song voice. "Or I'll huff, and I'll puff, and blow your house in." 3 feet away, tied to the tree trunk, Penny Blake snarls and drools at every word, her tiny jaw snapping impotently. "Not by the hair of my chinny chin, chin," Philip recites, turning a delicate page of onion skin. He pauses and glances up at the thing that used to be his daughter. In the flicker of firelight, Penny's small face contorts with unyielding hunger, as wrinkled and bloated as a jack-o'-lantern. Her midsection, wound with baling wire, strains against the tree. She reaches out with curled, claw-like fingers and clutches at the air, yearning to break free and make a meal of her father. "But of course," Philip continues, his voice breaking, "the wolf did blow the house in." An agonizing pause before Philip says in a shattered voice, filled with equal parts sorrow and madness, "And he ate the pig." Over the remainder of that week, sleep does not come easily for Philip Blake. He tries to get a few hours each night, but the nervous energy keeps him tossing and turning until he has to get up and do something. Most nights, he goes out to the barn and works off some of his rage on Sonny and Cher. They are the ostensible reasons Penny has turned, and it's up to Philip to make sure they suffer like no man or woman has ever suffered. The delicate process of keeping them just this side of death isn't easy. Every once in a while, Philip has to give them water to make sure they don't die on him. He also has to be careful they don't kill themselves in order to escape their torments. Like a good jailer, Philip keeps the ropes tight and all sharp objects out of their grasp. On this night, Philip thinks it's a Friday. He waits until Nick and Brian are asleep before he slips out of his room, pulls on his denim jacket and boots, and makes his way out the back door and across the moonlit grounds to the weather-beaten barn on the northeast corner of the property. He likes to announce himself as he arrives. "Dad is home," he murmurs in a convivial tone, his breath showing in puffs of vapor as he pulls the padlock and pushes open the double doors. He flips on a battery-powered lantern. Sonny and Cher are slumped in the shadows where he left them. 2 ragged creatures trussed up like suckling pigs, side by side, sitting in a spreading pool of their own blood, piss, and shit. Sonny is barely awake, his head lolled to one side, his heavy-lidded junky eyes rimmed in red. Cher is unconscious. She lies next to him, her leather pants still down around her ankles. Each of them bear the festering marks of Philip's tools of punishment: needle-nosed pliers, barbed wire, 2x4s with exposed rusty nails, and various blunt objects that occur to Philip in the heat of the moment. "Wake up, sis." Philip reaches down and flips the woman onto her back, the restraints cutting into her wrists, the rope around her neck keeping her from squirming too much. He slaps her. Her eyes flutter. Philip slaps her again. She comes awake now, the muffled cries dampened by the hank of duct tape over her mouth. At some point in the night, she managed to pull her bloody panties back up and over her privates. "Let me once again remind you," Philip says, yanking her panties back down to her knees. He stands over her, wrenching her legs apart with his boots as though clearing a path for himself. She writhes and wriggles below him as if she might be able to squirm out of her own skin. "Y'all are the ones took my daughter from me, so we're all gonna go to hell together." Philip unbuckles his belt and drops his pants, and it doesn't require much imagination for him to instantly produce an erection. His rage and hate burn so warmly in his solar plexus, it feels like a battering ram. He drops to his knees between the woman's trembling legs. The first thrust is always the trigger, the voice in his brain abruptly chiming out, taunting him, urging him on with fragments of old biblical nonsense that his daddy used to mumble while drunk. "Vengeance is mine. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord." But tonight, after the third or fourth thrust into the limp woman, Philip stops. A combination of things steals his focus, hooks his attention. He hears footsteps outside, crunching across the rear of the property, and he even sees through the slatted siding the shadow of a figure blurring past the barn. But what gets Philip to draw back and stand up and hurriedly pull his pants back on is the fact that this figure is moving toward the orchard, toward the place where Penny resides. Philip exits the barn and instantly sees a figure plunging into the shadows of the orchard. The figure is a compact, trim man in his 30s, clad in a sweater and jeans, carrying a huge rusty spade over his shoulder. "Nick!" Philip's warning cry goes unheeded. Nick has already vanished into the trees. Drawing the 9mm from behind his belt, Philip charges toward the orchard. He snaps around into the chamber as he plunges into the woods. Darkness gives way to the beam of a flashlight. 50 feet away, Nick Parsons is shining a light on the livid face of the Penny thing. "Nick!" Nick whirls suddenly with the shovel raised, and the flashlight tumbles out of his hand. "It's gone too far, Philly. It's gone too far." "Put the shovel down," Philip says as he approaches with the gun raised. The flashlight beam shines up into the leaves, casting an eerie, pale glow over everything, like a grainy black and white film. "You can't do this to your daughter. You don't realize what you're doing. Put it down. You're keeping her soul from entering heaven, Philly. Shut up." 20 feet away, the Penny thing yanks on its bonds in the shadows. The cockeyed beam of the flashlight highlights her monstrous features from below. Her eyes reflect the dry silver light. "Philly, listen to me." Nick lowers the shovel, his voice unsteady with emotion. "You have to let her die. She's one of God's children. Please, I'm begging you as a Christian. Please let her go." Philip aims the Glock directly at Nick's forehead. "If she dies, you die next." For a moment, Nick Parsons looks crestfallen, absolutely beaten. Then he drops the shovel, hangs his head, and walks back toward the villa. Throughout all this, the Penny thing keeps its shark-like gaze on the man it once called father. Brian continues to heal. 6 days after the beating, he feels strong enough to get out of bed and limp around the house. His hip twinges with every step, and the dizziness comes in waves whenever he goes up and down the stairs. But on the whole, he's doing pretty well. His bruises have faded, and the swelling has gone down, and he feels his appetite returning. He also has a good talk with Philip. "I miss her something fierce," Brian says to his brother late one night in the kitchen, each man suffering from severe insomnia. "I'd trade places with her in a heartbeat if it meant bringing her back." Philip looks down. He's developed a series of very subtle tics, which emerge when he's under pressure, sniffing, pursing his lips, clearing his throat. "Enough, sport. It ain't your fault. What happened out there, I never should have done that to you." Brian's eyes moisten. "I probably would have done the same thing." "Let's put it behind us." "Sure." Brian wipes his eyes. He looks at Philip. "So what's the deal with the people in the barn?" Philip looks up. "What about them?" "The whole thing has Nick on edge. And you can hear things out there. At night, I'm talking about. Nick thinks you're like pulling their fingernails off." A cold smile twitches at the corner of Philip's mouth. "The That's sick. Brian isn't smiling. Philip, whatever you're doing out there, it's not going to bring Penny back. Philip looks down again. I know that. Don't you think I know that? Then I'm begging you to stop. Whatever it is you're doing, stop. Brian looks at his brother. It's not serving any purpose. Philip looks up with embers of emotion in his eyes. That trash out there in the barn stole everything that mattered to me. That bald motherfucker and his crew. Them two junkies. They destroyed the life of a beautiful, innocent little girl, and they did it out of sheer meanness and greed. Ain't nothing I could do to them would suffice. Brian sighs. Further protest seems futile, so he simply stares at his coffee. And you're wrong about it not serving any purpose, Philip concludes after a moment of thought. It serves the purpose of making me feel better. The next night, after the lanterns go out, and the fires in the 3 separate fireplaces dwindle down to coals, and the northeasterly wind begins toying with the dormers and loose shingles, Brian is lying in bed in the sewing room, trying to lull himself into a troubled sleep, when he hears the door latch click and sees the silhouette of Nick Parsons slipping into his room. Brian sits up. What's going on? Shh, Nick whispers, coming across the room and kneeling by the bed. Nick has his coat on, his gloves, and a bulge on his hip that looks like the grip of a handgun. Keep it down. What is it? Your brother's asleep, finally. So what? So we gotta do an intervention. What are you talking about? Penny? You talking about trying to take Penny out again? No. The barn, man. The barn. Brian moves to the edge of the bed and rubs his eyes, stretches his sore limbs, shakes the cobwebs off. I don't know if I'm ready for this. They slip out the back, each one of them armed with a handgun. Nick has the bald man's .357 steel-plated revolver. Brian has a snub-nose that belonged to one of the thug gunmen. They steal across the property to the barn, and Brian shines a flashlight on the padlock. They find a piece of timber in a woodpile, and they use it to pry open the rotted doors, making as little noise as possible. Brian's heart hammers in his chest as they slip inside the dark barn. The stench of mold and urine fills their senses as they work their way back through the fetid shadows to the rear of the barn, where 2 dark heaps lie on the floor in puddles of blood as black as oil. At first, the shapes don't even look human. But when the beam of Brian's flashlight falls on a pale face, Brian lets out a gasp. Holy fucking shit! The man and woman are still alive, barely. Their faces disfigured and swollen, their midsections exposed like raw meat. A thin tendril of steam rises from festering, sucking wounds. Both captives are semi-conscious, their parboiled eyes fixed on the rafters. The woman is brutalized. A broken doll with legs akimbo and blood patterns covering her pasty, tattooed flesh. Brian begins to tremble. Holy shit. What have we... Holy fucking shit. Nick kneels by the woman. Brian, get some water. What about... Get it from the well. Hurry. Brian hands over his flashlight, spins and hustles back the way he came. Nick shines the light on the constellation of wounds and sores, some old and infected, some fresh, across 100% of their twisted bodies. The man's chest rises and falls quickly, convulsively, with shallow breaths. The woman struggles to fix her rheumy gaze on Nick. She is blinking wildly. Her lips move beneath the duct tape. Nick starts to carefully peel the gag away from her mouth. Please. She She's trying to say something urgent, but Nick can't understand her. It's okay. We're gonna get you out of here. It's okay. You're gonna make it. Cold? Nick tries to pull her pants back on her. Try to breathe. Try to... What? I can't... The woman tries to swallow, and again she says, Kill us. Please. Nick stares. His guts go cold. He feels something softly nudging his hip, and he looks down and sees the woman's scabby hand fumbling at the pistol grip sticking out of his belt. Nick feels all the fight go out of him. His heart sinks down through the floor. He pulls the .357 from his belt and stands up and gazes down at the abominations on the floor of the barn for a long time. He says a prayer. The 23rd Psalm. Brian is on his way back to the barn with a plastic pail of well water when he hears the 2 muffled pops from inside the barn. Like firecrackers bursting inside tin cans, the blasts are short and sharp. The sound of them makes Brian freeze in his tracks, the water sloshing over the rim of the bucket. He sucks in a startled breath. Then he sees out of the corner of his eye a faint light flickering on in one of the villa's second-floor windows. Philip's room. A flashlight up there plays across the window, then vanishes. This is followed by a series of muffled footsteps banging down the stairs and through the house, hard and fast, and this gets Brian moving again. He drops the pail. He charges back across the property to the barn. He slams through the doorway, plunging into the dark. Then he hurtles through the shadows toward the silver beam of light on the floor in the rear. He sees Nick standing over the captives. A ribbon of cordite smoke rises from the muzzle of the .357 in Nick's right hand, now hanging at his side as he stares down at the bodies. Brian joins Nick and starts to say something, when all at once Brian looks down and sees the head wounds. Blossoms of gore bloom up the stall door, shimmering in the horizontal light beam. The man and the woman are stone cold dead, each one of them now lying supine in their drying fluids, their faces at peace, released from their contortions of misery. Again Brian tries to say something. He can't get out any words. A moment later, in the darkness across the barn, the double doors burst open and Philip storms in. Fists clenched at his side, face chiseled with rage, eyes flashing with white-hot madness, he marches toward the light. He looks as though he's going to devour somebody. He has a pistol shoved down the side of his belt and a machete banging on one hip. He gets about halfway across the barn before he starts to slow down. Nick has turned away from the bodies and is now standing his ground, staring at Philip as he approaches. Brian steps back, a tidal wave of shame crashing down over him. He feels like his soul is being ripped in half. He stares at the floor as his brother approaches slowly now, warily, glancing nervously from the dead bodies to Nick, and then to Brian, and then back at the dead bodies. For the longest time, nobody can think of anything to say. Philip keeps looking at Brian, and Brian keeps trying to conceal the paralyzing shame spreading through him. But the more he tries to conceal it, the more it drags him down. If Brian only had the guts for it, he would put the barrel of the snub nose in his mouth right now and put himself out of his misery. In some strange way, he feels responsible for this, for all of it. But he's too much of a coward to kill himself like a man. He can only stand there and look away in abject shame and humiliation. And like an invisible chain reaction, the pathetic, gruesome tableau of desecrated bodies, combined with the unyielding silence of his brother and his friend, begins to break Philip down. He fights the tears pooling in his eyes and juts his quivering chin out in a mixture of defiance and self-loathing. He works his mouth like he's got something important to impart, and it takes a huge effort to speak. But he finally manages to say in a choked mutter, "Whatever." Nick looks mortified, staring at Philip in disbelief. "Whatever?" Philip turns and walks away, pulling the Glock from his belt as he goes. He snaps the slide and fires it into the wall of the barn. Boom! The recoil kicking in his hand, the loud bark making Brian jump. Boom! Another blast flashes in the darkness, taking a chunk out of the door. Boom! The third shot puts a chink in the rafter and rains debris down on the floor. Philip angrily kicks the doors open and storms out of the barn. The silence left behind seems to ripple for a moment with after-images of Philip's fiery wrath. Brian hasn't taken his eyes off the floor throughout all this, and he continues to hang his head and stare miserably at the moldy, matted hay. Nick takes one last look at the bodies, and then lets out a long, pained, unsteady breath. He looks at Brian, and he shakes his head. "There you have it," he says. But something behind his words, the subtle tone of dread in his voice, tells Brian that things have now irrevocably changed in their little dysfunctional family. Chapter 20. What the fuck is he doing? Nick stands at the villa's front window, staring out at the overcast morning. Across the front of the property, at the top of the driveway, Philip has Penny on a modified dog leash, assembled from spare parts found in the tool shed, a long length of copper pipe with a spiked collar threaded through one end. He drags her toward a Ford S10 pickup parked on the grass. The truck is one of the vehicles owned by the Bald Man's crew, and Philip has now loaded its cargo bed with canned goods, guns, provisions, and bedding. Penny sputters and growls as she is yanked along, grabbing at the pipe leashed to her neck, biting at the air. In the diffuse, watery light, her dead face looks like a living Halloween mask, sculpted out of wormy gray modeling clay. "That's what I've been trying to tell you," Brian says, standing next to Nick, gazing out at the bizarre scene unfolding in the front yard. "He got up this morning convinced we can't stay here anymore." "And why's that?" Brian shrugs. "I don't know. After all that's happened, I guess the place is like poison for him, full of ghosts. I don't know." Brian and Nick have been up all night, guzzling coffee and discussing their situation. Nick has been dancing around the fact that he thinks Philip has gone off his spindle, succumbing to the stress of losing Penny and to the cumulative pressure of protecting them. Although Nick has stopped short of verbalizing it, he has alluded to the possibility that the devil has gotten his hooks into Philip. Brian is too exhausted to argue metaphysics with Nick, but there's no denying the fact that things have become dire. "Let him go," Nick says finally, turning away from the window. Brian looks at him. "What do you mean? You mean you're staying?" "Yeah, I'm staying. And you should too." "Nick, come on. How can we keep following him? After all this shit, the stuff that's gone down?" Brian wipes his mouth and thinks about it. "Look, I'll say it again. What he did to those people is like beyond awful. He lost his way, and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to look at him the same way again, but this is about survival now. We can't split up. Our best shot is sticking together no matter what." Nick glances back out the window. "You really think we're going to make it to the Gulf Coast? That's like 400 miles and change. Our best shot is doing it together." Nick fixes his gaze on Brian. "He's got his dead daughter on a fucking leash. He pretty near beat you to death. He's a loose cannon, Brian, and he's gonna blow up in our faces. That loose cannon got us all the way across Georgia from Waynesboro in one piece," Brian says, a flare of anger burning in his gut. "So he's nuts. He's volatile. He's possessed by demons. He's the Prince of fucking Darkness. He's still my brother, and he's our best chance of survival." Nick looks at him. "Is that what we're calling it now? Survival? You want to stay here, be my guest?" "Thanks. I'll do that." Nick walks away, leaving Brian to turn back to the window and nervously watch his brother. Utilizing a radiator hose as a siphon, they consolidate all the fuel on the property, from tractors, from vehicles, even from the Harleys, into the Ford S10. All told, they're able to top off the 17-gallon tank and then some. Philip arranges a place for Penny in the rear cargo bay by moving the boxes of supplies around into a semicircle and laying blankets down on the deck. He chains her to a U-bolt so she can't get herself into any mischief or fall over the side. Nick watches all this from a second-floor window, pacing the room like a caged animal. The reality of the situation starts to set in. He'll be alone in this big old drafty villa. He'll spend nights alone. He'll spend the whole winter alone. He'll hear the north wind shrieking through the gutters and the distant moaning of biters wandering the orchards, all while biding his time alone. He'll wake up alone, and eat alone, and forage for food alone, and dream of better days alone, and pray to God for deliverance. All by himself. As he watches Philip and Brian finish up the last of the preparations for departure, a twinge of regret tightens Nick's midsection. Seller's remorse. He crosses the room to his closet. It takes him a matter of seconds to stuff his essentials into a duffel bag. He rushes out of the room and takes the stairs 2 at a time. Brian is just settling into the passenger seat, and Philip is just putting the truck in gear, just beginning to pull away from the villa, when the sound of the front door ripping open reaches their ears. Brian glances over his shoulder and sees Nick with a duffel bag slung over his shoulder running across the front parkway, waving them back. It's hard to believe that Philip would neglect to check under the pickup's hood. Had he taken 3 minutes to make sure everything was in working order, he would have found the perforated hose. But Philip Blake is not exactly 100% these days. His mind is a shortwave radio tuned to different stations now. But regardless of whether it was a deliberate cut made by the home invaders after the firefight broke out to ensure that nobody escaped, or it was a piece of flak that had pierced the truck's grill, or it was simply a coincidental failure, the pickup begins to smoke and sputter less than 5 miles from the villa. At a point approximately 50 miles southwest of Atlanta, in a place most folks around these parts call the middle of nowhere, the pickup hobbles off the highway and onto the gravel shoulder, where it stutters to a stop, all the warning lights across the dash flickering on. White vapor seeps out from under the hood, and the ignition won't turn over. Philip lets out an alarming barrage of profanity, nearly kicking his logger boot through the floor. The other 2 men look down, silently waiting for the squall to pass. Brian wonders if this is what a battered wife feels like. Too afraid to escape, too afraid to stay. At length, Philip's tantrum passes. He gets out and opens the hood. Brian joins him. "What's the verdict?" "Screwed and tattooed. No hope of fixing it? You got a radiator hose on you?" Brian glances over his shoulder. The side of the road slopes down to a ravine filled with old tires, weeds, and rubbish. Movement draws his gaze to the far end of the ravine, about 1/4 of a mile away, where a cluster of biters mill about in the garbage. They stumble around and root for flesh in the rocks like truffle-nuzzling pigs. They haven't yet noticed the disabled vehicle now smoking on the side of the road 300 yards away. In the rear of the pickup, Penny yanks at her chain. The chain is threaded through her dog collar and bolted to the corrugated deck. The proximity of other upright corpses seems to be tweaking her, exciting her, disturbing her. "What do you think?" Brian finally asks his brother, who has carefully lowered the hood and clicked it shut with a minimum of noise. Nick is climbing out of the cab. He joins them. "What's the plan?" Brian looks at him. "The plan is, we're fucked." Nick chews his fingernail, glancing back over his shoulder at the zombie conclave slowly working its way down the ravine, getting closer every minute. "Philip, we can't sit here. Maybe we can find another car." Philip exhales a pained sigh. "All right. You fellas know the drill. Grab your shit. I'll get Penny. They light out with Penny on the leash, their backs laden with supplies. They hug the shoulder, following the highway. Brian limps along without complaint, despite the stabbing pain in his hip. Around Greenville, they have to take a detour due to an inexplicable pileup of wrecked vehicles, the scorched tangle of metal spanning across both northbound and southbound lanes, the area crawling with zombies. From a distance, it looks as though the earth itself has split open and vomited up hundreds of walking corpses. They decide to take a 2-lane, rural Route 100, which wends its way southward through Greenville and around the congestion. And they get maybe a mile or two before Philip puts his hand up and stops. "Hold on a second," he says, frowning. He cocks his head. "What is that?" "What is what?" "That noise." "What noise?" Philip listens. They all listen. Philip turns in a slow circle, trying to pinpoint the direction from which the sound is coming. "Is that an engine?" Brian hears it now. "Sounds like a fucking tank. Or maybe a bulldozer," Nick ventures. "What the fuck?" Philip narrows his eyes as he listens. "I can't be too far away." They continue on. Less than a mile down the road, they come upon a dented sign. Woodbury, 1 mile. They continue on down the road, all eyes on the smoke-clogged western sky. "Whoever they are, they got fuel," Nick says. Brian sees a cloud of dust on the horizon. "You think they're friendly?" "I ain't taking any chances," Philip says. "Come on, we'll find a back way in. Take it one step at a time." Philip leads them across the shoulder, then down a weedy slope. They scuttle across an adjacent farm field, a vast and fallow valley of soft earth. Their boots sink into the mire as they go. The chill wind lashes at them, and it takes them an interminable amount of time to circumnavigate the outskirts before the remnants of an abandoned town begin to materialize ahead of them. A Walmart sign rises above a stand of ancient live oaks. The golden arches of a McDonald's are visible not far beyond the Walmart. Litter tumbles down empty streets, past post-war brick buildings and cookie-cutter condos. But on the north side of the town, within a maze of cyclone fences, the sounds of engines and hammering and the occasional voice reveal the presence of humans. "Looks like they're building a wall or something," Nick says as they pause under the cover of trees. In the distance, about 200 yards away, a handful of figures labor over a tall wooden rampart closing off the north edge of town. The barricade already stretches nearly 2 blocks. "Rest of the place looks dead," Philip comments. "Can't be many survivors." "The hell's that?" Brian is pointing at a semicircle of high stanchions a few blocks west of the barricade. Clusters of arc lights point down at a large open space obscured behind buildings and fences. "Football field for the high school, maybe?" Philip is reaching for his Glock. He pulls it out and checks the remaining rounds in the magazine. He's got 6 hollow points left. "What do you think of Philip?" Nick looks anxious, jittery. Brian wonders if Nick is worried about walking into another trap. Or maybe he's just edgy around Philip. The truth is, Brian isn't too keen on waltzing uninvited into this little ragtag community, especially considering the fact that they have a moldering zombie in tow, and a father of said zombie so tightly wound he seems capable of almost anything at any moment. But what choice do they have? Dark clouds are gathering on the western horizon again, and the temperature is plummeting. "What you got there, sport?" Philip nods toward the gun bulging out of the side of Brian's belt. "A 38? "Yeah." "You got the 357? Philip says to Nick, who nods nervously. "Okay. Here's what we're gonna do." They enter from the northeast corner of town, from the trees along the railroad tracks. They come slowly, with their hands raised in a non-threatening gesture. At first, they're surprised by how far they get, in plain sight of at least a dozen humans, before anyone even notices strangers strolling into town. "Hey!" A hefty middle-aged man in a black turtleneck sweater hops off a bulldozer, pointing at the newcomers. "Bruce! Look! We got company!" Another worker, a tall black man in a pea coat with a glistening shaved head, pauses his hammering. He looks up and his eyes widen. He goes for a shotgun leaning against a nearby cooler. "Take it easy, fellas." Philip approaches slowly across a dusty truck lot, his hands raised. His expression is an approximation of calm, as mild and friendly as he can muster. "Just passing through, not looking for any drama." Brian and Nick follow closely on Philip's heels, each with their hands up. The two men come over with shotguns. "You boys packing heat?" the black man wants to know. "Safety zone," Philip says, pausing to carefully reach for his Glock. "I'm going to show you the piece nice and easy like." He shows them the 9mm. "What about you two?" The man in the turtleneck addresses Brian and Nick. They each show their guns. "Is it just the three of you?" The man wearing the turtleneck has a northern accent. His close-cropped blonde hair is peppered with gray, and he has a wrestler's neck and a stevedore's barrel chest. His big porcine belly hangs over his belt. "Just us three," Philip says, and it's essentially the truth. He left Penny tied to a tree in the shadows of the hickory grove 100 yards outside the barricade. Philip secured her with extra rope and put a bandana around her mouth so she wouldn't make any noise. It killed him to gag her like that, but until he knows what he's dealing with here, he figures it's best to keep her out of sight. "What happened to you?" the turtleneck guy says to Brian, nodding at his wounds. "He had a bad time fighting off some biters," Philip explains. The man in the turtleneck lowers his shotgun. "You boys from Atlanta?" "No, sir. Little hole in the wall called Waynesboro." "You seen any National Guard out there?" "No, sir." "You been traveling on your own?" "Pretty much." Philip puts his gun back. "We just need to rest up and be on our way." "You got food?" "Nope." "Any cigarettes?" "No, sir." Philip indicates his companions. "If we could just get a roof over our head for a short spell, we won't bother anybody. You fellas okay with that?" For a moment, the two workmen give each other a glance like they're sharing a private joke. Then the black man bursts out laughing. "Boys, this is the wild fucking West. Nobody gives two pieces of a rat's ass what you do." It turns out that the black man was understating the situation in Woodbury. Over the remaining hours of that day, Philip, Brian, and Nick get the lay of the land, and it's not exactly Mayberry RFD. There are about 60 inhabitants clinging to the secure sector on the north side of town, keeping to themselves mostly, eking out an existence on scraps. Most of them so paranoid and mistrustful of each other that they rarely even come out of their private hovels. They live in deserted condos and empty stores, and they have no organized leadership whatsoever. It's amazing that any of them had the initiative to begin building a wall. In Woodbury, it's every man, woman, and child for themselves. All of which suits Philip, Brian, and Nick just fine. After scouting the edges of town, they decide to hole up in an abandoned 2-unit apartment building on the southern border of the safe zone, near the uninhabited commercial district. Somebody has moved school buses and empty semi-trailers into rows around the periphery of town, forming a makeshift bastion to keep out the biters. For now, the place seems relatively safe. That night, Brian can't sleep, so he decides to sneak out and explore the town. Walking isn't easy. His ribs are still bothering him and his breathing is labored and wheezy. But it feels good to get out and clear his head. In the diamond-chip moonlight, the sidewalks lie desolate and barren, threading through what was once a typical little blue-collar burg. Trash blows willy-nilly across deserted playgrounds and squares. Storefronts housing the requisite small-town merchants, the local dentist, DeForest's Feed and Seed, a Dairy Queen, the Piggly Wiggly, are all dark and boarded. Evidence of the turn lies everywhere. In the lime pits at Kearney's salvage yard, where bodies have been recently deposited and torched, and at the community gazebo at Robert E. Lee Square, where bloodstains from some gruesome battle still glisten like black tar in the moonlight. Brian isn't surprised to learn that the open field in the center of town, which he first glimpsed from the neighboring farm field, is an old dirt racetrack. Apparently, the residents have enough fuel to keep generators going around the clock. And as Brian soon discovers, every so often, in the dark of night, the huge arc lights over the racetrack flare on for no good reason. On the far side of the track, Brian passes a semi-trailer pulsing like a great steel heart with the muffled vibrations of combustion engines, the cables snaking out the back and tying into neighboring buildings. By the time dawn starts to glow on the eastern horizon, Brian decides he better head back to the 2-flat. He crosses a deserted parking lot and then takes a shortcut down a litter-strewn alley. He reaches the adjacent street and passes a group of old men huddled around a flaming trash barrel, warming their hands against the chill and passing around a bottle of Thunderbird. "Watch your back, sonny," one of the men says to Brian as he passes, and the 2 other men chuckle humorously. The 3 men are ancient, grizzled, spavined codgers in moth-eaten Salvation Army coats. They look like they've been hunkered around this barrel for eternity. Brian pauses. He has the snub-nosed .38 pistol wedged behind his belt under his jacket, but he feels no compulsion to brandish it. "Got biters in the area?" "Biters?" one of the other men says. This one has a long white beard and his wrinkled eyes narrow with confusion. "It means them dead things," says the third old derelict, the fattest of the 3. "Hey, Charlie," says the first old man. "You remember? Them walking puss bags that ate Yellow Mike. The reason we're stuck in this shitheel town?" "I know what he's talking about," snaps the bearded codger. "Just never heard him called such a thing before." "You new in town, son?" The fat one is giving Brian the once-over. "As a matter of fact, yeah, I am." The fat old man shows a grin full of rotten green teeth. "Welcome to hell's waiting room." "Don't listen to him, son," the first old man says, putting a bony, arthritic arm around Brian's shoulder. Then, in a low, mucusy voice, the old guy says confidentially, "It ain't the dead things you gotta be mindful of around here. It's the living." The next day, Philip tells Brian and Nick to keep their mouths shut while they're in Woodbury, stay under the radar, avoid any contact with other residents, refrain from even telling people their names. Thankfully, the apartment serves them well as a temporary refuge. Built in the 1950s, with furnishings at least that old, chipped mirror tile on one wall, a moth-eaten sleeper sofa in the living room, a huge rectangular fish tank next to the TV, brimming with scum and the tiny floating corpses of neglected goldfish. The place has 3 bedrooms and running water. It smells like rancid cat shit and rotting fish, but as Brian's dad used to say, beggars can't be choosers. They find canned goods in the pantries of both apartments, and they decide to stay for a while. Much to Brian's amazement, the town people leave them alone, as though they're ghosts. Brian can tell that word is spread among the inhabitants of newcomers in their midst. But still, it's as though the Blakes and Nick are apparitions haunting the broken-down apartment, which is not too far from the truth. Nick keeps to himself and reads his Bible and doesn't say much. Philip and Brian, still edgy around each other, also go about their business with minimal conversation. It doesn't even occur to them to find a vehicle and continue on their southward journey. It feels to Brian like they've given up on getting to the coast, on the future, maybe on each other. Brian continues to heal, and Philip tends to his own obsession with Penny, stealing away to the hickory grove every chance he gets. Late one night, Brian hears the apartment door clicking open and shut. He lies there in bed listening for nearly an hour, when finally he hears Philip returning in a flurry of shuffling steps and gurgling noises. This is the third night in a row Philip has silently slipped out of the apartment, presumably to check on Penny while the townspeople are asleep. But up until tonight, his return has been as quiet and discreet as his departure. But now Brian can hear Philip breathing heavily out in the living room, murmuring something that is drowned out by watery groaning sounds and the clank of a chain. Brian climbs out of bed and goes into the living room. He freezes when he sees Philip dragging Penny on her leash, yanking her across the floor like a whipped dog. For a brief instant, Brian is speechless. All he can do is stare at the little moving corpse in her pigtails and muddy pinafore dress, her feet tracking filth across the apartment floor, and hope that she's a temporary visitor and not, God forbid, a new roommate. Chapter 21. "What the hell are you doing?" Brian asks his brother, as the dead girl claws at the air with stupid hunger. She fixes her milky eyes on Brian. "It'll be okay," Philip says, yanking his dead daughter toward the back hall. "You're not mind your own goddamn business." "But what if nobody saw me?" he says, kicking open the door to the laundry room. It's a small, claustrophobic chamber of linoleum tile and corkboard walls with a broken-down washer and dryer, and ancient cat litter ground into the seams of the floor. Philip drags the drooling, snarling thing into the corner and attaches her leash to the exposed water pipes. He does this with the firm yet gentle hand of an animal trainer. Brian watches from the hall, appalled at what he's seeing. Philip has blankets spread out on the floor and duct-taped to the sharp edges of the washing machine to prevent the Penny thing from making noise or hurting herself. It's obvious he's been preparing for this for a while now. He's been thinking about it a lot. He rigs a makeshift leather halter, fashioned from a belt and pieces of the leash, around her head, attaching it to the pipes. Philip goes about his business with the gentle rigor of a caretaker securing a wheelchair for a handicapped child. With the steel separator, he holds the tiny monster at arm's length and carefully secures the restraints to the wall. All through this, the thing that was once a child snarls and slabbers and yanks at her restraints. Brian stares. He can't decide whether to turn away, cry, or scream. He gets the feeling that he stumbled upon something disturbingly intimate here, and for a brief instant his racing thoughts cast back to the time he was 18 years old and visiting the nursing home in Waynesboro to say goodbye to his dying grandmother. He'll never forget the look on her caretaker's face. On an almost hourly basis, that male nurse had to clean the shit from the old lady's backside, and the expression on his face while he did so, with relatives in the room, was horrible. A mixture of disgust, stoic professionalism, pity, and contempt. That same weird expression is now contorting Philip Blake's features as he buckles straps around the monster's little head, carefully avoiding the danger zone around her snapping jaws. He sings softly to her as he works on her shackles, some sort of off-key lullaby that Brian can't identify. Eventually, Philip is satisfied with the restraints. He tenderly strokes the top of the Penny thing's head, and then kisses her forehead. The girl's jaws snap at him, missing his jugular by centimeters. "I'll leave the light on, pumpkin," Philip says to her, speaking loudly as though addressing a foreigner, before calmly turning and walking out of the laundry room, shutting the door securely behind him. Brian stands there in the hall, his veins running cold. "You want to talk about this?" "It'll be okay," Philip reiterates, avoiding eye contact as he walks away, heading toward his room. The worst part is that the laundry room is next door to Brian's bedroom, and from that moment on, he hears the Penny thing every night, clawing, moaning, straining against her bonds. She's a constant reminder of, What? Armageddon? Madness? Brian doesn't even have the vocabulary for what she represents. The smell is 1,000 times worse than cat urine, and Philip spends a lot of time locked inside that laundry room with the dead girl doing God knows what, and it drives the wedge deeper between the three men. Still in the throes of grief and shock, Brian is torn between pity and repulsion. He still loves his brother, but this is too much. Nick has no comment on the matter, but Brian can tell that Nick's spirit is broken. The silences grow longer between the men, and Brian and Nick begin spending more time outside the apartment, wandering the safe zone, getting to know the dynamics of the inhabitants better. Keeping a low profile, roaming the periphery of the little frontier enclave, Brian learns that the town is basically broken into two social castes. The first group, the one with the most power, includes anyone with a useful trade or vocation. Brian discovers that this first group features 2 bricklayers, a machinist, a doctor, a gun store owner, a veterinarian, a plumber, a barber, an auto mechanic, a farmer, a fry cook, and an electrician. The second group, Brian thinks of them as the dependents, features the sick, the young, and all the white-collar workers with obscure administrative backgrounds. These are the former middle managers and office drones, the paper pushers and corporate executives who once pulled down 6-figure incomes running divisions of huge multinationals, now just taking up space, as obsolete as cassette tapes. With echoes of old sociology courses banging around the back of his mind, Brian wonders if this tenuous, rickety assemblage of desperate souls can ever develop into anything like a community. The sand in the works appears to be 3 members of the National Guard, who wandered into Woodbury from a nearby guard station a couple of weeks ago and started pushing people around. This little rogue clique, which Brian thinks of as the Bullies, is led by a gung-ho former Marine with a flat-top haircut and icy blue eyes, who goes by the name of Gavin, or the Major, as his underlings call him. It only takes a couple of days for Brian to peg Gavin as a sociopath with designs on power and plunder. Maybe the plague made Gavin flip his wig. But over the course of that first week in Woodbury, Brian observes Gavin and his weekend warriors snatching provisions out of the hands of helpless families and taking advantage of several women at gunpoint out behind the racetrack at night. Brian keeps his distance and keeps his head down, and as he makes these silent observations about Woodbury's pecking order, he keeps hearing the name Stevens. From what Brian can glean from scattered conversations with townspeople, this Stevens gentleman was once an ear, nose, and throat man with his own practice in a suburb of Atlanta. After the turn, Stevens set out for safer pastures, apparently alone, some believe due to a divorce. The good doctor quickly stumbled upon the motley group of survivors in Woodbury. Seeing the ragged inhabitants gripped by sickness, malnourished, and many of them nursing injuries, Stevens decided to offer his services. He's been busy ever since, operating out of the former Meriwether County Medical Center 3 blocks from the racetrack. On the afternoon of his 7th day in Woodbury, still wheezing, every breath a stab of pain in his side, Brian finally gets up the nerve to visit the squat, gray brick building on the south end of the safe zone. "You're lucky," Stevens says, snapping an X-ray into its clip at the top of a light panel. He points at a milky image of Brian's ribs. "No serious breaks, just 3 minor fractures to the 2nd, 4th, and 5th pectorals." "Lucky, huh?" Brian mutters, sitting shirtless on the padded gurney. The room is a depressing tile crypt in the basement of the medical center, once the pathology lab, now serving as Stevens' examination room. The air reeks of disinfectant and mold. "Not a word I've used that often in recent days, I will admit," Stevens says, turning toward a stainless steel cabinet next to the light panel. He's a tall, trim, smartly groomed man in his late 40s, with designer steel frame eyeglasses riding low on the bridge of his nose. He wears a lab coat over his wrinkled Oxford shirt and has a sort of weary, professorial intelligence in his eyes. "And the wheezin'?" Brian asks. The doctor fishes through a shelf of plastic vials. "Early-stage pleurisy due to the damage to the ribs," he mumbles as he searches the medication. "I would encourage you to cough as much as possible. It's going to hurt, but it'll prevent secretions from pooling in the lungs." "And my eye?" The stabbing pain in Brian's left eye, radiating up from his bruised jaw, has worsened over the last few days. Every time he looks in the mirror, his eye seems more bloodshot. "Looks fine to me," the doctor says, pulling a pill bottle from the shelf. "Your mandible on that side is a nasty contusion, but that should heal up in time. I'm going to give you some naproxen for the pain." Stevens hands the vial over and then stands there with arms crossed against his chest. Brian almost involuntarily reaches for his wallet. "Not sure if I have—" "There's no payment for services rendered here," the doctor says, with a raised brow somewhat bemused by Brian's innate gesture. "There's no staff, there's no infrastructure, there's no follow-up, and for that matter, there isn't a decent cup of espresso or a half-assed daily newspaper to read." "Oh, right." Brian puts the pills in his pocket. "What about the hip?" "Bruised but intact," he says, flipping off the light panel and closing the cabinet. "I wouldn't worry. You can put your shirt back on now." "Good. Thanks." "Not a big talker, are you?" The doctor washes his hands at a wall sink, dries them on a dirty towel. "I guess not." "Probably better that way," the doctor says, wadding the towel and tossing it into the sink. "You probably don't even want to tell me your name." "Well, it's okay. Forget it. You'll be known in the records as the Bohemian fellow with the cracked ribs. You want to tell me how it happened?" Brian shrugs as he buttons his shirt. "Took a fall." "Fighting off the specimens?" Brian looks at him. "Specimens?" "Sorry, clinical speak. Biters, zombies, pus bags, whatever they're calling them nowadays. That's how you got injured?" "Yeah, something like that." "You want a professional opinion, a prognosis?" "Sure." "Get the hell out of here while you still can." "Why's that?" "Chaos theory." "Excuse me?" "Entropy. Empires fall, stars wink out. The ice cubes in your drink melt." "I'm sorry, I'm not following." The doctor pushes his glasses up his nose. "There's a crematorium in the sublevel of this building. We destroyed 2 more men today. One of them the father of 2 children. They were attacked on the north side yesterday morning. They reanimated last night. More biters are getting through. The barricade's a sieve. Chaos theory is the impossibility of a closed system remaining stable. This town is doomed. There's nobody at the controls. Gavin and his cronies are getting bolder, and you, my friend, are simply another piece of fodder." For the longest time, Brian doesn't say anything. He just stares past the doctor. At last, Brian pushes himself off the table and extends his hand. "I'll keep that in mind." That night, woozy from the painkillers, Brian Blake hears a knock at his bedroom door. Before he even has a chance to get his bearings and turn on a light, the door clicks open and Nick sticks his head in. "Brian, you awake?" "Always." Brian grunts as he climbs out of the blankets and sits up on the side of the bed. Only a few of the apartment's wall outlets are live with generated power. Brian's room is a dead circuit. He switches on a battery-operated lantern and sees Nick pushing into the room, fully dressed, his expression tight with alarm. "You gotta see something," Nick says, going to the window, peering through the blinds. "I saw him last night, same deal, didn't think much of it." Still groggy, Brian joins Nick at the window. "What are we looking at?" Through the slat out in the darkness of a vacant lot, Philip's silhouette can be seen emerging from the far trees. He looks like a stick figure in the darkness. Since Penny's death, he's been losing weight, going without sleep, hardly eating a thing. He looks sick, broken. Like his faded denims are the only things holding his long, lanky limbs together. He carries a bucket, and he walks with a strange, wooden kind of purpose, like a sleepwalker or an automaton. "What's with the bucket?" Brian asks under his breath, almost rhetorically. "Exactly." Nick nervously scratches himself. "He had it last night, too." "Just take it easy, Nick. Stay in here." Brian turns the lantern out. "Let's just see what happens." A few moments later, the sound of the front door clicking open reverberates through the dark apartment. Philip's shuffling footsteps can be heard crossing the living room and making their way down the hall. The click of the laundry room door is followed by the sound of Penny becoming agitated, the chain clanking, the garbled sounds of groaning, noises to which Brian and Nick have almost grown accustomed. Then something reaches their ears that they haven't heard before. The wet slosh of something hitting the tiles, followed by the strange, animalistic, gooey noises of a zombie feeding. "What the fuck is he doing?" In the half-light, Nick's face is a pale, gibbous moon of terror. "Holy Christ," Brian whispers. "He can't be." Brian doesn't even get a chance to finish the thought, because Nick is on his way to the door with a full head of steam heading for the hallway. Brian chases after him. "Nick, don't! This isn't happening." Nick barrels down the hallway, moving toward the laundry room. He knocks hard on the door. "Philip! What's going on?" "Go away!" The sound of Philip's muffled voice is clogged with emotion. "Nick!" Brian tries to get in between Nick and the door, but it's too late. Nick turns the knob. The door is unlocked. Nick enters the laundry room. "Oh, God." Nick's mortified reaction reaches Brian's ears a split second before Brian can get a good look at what's going on in the laundry room. Brian pushes his way into the narrow enclosure and sees the dead girl eating a human hand. Brian's initial reaction is not one of repulsion or disgust or outrage, which, as it happens, is exactly the combination of emotions currently twisting Nick's features as he gapes at the feeding in progress. Instead, Brian is overcome by a wave of sadness. He says nothing at first, simply looks on as his brother crouches down in front of the tiny upright corpse. Ignoring the presence of the other men, Philip calmly pulls a severed human ear from the bucket and waits patiently for the Penny thing to finish consuming the hand. She gobbles the middle-aged male fingers with unbridled gusto, chewing the bloodless, hairy knuckles as though they were delicacies, the stringers of pink, foamy saliva dangling from her lips. She hardly pauses long enough to swallow before Philip places the human ear within range of her blackened teeth, offering the morsel to the child with the care and concern of a priest proffering a wafer to a communicant. The Penny thing devours the cartilage and gristly rolls of human skin with mindless abandon. "I'm out of here," Nick Parsons finally manages to blurt, pivoting and storming out of the room. Brian enters and crouches down next to his brother. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't accuse Philip of anything. Brian is drowning in sorrow right now, and all he can think of saying is, "What's going on, man?" Philip hangs his head. "He was already dead. They were going to burn him. Found his body in a bag out behind the clinic. He died of something else. I just took a few pieces. Nobody'll notice." The Penny thing finishes the ear and starts groaning for more. Philip feeds her a dripping, severed foot, the jagged bone exposed at the ankle like a slimy tusk of ivory. "You think this is..." Brian searches for words. You think this is a good idea? Philip looks down at the floor as the sticky, wet noises of the feeding frenzy fill the laundry room. The girl thing gnaws at the bone as Philip's voice drops an octave, beginning to crack with emotion. Think of him as an organ donor. Philip, I can't let go of her, Brian. I can't. She's all I got. Brian takes a deep breath and fights his own tears. The thing of it is, she's not Penny anymore. I know that. Then why? I see her, and I try to remember, but I can't. I can't remember. I can't remember anything but this shitstorm we're living in. And them road rats that shot her. And she's all I got. The pain and grief choking his voice start to thicken, hardening into something darker. They took her from me. My whole universe. New rules now. New rules. Brian can't breathe. He watches the penny thing gnawing on that pasty severed foot. He looks away. He can't take it anymore. His stomach is clenched with nausea, his mouth watering. He can feel the heat rising in his gorge, and he struggles to his feet. I can't stay in here, Philip. I have to go. Whirling around, Brian stumbles out of the laundry room and gets halfway down the hall when he drops to his knees and roars vomit. His stomach is relatively empty. What comes out of him is mostly bile, but it comes on spasms of agony. He retches and retches, the acid spattering a 6-foot length of carpet between the hallway and the living room. He upchucks his guts, which instantly makes a cold sweat break out all over his body and sends him into a paroxysm of coughing. The fit goes on for endless minutes, each cough throbbing painfully in his ribs. He coughs and coughs until he finally collapses into a heap on the floor. 15 feet away, in the light of a battery-powered lantern, Nick Parsons packs his knapsack. He shoves in a change of clothes, a couple of cans of beans, blankets, a flashlight, some bottled water. He searches the cluttered coffee table for something. Brian manages to sit up, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. You can't leave, man. Not now. Hell, I can't, Nick says, finding his Bible under a pile of candy wrappers. He puts the Bible in the backpack. The muffled feeding noises drift down the hallway, fueling Nick's anxiety. I'm begging you, Nick. Nick zips the knapsack shut. He doesn't look at Brian as he says, You don't need me. That's not true. Brian swallows the bitter taste of bile. I need you now more than ever. I need your help. To keep things together. Together? Nick looks up. He slings the backpack over his shoulder, and then he walks over to where Brian is slumped on the floor. Things haven't been together around here for a long time. Nick, listen to me. He's too far gone, Brian. Listen, I understand what you're saying. Give him one more chance. Maybe this is like a one-time thing. Maybe... I don't know, it's grief. One more chance, Nick. We got a much better shot at survival if we stay together. For a long, agonizing moment, Nick considers all this. Then, on a weary, exasperated sigh, which seems to deflate his very spirit, he drops the knapsack. The next day, Philip vanishes. Brian and Nick don't even bother looking for him. They stay inside for most of the day, hardly speaking to each other, feeling like zombies themselves, moving silently from bathroom to kitchen to living room, where they sit staring out the barred window at the blustery sky, trying to come up with an answer, a way out of this downward spiral. Around 5 o'clock that afternoon, they hear a strange buzzing noise coming from outside, like a cross between a chainsaw and a boat motor. Worried that it might have something to do with Philip, Brian goes to the back door, listens, then pushes his way outside and takes a few steps across the cracked cement of the back porch. The noise is louder now. In the distance, on the north side of town, a thundercloud of dust rises into the steel-gray sky. The howl of engines sputters and waxes and wanes on the breeze, and with a surge of relief, Brian realizes that it's merely somebody maneuvering race cars around the dirt track arena. Every so often, the sound of cheers warbles and echoes on the wind. For a moment, Brian panics. Don't these idiots realize all this noise is going to draw every biter within a 50-mile radius? At the same time, though, Brian is transfixed by the buzzsaw sound drifting on the breeze. Like a wandering radio signal, it touches something sore inside him. An ache for pre-plague times. A series of painful memories of lazy Sunday afternoons, a good night's sleep, walking into a goddamn grocery store and buying a fucking gallon of milk. He goes back inside, puts his jacket on, and tells Nick he's going for a walk. The entrance to the racetrack borders the main drag, a high cyclone fence stretched between two brick piles. As Brian approaches, he sees drifts of trash and old tires scattered across the meager box office, which is bordered by graffiti-stained planks. The noise rises to ear-piercing levels, the winding scream of motors and caterwauling crowds, tainted by the odors of gasoline and burning rubber. The sky is choked with a haze of dust and smoke. Brian finds a gap in the fence and he heads for it when he hears a voice. "Hey!" He pauses, turns, and sees three men in ratty camo fatigues coming toward him. Two of the men are in their 20s, with greasy long hair and assault rifles pinned up high against their shoulders, patrol style. The oldest of the three, a crew-cut hard-ass, his olive drab jacket buttoned up with a bullet bandolier across his chest, walks out front, obviously in command. "Admission is $40, or the equivalent in trade," says the commander. "Admission?" Brian says, taken aback. He sees a name patch on the older man's breast pocket. Major Gavin. Up to this point, Brian has only stolen glimpses of the vicious National Guardsman. But now, at this proximity, Brian can see a glint of crazy in the man's frosty blue eyes. His breath smells of Jim Beam. $40 for an adult, son." "You an adult?" The other men chuckle. "Kids get in free, of course, but you look over 18 to me. Just barely." "You're taking money from people?" Brian is confused. "Times like these? You're free to trade, friend. You got a chicken? Some penthouse magazines you've been jacking off to?" More snickers. Brian's gut goes cold with anger. "I don't have $40. The smile disappears from the major's face like a switch has been thrown. "Then have a nice day." "Who gets the money?" This gets the attention of the other two guardsmen. They move in closer. Gavin comes nose to nose with Brian and says in a soft, threatening grunt, "It's for the commons." "The what?" "The commons, the collective, community improvements and whatnot." Brian feels a surge of rage twisting inside him. "You sure it's not for the collective of you three?" "I'm sorry," the major says in a flat, icy tone. "I must have missed the memo that says you're the new city clerk." "You boys get the memo stating that this Peckerwood is the new Woodbury city clerk?" "No, sir," says one of the greasy-haired minions. "Didn't get that memo." Gavin pulls a .45 semi-auto from his belt holster, thumbs off the safety, and presses the barrel against Brian's temple. "You need to study up on group dynamics, son. You flunked civics class in high school?" Brian says nothing. He stares into the major's eyes, and a red lens draws down over Brian's vision. Everything goes red. Brian's hands tingle, his head spins. "Say ah," the major says. "What?" I said open your goddamn mouth! Gavin bellows, and the other two guardsmen swing their assault rifles into ready positions, the muzzles trained on Brian's skull. Brian opens his mouth, and Gavin inserts the cold barrel of the .45 between Brian's teeth like a dentist checking for cavities. Something breaks inside Brian. The steel muzzle tastes like old coins and bitter oil. The entire world turns the deepest shade of scarlet. Go back to where you came from, the major said, before you get yourself hurt. Brian manages a nod. The muzzle slips out of his mouth. Moving as if in a dream, Brian slowly backs away from the guardsman, turns, and walks stiffly back the way he came, now traveling through an invisible mist of crimson. Around 7 o'clock that evening, Brian is back at the apartment, alone, still bundled in his jacket, standing at the barred window in the rear of the living room, gazing out at the dwindling daylight, his racing thoughts like contrary waves crashing against a breakwater. He covers his ears. The muffled, thumping noises of the miniature zombie in the next room fuel his stupor, a phonograph needle skipping on a record, driving Brian further and further inward. At first, he barely registers the sound of Nick returning from who knows where, the shuffling footsteps, the click of the closet door. But when he hears the muted mutterings drifting down the hallway, he snaps out of his trance and goes to investigate. Nick is digging in the closet for something. His tattered nylon coat is damp, his sneakers muddy, and he's murmuring under his breath, I will lift my eyes up to the hills, and from whence comes my help? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. Brian sees Nick pull the pistol-grip shotgun from the closet. Nick, what are you doing? Nick doesn't answer. He snaps open the gun's pump mechanism and checks the breech. It's empty. He madly searches the floor of the closet, and he finds the single box of shells which they managed to spirit all the way from the villa to Woodbury. He keeps muttering, The Lord shall preserve us from all evil. He shall preserve our souls. Brian takes a step closer. Nick, what the hell is going on? Still no answer. Nick tries to load the shells with shaky hands, and he drops one. It rolls across the floor. Nick fumbles another one into the breech and then pumps it home with a clang. Behold, he who keeps Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. Nick! Brian grabs the man's shoulder and spins him around. What the fuck is wrong with you? For a moment, it almost looks like Nick is about to swing the shotgun up and blow Brian's head off. The look of unadulterated fury contorts Nick's face. Then he gets himself under control and swallows, and looks at Brian and says, This can't go on. Then, without another word, Nick turns and marches across the room and out the front door. Brian grabs his .38, shoves it down the back of his belt, and hurries after Nick. Chapter 22. The purple light of dusk settles over the landscape. Icy winds toss the trees along the edges of the woods bordering Woodbury. The air swirls with the odors of wood smoke and carbon monoxide, as well as the unceasing whine of dirt racers emanating from the center of town. The back streets are fairly deserted, most of the inhabitants at the track, but still it's a miracle nobody sees Brian and Nick stumbling across the vacant lot bordering the safe zone. Nick prays furiously as he heads for the woods, carrying the pistol-grip shotgun on his shoulder like some kind of holy bludgeon. Brian keeps grabbing at Nick, trying to slow him down, trying to get him to stop his goddamn praying for 1 second and talk like a normal person. But Nick is driven by some feverish objective. At last, as they approach the tree line, Brian yanks at Nick's coat so hard he nearly knocks him over. What the fuck are you doing? Nick spins and gives Brian a hard look. I saw him dragging a girl out here. Nick's voice is brittle and on the verge of tears. Philip? It can't go on, Brian. What girl? Someone from town. He took her by force. Whatever he's doing, it has to stop. Brian studies Nick's quivering chin. Nick's eyes fill up with tears. Brian takes a deep breath. Okay, calm down for a second. Just calm down. He's got the darkness in him, Brian. Let go of me. It's gotta stop. You saw him take a girl, but you didn't let go of me, Brian. For a moment, Brian just stands there, clutching at Nick's sleeve. Goose flesh ripples down Brian's back, his midsection going cold. He refuses to accept this. There has to be a way to get things back on track, get things under control. Finally, after an agonizing pause, Brian looks at Nick and says, "Show me." Nick takes Brian down a narrow, untrimmed footpath that snakes through a copse of pecan trees. Overgrown with hemlock and ironweed, the path is already lousy with shadows. Magic hour is closing in, the temperature nosediving. Brambles and thorns tear at their jackets as they hasten toward a break in the foliage. To their right, through a latticework of leaves, they can see the southernmost edge of the construction site, where a new section of the wooden barricade is going up. Piles of timber lie nearby. The bulldozer sits in the gloom. Nick indicates a clearing up ahead. "There he is," Nick whispers as they approach a deadfall on the threshold of the clearing. He drops down behind the logs, looking almost like a hysterical little boy playing army. Brian joins him, crouching down and peering over the top of the rotting timber. About 20 yards in the distance, in a natural basin of mossy earth, shrouded by a canopy of ancient live oaks and longleaf pine, Philip Blake is visible. The ground is carpeted in matted pine needles, fungus, and weeds, and a low, faint glow of methane clings to the forest floor, a ghostly magenta haze that gives the clearing an almost mythical cast. Nick raises the shotgun. "Dear Lord," he mumbles under his breath, "please cleanse us of all this unrighteousness." "Nick, stop it," Brian whispers. "I renounce all sins," Nick drones on, gaping at the horror in the clearing. "They offend thee, O Lord." "Shut up! Just shut up!" Brian is trying to make sense of it all. In the shadows, it's hard to make out exactly what they're looking at. At first glance, it looks like Philip is out there, kneeling down in the weeds, hog-tying a pig. His denim jacket soaked in sweat. Covered in cockleburrs, he winds rope around the wrists and ankles of a writhing figure beneath him. A frigid blast of horror swirls through Brian when he realizes it is indeed a young woman on the ground. Her blouse torn, her mouth gagged with nylon rope. "Jesus Christ, what the hell is he?" Nick keeps babbling under his breath. "Forgive me, Lord, for what I'm about to do, and with the help of thy grace I serve thy will." "Shut the fuck up!" Brian's brain is chugging, seizing up with panic, racing with frantic assumptions. Philip is either going to rape this poor woman or kill her and feed her to Penny. Something has to be done, and it has to be done quickly. Nick is right. He was right all along. There has to be a way to stop this before... A blur of movement next to Brian. Nick is vaulting over the deadfall, pushing his way through the briars and into the clearing. "Nick, wait!" Brian gets halfway through the brambles when he sees the deadly tableau taking shape in the shadowy clearing, like an arrangement of players on a surreal chessboard, coming together in dreamy slow motion. Nick stumbles out into the open with his shotgun raised at Philip, and Philip, startled by the sudden sound of Brian's warning cry, springs to his feet. Weaponless, glancing nervously from the wriggling woman to the duffel bag lying in the toadstools next to her, Philip raises his hands. "Put that goddamn thing down, Nicky." Nicky raises the bead of the muzzle until it's trained directly on Philip. "Devil's got his hooks in you, Philip. You sinned against God, desecrated his name. It's in the hands of the Lord now." Brian is staggering into the clearing, fumbling for his .38, hyperventilating with adrenaline. "Nick, don't do it!" Brian's mind races as he comes to a halt 10 feet behind Nick. By this point, the girl on the ground has managed to roll over, still bound and gagged, and she's crying into the moist earth, as if wishing it would open up and let her climb in and die. Meanwhile, Nick and Philip are standing 6 feet away from each other, their gazes locked. "What are you? The avenging angel?" Philip asks his longtime friend. "Maybe I am." "This doesn't concern you, Nicky." Nick is trembling with emotion, his eyes blinking away tears. "There's a better place for you and your daughter, Philly." Philip stands as still as a stone monument, his narrow, weathered face looking positively grotesque in the gloomy light. "And I suppose you're the one who's going to send me and Penny to glory." "Somebody's got to stop this, Philly. Might as well be me." Nick raises the sight to his eye and mutters, "Lord, please forgive—" "Nick, wait! Please, please! Listen to me!" Brian circles around with the .38 pointed up in the air like he's a referee. He comes within inches of Nick, who still has his sight fixed on Philip. Brian babbles, "All the years of bumming around Waynesboro, all the laughs you shared, all the miles we put behind us. Doesn't that count for something? Philip saved our lives. Things have gotten out of hand, yeah, but things can be put back together. Put the gun down, Nick. I'm begging you." Nick shakes. He keeps the sight fixed. Sweat beads on his forehead. Philip takes a step closer. "Don't worry about it, Brian. Nick has always been a talker. He ain't got the stones to shoot somebody who's still alive." Nick trembles furiously. Brian watches, frozen with indecision. Philip calmly reaches down to the girl, grabs her by the scruff of her collar, and yanks her up like a stray piece of luggage. He turns and starts dragging the squirming girl toward the far side of the clearing. Nick's voice drops into a lower register. "Have mercy on us all." The shotgun ratchets suddenly, and the muzzle roars. A 12-gauge shotgun is a blunt instrument. The lethal .33 caliber pellets can spread as wide as a foot or more in a short distance, tearing through its target with enough force to penetrate a cinder block. The buckshot that hits Philip in the back punches through the meat of his shoulder blades and the cords of his neck, sending half his brainstem out through the front of his throat. The grains also take the side of the girl's scalp off, killing her instantly. The two bodies are launched in a cloud of pink mist. The pair tumble forward in a tangled clench before sprawling side by side on the forest floor, their arms and legs akimbo. The girl is already stone-still dead, but Philip twitches in his death throes for several agonizing seconds. His face is upturned, frozen in a mask of utter surprise. He tries to breathe, but the damage to his brain is shutting everything down. The shock of what has just happened drives Nick Parsons to his knees, his fingers still frozen on the trigger pad, the shotgun sizzling hot. His vision tunnels as he gapes at the damage inflicted on the two human bodies in the path of the blast. He drops the shotgun in the weeds and moves his mouth, but makes no sound. What has he done? He feels himself contracting inward like a seed pod, cold and desolate, the clanging noise of Armageddon ringing in his ears, the scalding tears of shame coming now in rivulets down his face. What has he done? What has he done? What has he done? Brian Blake turns to ice. His pupils dilate. The sight of his brother lying in a bloody heap on the ground next to the dead girl stamps itself forever on his brain. All other thoughts drain out of his mind. Only the noise of Nick's keening wails penetrate Brian's stupor. Howling with sobs now, Nick is still on his knees next to Brian. All reason and sanity have drained out of Nick Parsons' face, and he caterwauls at the sight of the carnage. Bursts of gibberish come out of him in stringers of snot, part prayer, part insane pleading, his breath showing in the chill twilight. He looks up at the heavens. Brian raises the .38 without thinking, a jolt of psychotic rage driving him, and he squeezes off a single shot point blank into the side of Nick Parsons' skull. The battering ram drives Nick over in a jet of red fluid, the slug ripping through his brain, coming out the other side and chewing through a tree. Nick folds, eyes rolling back, brain already dead. He lands with the profound surrender of a child going to sleep. The passage of time loses all meaning. Brian doesn't see the dark silhouettes of figures approaching through the distant trees drawn to the noise. Nor does he have any awareness of moving across the clearing to the mangled pair of bodies. But somehow, without even being conscious of it, Brian Blake ends up on the ground next to Philip, cradling his younger brother's bloody form in his lap. He gazes down at Philip's grizzled face, now as pale as alabaster, stippled with blood. A flicker of life still glints in Philip's eyes as the two brothers meet each other's gaze. For a brief instant, Brian flinches at the glacier of sorrow cutting through him, the connection between the two siblings as thick as blood, as deep as the earth, now fracturing Brian's soul with the power of shifting tectonic plates. The weight of their common history, the endless tedium of grammar school, the blessed summer vacations, the passing of late-night whispers from one bunk bed to the other, their first beers on that ill-fated Appalachian camping trip, their secrets, their fights, their small-town dreams foiled by life's cruel equations. All of it slices through his soul. Brian weeps. His cries, as shrill and keen as that of an animal in a trap, rise up into the darkening sky, blending with the distant whining of race cars. He sobs so hard, he doesn't even notice Philip's passing. When Brian looks back down at his brother, Philip's face is hardened into a marble white sculpture. The foliage trembles 20 feet away. At least a dozen biters of all shapes and sizes are forcing their way through the thicket. The first one, an adult male in tattered work clothes, pops through the branches with arms reaching at the nothingness, shoe-button eyes scanning the clearing. The thing fixes its gaze on the closest meal, Philip's cooling corpse. Brian Blake rises to his feet and turns away. He can't watch. He knows this is the best option. The only option. Let the zombies clean up the mess. He shoves the .38 back behind his belt and heads for the construction site. Brian finds a perch on top of a truck cab to wait out the feeding frenzy. His brain is a television tuned to many stations all at once. He draws his pistol and clutches it like a security blanket. The cacophony of voices, the fragments of half-formed images, all crackle and flicker inside Brian's skull. The twilight has passed into full-bore darkness, the closest vapor light hundreds of yards off. But Brian sees the world around him in photo-negative brilliance now. His fear is keen as a knife edge. He is alone now, as alone as he has ever been, and it eats at him deeper than any zombie. The wet, gurgling, sucking noises coming from the clearing are barely audible above the constant buzzing of dirt track racers. Somewhere in the back of Brian's hectic thoughts, he knows that the din of the racetrack is drowning the commotion in the clearing. Probably part of Philip's plan. His abduction of the girl going unheard, unseen. Through the lacing of brambles and foliage, Brian can see the silhouettes of monsters tearing into the human remains left in the clearing. Clusters of zombies hunch over their quarry, ape-like, gorging on hunks of flesh, detached bones dripping with gore, flaps of skin, torn scalps, unidentified appendages, and sopping organs still warm and steaming in the chill air. More of them crowd in, clumsily shoving each other aside, grunting for a morsel. Brian closes his eyes. For a moment he wonders if he should pray. He wonders if he should offer a silent eulogy for his brother, for Nick and the woman, for Penny, for Bobby Marsh, for David Chalmers, for the dead, for the living, and for this whole fucked up, broken, God-forsaken world. But he doesn't. He simply sits there as the zombies feed. Some time later, God only knows when, the biters drift away from the flensed, excoriated remains now lying strewn across the clearing. Brian slips off the roof of the truck cab and makes his way back through the darkness to the apartment. That night, Brian sits in the empty apartment in the living room, in front of the empty scummy fish tank. It's the end of the programming day in Brian's brain. The national anthem has been sung, the broadcast is signed off, and now only a blizzard of white noise blankets his thoughts. Still clad in his filthy jacket, he sits staring through the fish tank's rectangular glass side, which is filmed in green mold and mottled with specks of chum, as though watching some monotonous still life being broadcast from hell. He sits this way, staring trance-like into the vacuous heart of that fish tank, for endless minutes. The minutes turn into hours. His mind screen is a blank cathode ray tube boiling with electronic snow. The coming of daylight barely registers. He doesn't hear the commotion outside the apartment, the troubled voices, the sounds of vehicles. The day drags on, time now meaningless, until the next evening draws its curtain of darkness down over the apartment. Brian sits in the dark, oblivious to the passage of time, continuing to stare with catatonic interest at the invisible broadcast originating from the empty shell of the fish tank. The next morning comes and goes. At some point that next day, Brian blinks. The flicker of a message sparks and sputters across the blank screen of his mind. At first it's faint and garbled, like a poorly transmitted signal, but with each passing second it grows stronger, clearer, louder. Goodbye. Like a depth charge in the center of his soul, the word implodes in a convulsion of white-hot energy, jerking him forward in the shop-worn armchair, sitting him bolt upright, forcing open his eyes. Goodbye. He's dehydrated and stiff, his stomach empty, his pants soaked through with his own urine. For nearly 36 hours he sat in that chair, comatose, as still as a divining rod, and moving isn't easy at first, but he feels cleansed, scourged, as clear-headed as he's ever been. He limps into the kitchen and finds little in the cupboard other than a couple of cans of peaches. He tears one open and wolfs the whole thing down, the juice running across his chin. Peaches have never tasted so good. In fact, it occurs to him that perhaps he has never tasted peaches before. He goes into the bedroom and changes out of his disgusting clothes, puts on his only other pair of jeans and his only other shirt, an AC/DC silk-screen tee. He finds a spare Doc Martens boots and slips them on. Mounted on the back of the door is a cracked floor-length mirror. A wiry, disheveled, compact ferret of a man stares back at him. The crack in the looking-glass bisects his narrow visage and his thatch of long, unruly black hair. His face is fringed with straggly whiskers, his eyes sunken and rimmed in dark circles. He hardly recognizes himself. Whatever, he says to the mirror, and walks out of the room. He finds his .38 in the living room, along with one last speed loader, the last 6 rounds in his possession, and he shoves the gun down the back of his belt, the speed loader into his pocket. Then he visits Penny. "Hey there, kiddo," he says with great tenderness as he enters the laundry room. The narrow chamber of linoleum reeks of the dead. Brian barely notices the smell. He goes over to the little creature who growls and sputters at his presence, straining against her chains. She's the color of cement, her eyes like smooth stones. Brian crouches down in front of her, looks in her bucket. It's empty. He looks up at her. "You know I love you, right?" The penny thing snarls. Brian strokes the side of her delicate little ankle. "I'm going to go get some supplies, sweetheart. I'll be back before you know it, don't worry." The little dead thing cocks its head and lets out a groan that sounds like air running through rusty pipes. Brian pats her on the leg, out of the range of her rotting incisors, and then rises to his feet. "See you soon, sweetie." The moment that Brian slips unnoticed from the side door of the apartment and starts north, striding through the raw winds of the afternoon, his head down, his hands in the pockets of his jacket, he can tell something is going on. The racetrack is silent. A couple of townspeople run past him, their eyes aglow with alarm. The air reeks of the dead. Off to the left, behind the barricade of buses and semis, scores of walking corpses wander along the barrier, sniffing for a way in. Up ahead, black smoke pours out of the clinic's incinerator. Brian quickens his pace. As he closes in on the town square, he can see way in the distance at the north end of the safe zone, where the fence is under construction, men standing on wooden parapets with rifles and binoculars. They don't look happy. Brian hurries along. All his pain, the stiffness in his joints, the throb in his ribs, all of it, vanishes amid the high-voltage current of his adrenaline. Woodbury keeps its food rations in a brick warehouse across from the old courthouse. Brian pauses in front of the warehouse when he sees the old derelict juicers loitering across the street in front of the flagstone government building with its chipped Romanesque columns. Other folk stand on the stone steps, nervously smoking cigarettes, while others crowd the entranceway. Brian crosses the intersection and approaches the gathering. "What's going on?" he asks the fat old man in the Salvation Army coat. "Trouble in River City, son," the old codger says, jerking a greasy thumb at the courthouse. "Half the town's in there having a powwow." "What happened?" "Found 3 more residents out in the woods yesterday. Picked clean as chicken bones. Place is crawling with roamers now, drawn by the racetrack most likely. Damn fools making all that noise." For a moment, Brian considers his options. He could very easily avoid this mess, pack up and move on. He could boost one of the four-wheelers and take Penny in the back and be gone in a flash. He doesn't owe these people anything. The safest bet is to not get involved, just get the fuck out of Dodge. That's the smartest way to play it. But something deep inside Brian makes him reconsider. What would Philip do? Brian stares at the crowd of townspeople milling about the entrance to the courthouse. Chapter 23. Does anybody even know what their names were? A woman in her late 60s, with a halo of fright wig gray hair, stands up in the back of the community room on the first floor of the courthouse building. The veins in her neck waddle pulsing with tension. The 30 or so beleaguered residents of Woodbury gathered around her, town elders, heads of small families, former merchants and passers-through who landed here almost by mistake, fidget on folding chairs in tattered coats and muddy boots, facing the front of the narrow conference room. The space has an end-of-world feel to it, with crumbling plaster, overturned coffee urns, exposed wiring, and litter strewn across the parquet floor. "What the fuck difference does it make?" barks Major Gene Gavin from the front of the room, his minions behind him with their M4 assault rifles on their hips like faux gangbangers. It feels right and proper to the Major to be standing at the head of this little town hall meeting right now, near the flagpoles displaying the American and Georgia state flags. Like MacArthur taking over Japan or Stonewall Jackson at Bull Run, the Major relishes the opportunity to finally make a stand as the leader pro tem of this miserable town full of chicken shits and rejects. Ramrod tough in his green fatigues and jarhead brush cut, the Major has been waiting for this moment, biding his time for weeks. No stranger to whipping pussies into shape, Gavin knows he needs respect in order to lead, and in order to be respected, he needs to be feared. Which is exactly how he used to deal with the weekend warriors under his command at Camp Ellenwood. Gavin was a survival instructor with the 221st Military Intelligence Battalion, and he used to torment those lily-livered weaklings on overnight bivouacs up to Skull Shoals by shitting in their duffels and giving them the rubber hose treatment for the smallest infractions. But that might as well have been a million years ago. This situation is code fucked, and Gavin is going to take every advantage to stay on top of things. It was just a couple of them new guys, Gavin adds as an afterthought, and some slut from Atlanta. An elderly gentleman in the front stands up, his bony knees trembling. "All due respect, That was Jim Bridges' daughter, and she weren't no slut. Now, I think I speak for everybody when I say we need protection. Maybe a curfew. Keep people in after dark. Maybe we could take a vote. Sit down, old man, before you hurt yourself. Gavin gives the old geezer his best menacing look. We got bigger problems to deal with now. There's a goddamn convention of them biters closing in on us. The old man takes a seat, grumbling to himself. Oh, that noise from the damn dirt races. That's the reason them biters are surrounding us. Gavin unsnaps the holster on his hip, exposing the grip of his .45, and takes a threatening step toward the old man. I'm sorry, I don't recall opening the floor to comments from the nursing home. Gavin jabs a finger at the old man. My advice is for you to shut the fuck up before you get yourself into trouble. A younger man springs to his feet 2 chairs away from the old man. Take it easy, Gavin, the younger man says. Tall, olive-skinned, his hair tucked under a bandana. He wears a sleeveless shirt that reveals heavily muscled arms. His dark eyes gleam with street-level smarts. This ain't some John Wayne movie. Take it down a notch. Gavin turns to the man in the bandana, brandishing the .45 with menace. Shut your mouth, Martinez, and put your spick ass back in your chair. Behind Gavin, the 2 guardsmen tense up, swinging the muzzles of their M4s up and into ready positions, their eyes scanning the room. The man named Martinez just shakes his head and sits back down. Gavin lets out a frustrated sigh. You people don't seem to grasp the seriousness of this situation, he says, holstering the .45 as he moves back to the front of the room, speaking with the cadence of a drill instructor. We're sitting ducks here. We don't do something about them barricades. Got a bunch of freeloaders taking up space, expecting everybody else to carry the weight. No discipline. I got news for you. Your little vacation is over. Gonna be some new rules, and you're all gonna pitch in, and you're gonna do what you're told, and you're gonna keep your fucking mouth shut. Am I making myself clear? Gavin pauses, daring somebody to object. The townspeople sit in silence, looking like children who've been sent to the principal's office. In one corner, Stevens, the physician, sits next to a young woman in her 20s. Dressed in a stained smock, the girl has a stethoscope draped around her neck. Stevens looks like a man smelling something that's been rotting for a long time. He raises his hand. The major rolls his eyes and lets out an exasperated sigh. What is it now, Stevens? Correct me if I'm wrong, the doctor says. But we're stretched thin already. We're doing our best. What's your point? The doctor gives him a shrug. What is it you want from us? I want your goddamn obedience! The booming response barely registers on Stephen's thin, cunning features. Gavin takes long, even breaths, getting himself back under control. Stevens pushes his eyeglasses up the bridge of his nose and looks away, shaking his head. Gavin gives his men a look. The guardsmen nod in unison at the major, trigger fingers on trigger pads. This isn't going to be as easy as Gavin thought. Brian Blake stands in the back of the room in the shadow of a dusty, bankrupt vending machine, his hands in his pockets, listening, taking it all in. His heart thumps, and he hates himself for it. He feels like a laboratory rat in a maze. The crippling fear, an old nemesis, is back with a vengeance. He can feel the speed loader like a tumor in his pocket, the bulge cold against his thigh. His throat is tight and dry, his tongue 2 sizes too big for his mouth. What the fuck is wrong with him? At the front of the room, Gavin keeps pacing in front of the gallery of town founders, displayed in shop-worn frames across the room's front wall. Now, I don't care what you call this clusterfuck we find ourselves in. I call it war. And right now, this little shitheel town is officially under martial fucking law. Tense murmuring spread through the group. The old man is the only one brazen enough to speak up. What does that mean, exactly? Gavin walks over to the old man. That means y'all are gonna follow orders. Be good little boys and girls." He pats the top of the codger's bald pate like he's petting a rabbit. "Y'all behave yourselves, do what you're told, and we just might survive this shitstorm." The old man swallows hard. Most of his fellow townspeople look down at the floor. It's clear to Brian, observing from the back of the room, that the inhabitants of Woodbury are trapped in more ways than one. The hatred in the room is thick enough to paint the walls, but the fear is thicker. It exudes from the very pores of everybody present, including Brian, who is hard at work fighting it. He shoves his terror back down his throat. Somebody murmurs something near the front of the room over by the window. Brian is too far away to make out the words, and he gazes over the tops of heads to see who it is. "You got something you want to say, Detroit?" Near the window, a middle-aged black man in greasy dungarees and gray beard is sulking in his seat, looking gloomily out the window. His long, tawny fingers are caked with axle grease. The town mechanic, a transplant from up north, he mumbles something to himself, not looking at the major. "Speak up, homeboy!" The major approaches the black man. Towering over him, Gavin says, "What's your beef? You don't like the program?" Almost inaudibly, the black man says, "I'm out of here." He gets up to make his exit when suddenly the major reaches for his gun. With almost involuntary instinct, the black man reaches a big, calloused hand down to the revolver shoved into his belt. But before he can draw the weapon or even give it a second thought, Gavin draws on him. "Please, go for it, Detroit," Gavin snarls, pointing the .45 at the man, "so I can blow the back of your nappy fucking head off." The other soldiers move in behind the major, raising their assault rifles, fixing their eyes on the black man. Hand still on the hilt of his pistol, eyes locked with Gavin, the black man named Detroit murmurs, "It's bad enough we gotta fight off them dead things. Now we gotta deal with you pushing us around. Sit the fuck down. Now!" Gavin puts the barrel on Detroit's forehead. "Or I will take you down, and that is a promise." With an exasperated sigh, Detroit flops back down. "That goes for the rest of you!" The major turns to the others. "You think I'm doing this for my health? You think I'm running for dog catcher? This ain't no democracy. This is life and fucking death." He begins pacing across the front of the room. "You want to keep from being dog food, you'll do what you're told. Let the professionals mind the store and keep your fucking pie hole shut." Silence hangs in the room like a poisonous gas. And back, Brian feels the skin on the back of his neck prickle. His heart is going to break through his sternum. It's hammering so hard in his chest. He can't breathe. He wants to rip this tin soldier's head off, but his body is going into some kind of fight-or-flight paralysis. His brain crackles with flickering fragments of memory, sights, and sound from a lifetime driven by fear, avoiding bullies on the playground at Burke County Elementary, skirting the parking lot of the Stop and Go to avoid a group of leather thugs, running away from a gang of toughs at a Kid Rock concert, wondering where Philip is. Where the hell is Philip when you need him? A noise from the front of the room shakes Brian out of his rumination. The man named Detroit is getting up. He's had enough. His chair squeaks as he rises to his full height, well over 6 feet, and turns to walk away. "Where the hell are you going?" Gavin watches the black man move down the aisle toward the front exit. "Hey! I asked you a question, Detroit! Where the fuck do you think you're going?" Detroit doesn't even look back. He just waves dismissively, mumbling, "I'm out of here. Good luck, y'all. You're gonna need it with these motherfuckers. You sit your black ass back down right now, or I will blow you away." Detroit keeps walking. Gavin pulls his sidearm. There is an audible intake of air among the townspeople as Gavin draws a bead on the back of Detroit's head. The blast sucks the air out of the room. So loud it rattles the walls, accompanied by a scream from one of the older women, as a single round goes into the back of the black man's skull. Detroit is thrown forward into the vending machine next to Brian. Brian jerks. The black man bounces off the steel panel and then falls to the floor, his blood spray painting the Coke display, the wall above the machine, and even part of the ceiling. Many things happen in the aftermath of that blast, even before the ringing echoes of screams have had a chance to fade away. Almost immediately, 3 separate townspeople, 2 middle-aged men and a woman in her 30s, dart toward the exit, and Brian watches as if in a dream, his ears ringing, his eyes flash blind. He can barely hear the strangely calm voice of Major Gavin, void of regret, void of any feeling whatsoever, ordering his 2 guardsmen, Barker and Manning, to go get the fleeing townspeople, and while they're at it, round up anyone else who's still out there hiding like goddamn cockroaches. Because Gavin wants every soul who's still got a pulse to hear what he has to say. The 2 guardsmen hurry out of the room, leaving behind the stunned, petrified group of 25 residents, the Major, and Brian. The room seems to turn on its axis for Brian as Gavin holsters his gun, looking down at the body of the black man sprawled on the floor as though it was a hunting trophy. Gavin turns and saunters back toward the front. He's got everybody's attention now like never before, and he seems to be enjoying every minute of it. Brian can barely hear the Major droning on now about making an example out of any cocksucker who thinks they can endanger the lives of Woodbury's residents by being a lone wolf, by bucking the system, by being a smart-ass know-it-all who thinks they can go it alone and keep their shit to themselves. These times, according to Gavin, are special times. Foretold in the Bible, prophesized. Matter of fact, these times are maybe, just maybe, the end time. And from now on, every last son of a bitch in this town needs to get used to the fact that this may very well be the last battle between man and Satan. And as far as the fine folks of Woodbury, Georgia are concerned, Gavin has been hereby appointed by default the goddamn Messiah. This maniacal lecture lasts for perhaps a minute, maybe 2 minutes at the most. But in that brief span of time, Brian Blake goes through a metamorphosis. Frozen against the side of the vending machine, the fallen man's blood seeping under the soles of his shoes, Brian realizes he will have no chance in this world if he lets his natural inclinations drag him down. Brian's instincts, to shrink away from violence, to skirt dangers, to avoid confrontation, fill him with shame. And he finds himself casting his racing thoughts back to the very first encounter he had with the walking dead, back in Deering, at his parents' place, a million light years away. They came out of the tool shed and back, and Brian was trying to talk to them, reason with them, warning them to stay away, throwing stones at them, running back into the house, boarding up windows, pissing his pants, behaving like the weakling he always was and always will be. And in the space of that single terrible instant, as Gavin pontificates to the townspeople, Brian is gripped with a flickering flash-frame series of visions of his cowardice and indecision along the road to western Georgia, as if he'd learned nothing along the way. Huddling in the closet at Wiltshire Estates, bagging his first zombie almost by accident in the Chalmers' building, belly aching to his brother about this and that, always weak and scared and useless. Brian realizes suddenly, with the convulsive pain of an embolism exploding in his heart, that there is no way he can survive on his own. No way in hell. And now, as Major Gavin starts barking orders at the traumatized residents from the front of the council room, assigning arduous duties and rules and procedures, Brian feels his consciousness disconnecting, detaching from his body like a butterfly leaving its cocoon. It starts with Brian wishing that Philip were there to protect him, as he'd done since the beginning of the ordeal. How would Philip handle Gavin? What would Philip do? Soon, this simple longing transforms into agonizing pain and loss over Philip's death, the torture like an open wound, the sharp edge of grief slicing through Brian and tearing him in two. Bracing himself against that blood-spattered vending machine, Brian feels his center of gravity rising, his spirit breaking away from his body, like a primordial chunk of the earth tearing away to form the moon, Dizziness threatens to drive him to the floor, but he fights it. And before he can even register what is going on, Brian has risen out of his body. His consciousness now floats above his body, a ghostly onlooker gazing down at himself in that airless, reeking, crowded community room of the old Woodbury courthouse. Brian sees himself grow still. Brian sees the target at the front of the room 25 feet away. Brian sees himself take a single step away from the vending machine, reaching behind his belt, grasping hold of the beaver-tail grip of the .38 caliber pistol, while Gavin continues hollering orders up front, oblivious, pacing across stoic portraits of Woodbury's forefathers. Brian sees himself taking 3 more tactical steps, moving down the center aisle, while simultaneously drawing the .38 from his belt in one smooth instinctual movement. He holds the gun at his side as he completes the 4th additional stride, coming within 15 feet of Gavin, finally getting Gavin's attention, causing the Major to pause and look up. And that's when Brian raises the muzzle and empties the entire cylinder of lethal, hollow-point Glazer safety slugs into the general vicinity of Gavin's face. This time the townspeople jerk in their seats at the noise. But oddly, nobody screams. No one is more shocked by Brian's actions than Brian. And he stands frozen for one excruciating moment in the center aisle. The .38 still raised and empty, his arm locked in the shooting position. The spectacle of Major Gavin's remains slumped on the floor against the front wall. Gavin's upper body is riddled, his face and neck pumping deep red arterial blood in oily bubbles. The spell is broken by the sound of squeaking chairs, the shuffle of people rising. Brian lowers the gun to his side. He looks around. Some of the townspeople are moving to the front of the room. Others are staring at Brian. One of the men kneels by Gavin's body, but he doesn't bother feeling for a pulse or looking too closely. The one named Martinez comes over to Brian. "Don't take this personally, brother," Martinez says, his voice a low, grave murmur. "But you better get your ass out of here." "No." Brian feels as though his center of gravity has returned, his very soul rebooting like a computer powering back up. Martinez stares. "Gonna be hell to pay when those goons get back." "It'll be okay," Brian says, reaching into his pocket for the speed loader. He dumps the empty shells, then fumbles the fresh round into the pistol. He's unskilled at the maneuver, but his hands are rock steady. He's stopped shaking. "We outnumber them 10-1. Some of the townspeople are gathered by the vending machine, clustered around the body of the one named Detroit. Dr. Stevens is feeling for a pulse as the sound of someone softly crying reaches Brian's ears. He turns toward the group gathered there. "Who's armed in here?" he asks. A few hands go up. "Stay close," Brian says, then weaves his way through the stunned, milling townspeople to the exit. He stands inside the door, gazing out through the panes of safety glass at the blustery, overcast autumn day. Even through the door's window glass, the unmistakable drone of zombies can be heard way off in the distance under the wind. They now sound different somehow to Brian's ears. Segregated behind makeshift barricades, sectioned off from the stubborn little enclave of survivors by thin membranes of wood and metal, the low, ubiquitous symphony of moaning noises, as ugly and dissonant as wind chimes fashioned from human bones, no longer whisper of doom. They now speak of opportunity. They sound to Brian like an invitation to a new way of life, a new paradigm that is just now forming within Brian like the birth of a new religion. A voice next to Brian snaps him out of his trance. He turns and sees Martinez, giving him an inquisitive look. "I'm sorry," Brian says. "What did you say?" "Your name. I didn't catch it before." "My name?" Martinez nods. I'm Martinez. And you are? Brian pauses for the slimmest of moments before replying, Philip Blake. Martinez reaches out to shake Brian's hand. Pleasure to meet you, Philip. With a firm grip, the two men clasp hands, and in that single gesture, a new order begins to take shape.
We hope you've enjoyed The Walking Dead, Rise of the Governor, a Macmillan audio production from St. Martin's Press. Text copyright 2011 by Robert Kirkman and J. Bonansinga. Production copyright 2011 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.